Chapter 68. That's great. Brother E, let your brothers bring the rich and powerful along. Others will naturally feel that there is a chance to meet them and get a membership card. Li Longji thought of the reason why business was so good. The first day was to see the novelty, and later on, it would depend on the status of those people. Brother Yi's ability is heaven-defying. Yes, the money and 10% of the profits will go to Brother E. Li Longji smiled. Now Brother E is sitting at home and making money. No, I can't let him be idle. Li Longji muttered again and thought of a good idea. Your Majesty, Prime Minister Yao, Prime Minister Lu and Prime Minister Zhang are here. A eunuch ran in to report. All right. Li Longji had no choice but to agree. The three prime ministers came in with complicated expressions. Your Majesty, have you heard of the Spring Festival? Yao Chong was the first to speak. Yes, earthly paradise, revolving restaurant, no curfew. Li Longji admitted. Yes, this is my business. And I will let you know that I am very good at business. In the entire Tang dynasty, other than me, who has the ability to make more than 3 million a day with a 3-story restaurant. Your Majesty, we are not trying to persuade you. It's just that the three of us are embarrassingly short of money. We can't go even if we want to. Zhang Shua explained. Lu Huaishan nodded. Yes, we also want to take a look, but it's too expensive. Li Longji was relieved. It's good that they are not here to cause trouble. Pick a day. I will ask someone to book a table for you. Put the money on me. Li Longji agreed. Your Majesty, why do you need to pay for the reservation? Yao Chong was puzzled. Shouldn't his restaurant be free? It's not all mine. There are dividends and capital. The bill will be calculated separately. It's better to just pay and save the trouble. Li Longji gave a reason. Does Li Yi have a part in this? Zhang Shua asked. He did not believe that His Majesty could suddenly think of such a way to make money. Yes. Li Yi has made a lot of good things. I will reward him with 10% of the profits. Li Longji gave another reason. The three of them understood. Such an amazing method in exchange for 10% of the profits. His Majesty is indeed His Majesty. The whole first half of July in Chang'an belonged to Chang'an, but all the limelight was stolen by a restaurant called Heavenly World. Its novel design, high price, and special power had become a hot topic for the people. The prosperity of Chang, and did not belong to Li Yi, even if he had 10% of the profits. The autopsy room was his territory. Eunuch Wang Xing still helped him steal the cadaver. The two of them cooperated well. Just as Li Yi was preparing to spend some time like this, a 2,000-man cavalry appeared on the banks of the Ba River. Each cavalryman had 3 horses. They crossed the Ba Shui Bridge, passed by Li Yi's Zhuangzi, and entered the imperial plantation. The chickens and ducks in the imperial plantation immediately jumped up and down. Li Yi and Zhuangzi's men were also puzzled. There were so many cavalrymen and horses. The retired soldier's eyes lit up. The army is here. I used to be a soldier too. Li Yi was about to ask Wang Xing about it to see what kind of team it was. In the end, someone came to find him. Li Dongzhu, I'm here to see you. Gao Lishur smiled. He was loyal to Li Longji. He was in a good mood when he learned that Li Yi's design had made a lot of money for His Majesty. So it's General Gao. Please take a seat. I'll make tea for you. Li Yi was not in a hurry to ask why he came again after he had just been here the day before yesterday. Okay, Owner Li, I'll be able to see you every day for the next few days. Gao Lishur did not stand on ceremony as he sat down and casually said, Do you want to stay? I'll ask someone to make a small courtyard for you. Li Yi did not mind the trouble. I live in the imperial plantation. Aren't there 2,000 cavalrymen? If they want to practice, I'll keep an eye on them for a few days. Gao Lishur spoke of his purpose. Are you talking about the winged knights? Li Yi immediately thought of the cavalrymen he had urged to appear quickly. That's right. Her Majesty has selected 2,000 talents from the various subjugation residences. I don't know much about training soldiers. I heard that Li Dongzhu has a lot of strategies. Can you help me to analyze them? Gao Lishur explained his purpose. Li Yi was slightly stunned and nodded. Let's discuss them together. That's good. Gao Lishur smiled with satisfaction. After completing the task, Her Majesty asked him to find Li Yi. The two chatted for a while more before Gao Lishur went to the imperial plantation. Li Yi opened the system. He did not need to worry about what the winged cavalry would practice. They had their own system, and the Tang dynasty would know where they stood. Moreover, they were very orderly and their troops could advance like a forest. He wanted to be in charge of the logistics and train the soldiers. The soldiers in the logistics department were obviously not as strong as the main force. Furthermore, they were still infantry. They were carrying bags and driving carts to deliver things. Fortunately, the imperial plantation was big. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many people. Smoke rose from the kitchen as the people in the logistics department cooked. The chickens and ducks in the imperial plantation were chased to Li Yi's Zhuangzi by Wang Xing. He was afraid that they would be eaten by the soldiers. The fungus and monkey's head mushrooms were still young, so he was not worried. Li Yi went to the imperial plantation and looked at the food. It was all millet, which was boiled directly. Then there was a big pot of lamb. There was no other seasoning except for a little salt. Even so, the main force and the people in the logistics department swallowed their saliva while waiting. It was obvious that they did not have many opportunities to eat meat. Li Yi went back to his Zhuangzi and continued to organize the training plan. Li Dongzhu, do you have any good ideas after looking at it yesterday? Gao Lishir came over early the next morning. I didn't look at the others in detail. Baggage's team is not good enough. I have some blueprints here. General Gao, find someone to make them. Li Yi had already prepared and handed Gao Lishir a stack of papers. There was a foldable military shovel. One side of the shovel could be used as a knife and the other side as a saw. In addition to the military shovel, there was also a three-legged pot holder to hold the pot. Otherwise they could only use the pot with its own legs. Or they could have a separate pot, then dig out a pit and put it on to cook. That was what it meant to bury the pot to cook. The multi-purpose military kettle set was made of copper. The threads at the mouth did not need to be controlled by craftsmen. They took it back to Zhuangzi and tapped it. It's not much copper, but it's not a problem. I believe that His Majesty has money. Li Yi knew that the restaurant was a high-end club with a royal background. If the local officials wanted to come back to pursue progress, they would have to get a membership card. There were also businessmen who did large transactions. Where would they go to eat? Where would they meet the nobles? As expected, Gao Lishir did not mention that it would cost too much money. He continued to look at the blueprints. Li Yi explained, the cloth used by the logistics department is not good enough. The Tang dynasty's sailing ships use tung oilcloth, which is strong and waterproof. His Majesty's winged knights will use canvas where they bear the force. Gao Lishir nodded to show that he understood. In addition, I see that many horses have not been nailed with horseshoes. Quickly install them. Too much training, serious wear and tear. There's a drawing of a knife inside, a small knife. I call it a military dagger. The back can be opened. Put strong silk thread, iron needle and copper needle inside. If there's water but no meat to eat, use it to fish. If there's a wound, suture it. I'll teach you how to suture it. The number of horses is not enough. I require all logistics to have horses and carriages, instead of driving donkey carts and ox carts yesterday. Speed is the most important thing in war. The logistics department must keep up. Otherwise, will the money earned in Heavenly World be kept for future generations? Li Yi said one by one, and Gao Lishir sweated. He was happy to hear that Heavenly World was so profitable before. Listening to Li Yi's request, it seemed that Heavenly World was falling from the sky back to the earth. Don't worry about the money. His Majesty's private army is the enemy. Pull it out, rush forward, destroy it and come back. There's no time this year. The craftsmen are busy. Next year I'll look at new weapons. Yes, I remember something. The opening on the top of the riding boots should not be so big. If you want to carry things, you can use a backpack. Also use canvas, Li Yi complained. The opening on the top of the riding boots was big. Sometimes things could be put in it. The inside of the sleeves of the robe could be put in the pockets. Boots could also be put in. Couldn't a backpack be carried? Chapter 69. Gao Lishir ran away. Ignoring the soldiers, he ran straight back to the palace and reported to Li Longji. When it was almost noon, Li Yi asked the butler to call Wang Xing and bring the main force and logistics troops over for lunch. I'll take it as the 10% profit back to you. I don't dare to take it. Li Yi muttered. He was worried that Li Longji would not have enough money one day. Suddenly he remembered that there was still a 10% profit outside. 10% profit in Heavenly Earth was not a small amount. He had many ways to make money. Why should he leave a hidden danger? Wang Xing told the soldiers that they knew some things and had to listen to Li Dongzhu in the future. 2,000 main force and 1,000 logistics troops all arrived. There was no official leader among them. Some people took the lead based on their relationships in the past few days. When they arrived, they saw a big iron pot with mutton bones cooked in it. There was a thick layer of white oil floating on it. Beside each pot was a big pottery bowl and chopsticks. There were no spoons. Obviously, they knew that they did not drink soup with spoons. In addition to the empty bowls, there were big bowls filled with chopped coriander and chopped green onions. There were also bowls of aged vinegar, salt, and pepper. Treating us to mutton soup? The salt on Zhuangzi is fine and white. There are pancakes next to it. It's the legendary red and green side. There's soy sauce in the pot. I can read. Who's the girl who fetched the meat for the bowl? She's beautiful. Hey hey hey. That man is missing 2 fingers on his left hand. He looked over. What a scary look. Shut up. That's an injured veteran. The soldiers were curious about everything and talked about it. Li took out a loudspeaker at this time. It was electric. 5 loudspeakers could be recharged with electricity in the hospital. I'm Li. This is Zhuangzi's Dongzhu. His Majesty asked me to take you to play, so wash your hands first. There's soap. After you wash your hands, line up to get mutton soup and pancakes. Li shouted. When the soldiers heard this, they laughed. Take us to play? Okay. Go ahead, I know you're hungry. Li put down the loudspeaker. The soldiers lined up to wash their hands with soap. After a few washes, the basin of water turned black. After washing, she would wipe her hands on a towel and collect the soup. In fact, she was collecting a bowl filled with mutton giblets, coriander, and chopped green onions. Then he sat down at the table and waited. There was a stack of pancakes on a tray in the middle of the table. After sitting down, they looked at each other. No one touched the pancake and no one picked up the mutton giblets in the bowl to eat first. At the side, Zhuangzi's men scooped soup for the soldiers. There was lamb fat in the soup. Put in your own seasoning bit by bit. Don't be salty. Soy sauce is salty. In a while, someone will bring some sweet garlic to everyone. Mutton soup is the best. Li shouted again. Soon, the sweet and sour garlic was served. The soldier's eyes lit up. How could there be such good-looking garlic to eat? After peeling off the skin, he realized that the skin was edible, so he threw it into his mouth and chewed. Sure enough, it was delicious. She carefully added seasonings into the soup, took a bite of the biscuit and drank the soup. There was no discomfort in her entire body. Why didn't the mutton soup she drank yesterday taste like this? How many sheep did Li Dongzhu kill today? Looking at the oil floating on the bowl, it was too delicious. A 3-inch deep-fried pancake was eaten, and the soup in the bowl was dry. No one touched the mutton giblets or giblets. Zhuangzi's men would add more soup for whoever ran out. Li also found a place to sit down and drink without making a sound. The soldiers at his table wanted to speak but were afraid. Someone whispered, I've never drunk such good soup in my life. Seeing that Li did not respond, everyone followed. There's a lot of seasoning. Look, there's soy sauce, vinegar, and I even brought vinegar cloth. I smell a moldy smell in the vinegar cloth. It's all like that. It's good enough to have something to eat outside. Li listened and knew what vinegar cloth was. When the cloth was boiled in salt water and vinegar, there would be salt and vinegar inside when it dried. When marching outside, there would be salt and vinegar when the cloth was boiled during mealtime. It was equivalent to a seasoning bag. In theory, it was more powerful than a seasoning bag because the cloth could be wrapped around the body and could be folded. Using vinegar cloth meant that the logistics could not keep up and could not send the baggage to the front in time. Li Dongzhu. A soldier who looked about the same age as Li Yi mustered up his courage and spoke to Li Yi. Yes. Li Yi looked at him with a gentle expression. I heard that you'll be in charge of us in the future? The soldier asked. Yes, I'll be in charge of making sure you eat well and let you know who you're fighting for. Li Yi's voice was calm. Can we eat today's meat in 10 days? The soldier's eyes were full of hope. You're His Majesty's soldiers. Will His Majesty lack food for you? As for eating meat, you'll know soon. Li Yi's voice became louder and the people nearby heard it. They were all very happy. Yes, they were His Majesty's soldiers. In the entire Tang dynasty, no one was more powerful than His Majesty. Therefore, while they were happy, the 3,000 people ate their fill and drank a lot of soup. Li Yi took the loudspeaker again and said, Everyone gather. The 3,000 people quickly formed into groups and stood there motionless. I'm Li Yi Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi. I'm now under His Majesty's command to lead you to play. Li Yi repeated what he said before. Laughter came from the group. Then how do you play? First, you have to know what you've received. Did your family receive any money? Did they? Li Yi's voice rose. Yes. Many people shouted. Did your family waive rent and transfer? Did you? Li Yi continued to ask. Yes. Almost everyone shouted. How about the weapons and horses I gave you? Yes. Do you still want to eat the same meal today? Yes. Who gave you these? Let me tell you, it's His Majesty, the current His Majesty. Without His Majesty, you won't have enough to eat at home, and your family won't have enough to eat. Why is His Majesty so good to you? Because you are His Majesty's most valued soldiers, and His Majesty needs the strongest army. Only when you are strong enough can His Majesty give more people in the Tang dynasty a better life. You are not only joining the army for your family, but also for the whole Tang dynasty. This is glory. Who are we fighting for? For His Majesty, for the Tang dynasty. Shout with me, fight for His Majesty, fight for the Tang dynasty. Li Yi began to teach politics. Fight for His Majesty, fight for the Tang dynasty, the soldiers shouted. We are the strongest, Li Yi shouted. We are the strongest, the soldiers shouted. We are the sword in His Majesty's hand. We are the sword in His Majesty's hand. We are the glory of the Tang dynasty. We are the glory of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi shouted passionately, and the soldiers shouted with all their strength. Li Yi was happy. He stopped at noon and came again in the evening. He would come twice a day if he had time. Now you choose your own leaders, including squad leaders, and team leaders. Each team has 150 people and 50 of them are baggage soldiers. There is no battalion commander. Each team will train. The main force will train with your baggage soldiers. In the future, there will be a small competition every day and a big competition every 10 days. There will be a competition every day. The team that falls behind will not have meat the next day. There will be a competition every 10 days. The team that falls behind will clean the shoes of the other teams for 10 days, and they will shout, I am the worst. Li Yi began to talk about the rewards and punishments, including the reselection and elimination of squad leaders, and team leaders. He also increased the competition in terms of the enjoyment of eating and the loss of dignity. The soldiers were excited and nervous. They could eat meat every day. They couldn't lose, especially in the competition every 10 days. It was too embarrassing. Now choose your own team and train, Li Yi shouted again and put down the loudspeaker. Chapter 70. 3,000 people were discussing with each other. The main force was 100 and they had to bring 50 baggage, which was obviously a burden. But every team had the same configuration, so no one complained. Those who wanted to be in the lead had to ensure that they led the good people. If they fell to the last place, they would take the initiative to leave. After the free combination, they began their daily training. Carrying stone weights, running in armor, shooting bows and arrows, moving faster than crossbows, moving on horses. Li Yi didn't care about the specific training content. He couldn't find the information unless the 3,000 people used guns and cannons. But now the 3,000 people were mounted archers. They had been fighting with grassland forces for many years, so they knew what to do. The sky was getting dark, and Li Yi didn't see Gao Lishur. It seemed that the 3,000 people were thrown to him and no one cared. Wang Xing continued to sell steam pot chicken. He didn't sell it next to Zhuangzi and sent people to the East Market. Wang Xing became bolder. He kept accounts and took out a portion of the money he earned. He got more for himself and less for other people in the imperial plantation. At the same time, he increased the welfare of the villagers in the imperial plantation. The villagers in the imperial plantation were next to Li Yi's Zhuangzi, so they could always see the life of Li Yi's villagers. With the comparison, they didn't want to live a hard life. It's time to eat again. His Majesty asked me to take you out to play. I'll teach you a song first. Li Yi appeared with a loudspeaker when the 3,000 people were ready to eat. A small number of people in the team couldn't help but laugh. Li Yi cleared his throat and sang, Forward, 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 our team is facing the sun, stepping on the land of the Tang dynasty, carrying His Majesty's expectations. We are an invincible force. We are the winged cavalry of the Yulin Royal Guards. We are His Majesty's armed force, fearless, never yielding, fighting bravely until the enemy is wiped out, the flag of the Tang dynasty flying high. Listen. The wind is whistling, the bugle is ringing. Listen. How loud the sound of the cavalry is. The soldiers rush to the hot battlefield in neat steps. The soldiers' horses gallop to the border of the Tang dynasty. Forward, forward, our team is facing the sun, facing all victory. To the invincible Tang dynasty. Li Yi changed the song and copied down the score, including the accompaniment and the orchestration. He was going to translate it himself. No one could understand the score he copied. But first, he had to learn the modern notation of the Tang dynasty, which was not very difficult. If there were no musical instruments, they would naturally use other musical instruments instead. At this moment, he was leading the soldiers to learn the basics and eat. For dinner, there was braised chicken, yellow rice, and all kinds of pickled vegetables. The lamb bones that were cooked at noon were made into soup again. Then he added some vegetables into it. It was called soup, but there were a lot of vegetables, so it was considered stewing. 42 students were found. Dear friends, Brother Yi needs some people to manage the army. This army is called the Winged Knights, and it is the army of His Majesty. Li Yi said to the students. The students understood that His Majesty's army wanted to create the most powerful cavalry archers. Then, working for the army was the same as working for His Majesty. Originally, there was no way to contribute, but now an opportunity had presented itself. Brother Li, we understand. Brother, please give the order. It's a good opportunity to learn about military formations. The students all agreed one after another. I have some things here that I need you to teach every day. Ask them to memorize it. The competition can't just be about riding and archery, but also about who can memorize it better and who can sing it better. Li took out a stack of papers. Naturally, it was the content of all kinds of political and ideological education. This was what the People's Liberation Army did. Their thinking must be unified. The students took the papers and were not in a hurry to read them. They ate first. For them, the canteen was still better. There were many dishes and now there was only one dish. For the soldiers, eating this dish made them feel guilty. Eating lamb at noon and chicken at night was already a dream that they did not dare to dream of. After eating, the soldiers were arranged to be laborers at the construction site, and the students went back to transcribe. One person read while the others wrote the information. Half an hour later, the laborers returned and were divided into 20 teams. Under the illumination of the torches, they sat on small stools with their chests puffed out and heads raised. They listened to the 20 students speak and began to learn about politics. We are His Majesty's most trusted army. His Majesty has given our families a good life. We know that only under His Majesty's leadership can our families become richer and richer. A student read. He felt awkward with these words and did not have any literary talent. If he were to write, he would write, I am His Majesty's trust. The top nurtures the people below, and the wealth of the people is increasing. If there is no peace, there will be no survival of the people below. It was more comfortable to write this way, but Li Dongzhu wanted to write according to what he wrote. Instead, the soldiers nodded from time to time to show their approval. Yes, everything we have is given by His Majesty. Our families have a good life and we have to work hard for His Majesty. After learning about politics, they sang. Then they washed up and went to bed according to the instructions. The next morning they washed up, sang, practiced for a while, washed their hands and ate. Li Yi waited for the meal and came over with a loudspeaker. Today I will teach you how to clean and suture external wounds. Everyone has to learn. Each team will choose one person to learn from me. After learning, you will teach the others. His Majesty asked me to bring you to play. I will make sure you have fun. Ha ha, the soldiers still laughed. Each team discussed and sent one person. There were a total of 20 people. There was a tied live pig next to them. It was squealing. The 20 people gathered in a circle and watched Li Yi make different cuts on the pig. Then he debrided and sutured the pig. The pig squealed miserably. Li Yi was expressionless. His movements were smooth. He kept talking about how to clean the wound, apply pressure to stop the bleeding, and suture techniques. The 20 people listened and watched. They were all frightened and could not laugh anymore. His Majesty asked him to bring us to play. Is this how you play? The soldiers were scared. When they looked at Li Yi, they could not help but tremble. How hateful must his heart be to cut and sew a living thing. The pig squealed in an abnormal way. Li Yi made 3 cuts on the same wound. He did it 3 times and repeated it 3 times. He made the same cut again and asked the 20 people, who will do it? The 20 people looked at each other. No one said anything. If you can't even treat the pig, how can I expect you to treat the wounds of your comrades on the battlefield in the future? I know that the pig squeals when it's alive, but when a comrade is injured, does he not make a sound when he's dead? Li Yi's face darkened. He continued, if you can't do it, I'll write to His Majesty and send you back. Continue to do the work at home, I'll do it. Before Li Yi could finish, a person spoke up. Li Yi stepped aside. The person trembled and began to recall what he had seen before. He handled it bit by bit. Don't pour so much alcohol. Do you think it's easy for me to distill some alcohol? You even used your life to exchange for an alcohol syringe. Where do you put the needle? If you touch the edge, the thread will cut open the outer skin tissue. I'll let you suture it, not let you continue to hurt it. As the person worked, Li Yi began to scold and even kick him. In his eyes, this was not a pig but a human. If he sutured it like this, he would be beaten by the patient. The first person finally finished suturing. Li Yi looked at the others. I'll do it. Another person stood up. He looked like he was going to die for a righteous cause. In the morning, the 20 people endured some kind of torture. The pig had stopped squealing. It stayed there and hummed softly, resigned to its fate. Okay, that's it for today. Tomorrow I'll find you another live pig and repeat the practice. Li Yi was satisfied with the 20 people's learning attitude. He wiped his sweat and said this. The 20 people seemed to be numb. They washed their hands with dull eyes and then prepared to eat. Li Yi looked at the pig inside. You've suffered. Thank you. I'll give you a quick death later. Chapter 71. Days went by like this. Gao Lisher, who had agreed to stay for a few days, never saw him again except on July 21st when he delivered a lot of things that Li Yi asked him to make and left immediately. He didn't even come to get soy sauce. There were still 4 days until August. 150 people were lining up to clean the boots of others. They shouted as they cleaned, "I'm the worst." Some cried as they shouted. Li Yi came over with a loudspeaker. "Hello everyone. I'm Li Yi Dongzhu from Zhuangzi. His Majesty asked me to take you to play." No one in the whole team was smiling at this time. Instead they all looked scared. Every morning, noon and night, they would be scared awake in their dreams. The key was his methods. How could such a gentle young man have such a black heart? Some people were puzzled before why His Majesty asked a young man to manage the army. Now they understood. They were enlightened. 3 days after that day, one team didn't get to eat meat every day. Just the day before yesterday, the young Dongzhu said that his body was almost recovered and he should play the game well. Since that day he had been busy in the middle of the night and in the early morning. It seemed that he only felt better when he was eating and listening to the students. The tents in the temporary barracks were changed, and everyone was given a new big leather quilt as bedding. They had to put it neatly when they got up in the morning. There were requirements for where to put everything and how to put it. Sure enough, after one team finished last in the competition, they started to clean the boots of others today. They had to clean the boots for 10 days. If they lost again, they had to clean the boots again. If they lost again, they would be eliminated and go home. "I know everyone is tired," Li Yi continued. The soldiers were expressionless. Was that a problem of tiredness? "But I still want to say that sweat more during training and bleed less during wartime. We are the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. I call us the 24-hour all-weather soldiers. No matter how bad the weather is or what time it is, we can do it if other armies can't. We don't care if other armies complain because it's not a special situation or a difficult situation. It's our daily life. We eat food that other armies don't even dare to dream of. We have to do things that other armies don't dare to do. We are His Majesty's personal guards. We are the pride of the Tang dynasty. We want our enemies to piss their pants when they hear our name and flee when they see us." Li Yi paused for a moment before shouting, "Winged Knights, I'm invincible. Winged Knights, we are invincible." The soldiers puffed out their chests, raised their heads and shouted together. "Very good. Let's eat. From August onwards we will begin the devil training. Remember, for the entire month of August, you will know that the most fun day was yesterday." As Li Yi spoke, he felt at ease. Because in the past 10 days or so, he had given all 3,000 people a physical examination. Knowing the situation of each soldier, he divided them into groups according to their situation, and each group underwent different training intensity. For him, he was also tired, but he felt a sense of accomplishment. The soldiers ran to wash their hands and then ate. They were all on tenterhooks. At this moment they were afraid, hateful and respectful of Li Yi. When someone fell ill, this young man, Dongzhu, would always treat them as quickly as possible. Not to mention food, but the past 2 days had been too unbearable. It was simply not something a person could endure. The day passed and night fell. Political studies were cut in half, and the other half was spent on night classes for the soldiers, mainly teaching them how to read. The students were all equally tired. They had to study, teach the children and teach the soldiers. But they found that their days were full. They no longer thought about messy things and could sleep soundly every day. Chang and city had a curfew and many people slept well. Heaven and earth were still brightly lit. Li Longji, Empress Wang, the 3 prime ministers and the Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, were eating at the revolving restaurant at the top. Wei Zhigu's condition had improved a lot recently. Li Longji had always been worried that Wei Zhigu would suddenly die. At first it was to put on an act for Yao Chong. Yao Chong was important. But now, there was a brother Yi by the Baishui River. He had asked him to help train the soldiers and he would see after a few days. So Yao Chong naturally didn't need to be fawned over. Yao Chong and the others felt this change, but they couldn't do anything about it. Li Yi was indeed amazing. His Majesty wanted to train a private army but lacked money. Everyone lacked money and they all lacked it. But when Li Yi was asked how to make money, he immediately thought of this method. Sitting at the revolving restaurant and looking down, it really wasn't difficult. Wasn't it just a new design and the status of the first batch of members? If he was asked to do it now, he could do it too. But why couldn't he think of it when he hadn't seen it before? Everyone, this is the second time, right? This is my first time. Li Longji said to the four of them as he boiled seaweed in the hot pot. Thank you, Your Majesty. The four of them tacitly thanked him. How is the situation on Tubo's side? Li Longji asked Yao Chong. Yao Chong put down the oyster in his chopsticks and replied, Everything is ready. As soon as the spit attacks the border, after we defend against it, we will definitely send troops to Tubo for revenge. Li Longji nodded and looked at Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua said, Because Your Majesty didn't use the National Treasury's money to train the troops, there is excess money in the court for the Longyu Road's use. Li Longji smiled at Zhang Shua's words. Money is not a big issue. Li Longji waved his hand generously. The officials, they didn't want to say anything. His Majesty was arrogant. Returning the money was not a big issue. Without Li Yi, His Majesty was still worried, okay? Wei Zhigu also ate an oyster and complained, Your Majesty, the dried oysters that King Song transported from the sea to the capital were sold on a plate of 10 oysters. He actually asked for a handful, saying that they ate men's, that. He complained that oysters were worthless at the seaside. Li Longji didn't think much of it and said, Nowadays there are many merchants who go to the seaside to buy dried cabbage and oysters. We don't know. The four of them said in unison. Go and investigate. If there are any cases of bullying the people, arrest them. Li Longji ordered. Yes. The four of them replied. Wei Zhigu was just cooperating. It had nothing to do with him. Empress Wang was at the side. Her right hand was holding chopsticks and her left hand was touching her stomach. She slowly drank the beef yam soup. There was only one bowl of soup. She didn't want to eat more. She already had a pregnancy reaction. She wanted to vomit, but because she ate according to a set of eating methods, her reaction was very small. She ate many meals a day. Every meal was a little bit and there were various combinations. At first she took it from Li Yi's Zhuangzi. With earthly paradise she took it from earthly paradise. It was closer. At this moment, when she heard everyone talking, her eyes curved into crescents. She said softly, Your Majesty, can Uncle train the troops well? Of course. Li Longji was certain and looked at the four of them. The four of them continued to cooperate. We also believe in you. Although they said this, they didn't think so in their hearts. They hoped that the troops wouldn't be trained well. Otherwise, Li Yi would be in the limelight. If he could do anything at that age, wouldn't it make them look incompetent? Chapter 72. When it was not the busy time for farming, there were more idle people. It was said to be idle, but in fact there was less work in the fields, including silkworm rearing. Many men came out to look for work, and some were conscripted to build water conservancy and roads. Li Yi and Li Longji talked about canceling the transfer and levying business taxes. Li Longji knew about it, but he did not dare to do it. Li Longji was waiting. He was waiting for his own army to be trained. Otherwise, Li Longji felt that he could not handle it if it affected the interests of the families and there was a rebellion. Li Yi took the other 20 people who had learned a few suturing operations in the morning to practice their fingers. Then he ran to the river to watch the team fishing for mud. On the surface of the Baishui River, there were people standing on boats with a large wooden frame on the boat. On the wooden frame was a simple hand gourd designed and made by Li Yi, which was the tool for the pulley block. Then a large iron spoon like an excavator was thrown into the river and tied with an iron chain. When the boat moved, a large spoon of mud was hooked. The people on the boat pulled the chain of the hand gourd, and the iron spoon was slowly lifted up. Without this hand gourd, cleaning up the mud would use a long pole with a spoon at the head, similar to a big dung spoon. Slowly, bit by bit. Li Yi clearly had a good method and money, so how could he operate it like that? He hired people to work and let others earn more money so that they could survive the winter. One was to increase their lifespan, and the other was to be in a good mood. As a doctor, he hoped that every patient he handled would be healthy. As a rich person, he also hoped to help others and gain the gratitude of others. In the Tang dynasty, many rich people paid to repair bridges and roads. If someone died and did not have the money to bury them, they also had to take out money to help. Especially people in the same village. If the rich people did not have a good reputation, the villagers would not support them and something would happen. Whether or not Li Yi's farm was rich, it was needless to say. Therefore, for several purposes, he found people to pay more and dredge up silt. The mud fertilized the fields and there was less mud in the river, so it was convenient for boats. He also planned to use the river for convenience. Right now he was too busy and couldn't spare any time. Otherwise he would have already used the water transport. Li Dongzhu. Li Yi had just arrived when someone dressed as an official greeted him. Li Yi tried to recall. He had an impression of this man. He was Zheng Guang, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Works and Water. Zheng Guang also brought a few people. Although he was only a 7th-rank official, he couldn't compare to the prime ministers. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Water had real power and people under him. "How have you been, Officer Zheng?" Li Yi cupped his hands in greeting. "Thank you for your concern, Li Dongzhu. What is this thing that requires a lot of pulling to make the big ladle rise a little?" Zheng Guang pointed at the gourd in his hand and asked. The ladle was heavy and needed many people to pull it out. If it was a counterweight, using the principle of leverage, the boat would need to be bigger if there was a big rock behind it. Otherwise, the rock in the iron ladle that scooped up the silt would not be able to bear it. The people following Zheng Guang were curious. Why was Minister Councillor Zheng so polite to someone from Zhuangzi? Although this Zhuangzi had some money. Zheng Guang didn't know what his subordinates were thinking, but he knew what Li Yi was capable of. Even the emperor, the prime minister, and Empress Wang could joke around with him. If Li Dongzhu is willing to help this official, I can send a memorial to Li Dongzhu. Officer Zheng is too polite. It's just a hand gourd. I have the blueprint. Officer Zheng, take it and use it. Not only can it clear silt, but it can also be used to load and unload goods at the docks. Li didn't wait for Zheng Guang to finish. He waved his hand and agreed. He didn't need anyone to help him send a memorial. The item he took out would increase his lifespan by quite a bit. It was clearly promoted by the imperial court. How could Li Longji not know? Moreover, he was helping train soldiers. A 7th-rank official's memorial was useless. Qing Song, which craftsman has the blueprint for the hand gourd? Bring me a copy. Li Yi turned his head and said to the eunuch. Qing Song turned and ran off. Zheng Guang's subordinates were stunned. That eunuch and palace maid listened to this person? They thought he was sent by the palace to look after the irrigation works. Greetings, Li Dongzhu. Greetings, Dongzhu. The people on the nearby silt dredging boats saw Li Yi one after another and shouted their greetings. Li Yi waved his hand. At this moment he was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was as if he had cured a patient and the other party had sent him a banner. So he shouted, "When you go back tonight, each of you bring 2 salted duck eggs. You know there are too many ducks on the Zhuangzi. There's no place to put the eggs, right? Help me eat them." A wave of thanks and laughter came from the river. The villager responsible for moving the silt on the Zhuangzi had a smile on his face. The silt was good. The key was that there were loaches in the silt. The people dredging the silt were only doing their job. Everything they dredged up belonged to the Zhuangzi. The loaches naturally belonged to the Zhuangzi. They could be eaten. When Qing Song brought the blueprint, Li Yi casually handed it to Zheng Guang. Zheng Guang carefully put it into his clothes. His eyes continued to stare at the gourd. The more he looked, the more magical he felt. One person could pull something that weighed more than 10 people without any effort. It was just that it took a long time. After looking for a while, he hurriedly left with his men to report back to the Ministry of Works and tell the minister. What he took away was not only the blueprint but also the real thing. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, didn't know that his fate had changed. He was in a good mood. The emperor even invited him to eat. He was especially motivated to work. Then he saw Zheng Guang, who had skipped his rank to report. At the same time, he knew that Li Yi had invented something new. In the future, if there's anything about Li Yi or Zhuangzi, come find me directly. Wei Zhigu knew the consequences of Zheng Guang skipping his rank to report. He understood. If he didn't skip his rank and Zheng Guang's superior didn't take it seriously, he would lose the time to quickly discover something good. When the time came, he would have to deal with Zheng Guang's superior. Zheng Guang had bought time for himself and protected his superior at the same time. Zheng Guang almost cried. That was what he thought. He also wanted to make a contribution and be promoted. After he left, Wei Zhigu dragged the gourd to Xingqing Palace. In theory, he should go to the Political Affairs Hall to find the Prime Minister. He knew where the Political Affairs Hall was. He could walk there with his eyes closed. However, he didn't go. He held his breath. When he arrived at Xingqing Palace, he asked for an audience. When he entered, he saw the 3 prime ministers. He dragged the gourd in with difficulty. Your Majesty, Minister Councillor Zheng Guang from the Ministry of Works, Li Yi and Zhuangzi have obtained a divine weapon. Another divine weapon? Yao Chong looked at the thing with iron chains and asked. Your Majesty, with this item, one person can use 10 people. Wei Zhigu ignored Yao Chong and directly said to Li Longji. Li Longji personally went forward and took the blueprint. He read the instructions and ordered people to arrange it. After a while, A large shelf was set up outside the palace and the gourd was hung on it. Below, a few strong men carried over a large stone lock. Wei Zhigu put the stone lock on and hung it on one end of the gourd. He then stood on the other side and pulled on the iron chain with a clattering sound. As he pulled, the 500-kilogram stone lock left the ground and rose into the air. Wei Zhigu continued to pull and the stone lock rose higher and higher. Li Longji saw this and took a deep breath. If it's used together with an orange, it'll be much easier to move heavy objects. His idea wasn't wrong. A crane, or rather a tower crane, was more accurate. The three prime ministers watched Wei Zhigu's frail old body clatter and clatter as he lifted up such a large and heavy stone lock. Naturally they were shocked beyond words. Li, sigh. Yao Chong couldn't say a complete sentence. Zhang Shua, on the other hand, copied Li Yi's manner and shrugged. He didn't want to say anything. He wasn't afraid of comparing himself to others, but Li Yi wasn't human at all. Chapter 73. Moving to a new home. Li Yi and Zhuangzi were the first batch of tenants, artisans and retired soldiers to move in a happy atmosphere. They didn't live in sheds anymore. Buildings were built. 3 4-story buildings were built. Each building had 4 units and each unit had 8 households. They had a total of 56 households. Some children would be given a separate house when they grew up, but it was not given now. It was empty. In the future, when they married a wife or son-in-law, they would be allocated. Now 96 households could live in them. Only the first batch had a house. The others had to wait even if the house was empty. Li Yi did it on purpose. He wanted to increase the time and give more benefits to those who came first. Those who came later had to wait. Only then would they know how to cherish it. Otherwise, how could a company give the same treatment to the old employees and the new employees? Later were 20 artisan families. They were envious but not angry, because they would be given a house after another building was built. They felt that Dongzhu did the right thing. There were 6 buildings that had been built. They could live in them before it snowed. Now that the weather was warm, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Their children, regardless of gender, all went to school. The 3,000 soldiers looked and thought of their own homes. The buildings in front of them were too beautiful. They looked sturdy. When the others were moving, Li Yi took the chance to take out the loudspeaker. My name is Li Yi Dongzhu of this village. His Majesty asked me to bring you out to play. He opened his mouth first. The 3,000 soldiers felt their hearts beat faster. Some of their faces changed. None of them laughed. Many wanted to cry. Tomorrow is the first day of August. I think you guys are good. Do you want your family to live in the same house? Do you want to? Li asked. Yes. The soldiers shouted at the top of their lungs. As long as you don't quit, in 3 years, no, in 2 years I will build the same house for your family. Those who died in battle will also be given. Those who were seriously injured and retired will also be given. Li Yi promised that 3,000 houses would be repaired with cement when the time came. In 2 years, earthly paradise would continue to make money. The money spent on building houses would not be much. Naturally, the rest would be built when there were more people. That money belonged to a separate account, and he did not withdraw a single cent. In the future, if Li Longji came to ask in person, he would show the account to Li Longji. His own manpower had been wasted, as well as the manpower of the students. The soldiers were tempted. They did not doubt that Li Yi could do it. Recently, after seeing Zhuangzi, she understood what kind of life the villagers lived. This was especially true for soy sauce, which was sold out every morning. Money flowed in like water. The people in Zhuangzi also went to night school. Li Dongzhu personally asked the children what they ate every day. You don't use toilet paper when you go to the toilet. There were also many things that were free for the villagers and outsiders to use. Other than the team he lost to every day, he ate meat for every other meal. The loser didn't eat meat, but there was oil in the vegetables. There was a lot of oil in the vegetables. Not being able to eat meat was no longer important. The most important thing was that it was embarrassing. Why was it that they were all humans while he was ranked behind? The soldiers felt a surge of energy in their hearts that they wanted to unleash for their honor and for their families. Then the first day of August came. They even felt like dying. There was suddenly an extra training program. They didn't even attend politics classes and just practiced. They could only sleep for 2 to 4 hours a day. Based on each person's physique, the intensity of the training was different. However, each of them felt like they were going to die in the next moment. They couldn't take it anymore. They wanted to leave. If you want to leave, just say it. I will immediately send you back and remove all your benefits. It is okay. I believe that even if you leave, you will be stronger than before. Li Yi stood beside a medical vehicle that could be manufactured and shouted. The equipment was installed in the vehicle. As long as someone fell, he would immediately save them. The 3,000 soldiers didn't care. They were all fighting for their lives. What would they say when they returned home? They were all from the house of subjugation. Some of them were even from the same house. If others didn't leave, their families would have a good life. If they left, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. That's okay. They had agreed that if they died in training, they would die in battle. Leave no. If they did, they would rather die. A few of them hugged a large log and did all sorts of things in the mud. They shouted and cried. In the end, they couldn't shout anymore. They didn't even have the strength to cry. The soldiers were suffering. Li accompanied them. Li felt like he had returned to the days when he was a resident doctor. He could sleep and wake up at any time. He also immediately threw himself into work. Fortunately, he didn't have to be as tired as the soldiers. His physical strength was guaranteed. The soldiers finally understood what Li meant when he said, "The most fun day was yesterday." Now they didn't even have time to have nightmares. They were on the verge of collapse. The strength of each group of soldiers was different. What was similar was that there was no difference in the feeling. Those with good physical fitness were stronger. Those with poor physical fitness were weaker. However, the feeling of endurance was the same. "I am Li Dongzhu of the village. His Majesty asked me to take you out to play. If you can't continue playing, I want to tell you to leave. What? If you die, you will have nothing. If you can't see the future, you may still have a chance to live." Li took the time to shout through the loudspeaker. It was a psychological attack. The soldiers didn't want to hear a single word. No, they didn't want to hear any punctuation. They were thinking about the matter of building a new house. It had to be built within 2 years. If they left, their neighbors would build a house next to them. They would still have to pay rent. Could they survive? Could they? Even if they died, they had to die here. There was no way out. Moreover, the young people had Dongzhu accompanying them. If they couldn't take it anymore, Dongzhu would quickly save them. They rested and immediately began training again. In the past, they would be tormented when they slept at night and complain in their hearts. At this moment, there was no difference between night and day. They just practiced various tasks. Then, if someone shouted for a quarter of an hour, they would lie down and sleep. When someone shouted again, they would have to get up. It was the 15th of August. For half a month, Li couldn't take it anymore. He gave everyone half a day off. He ate a full meal with the soldiers and went to sleep with his clothes on. Half a day passed. Li got up first. He held the loudspeaker. "Hello everyone. I am Li." Before he finished shouting, all the soldiers quickly gathered as if they were conditioned reflexes. Some of them even narrowed their eyes. "Training begins," Li shouted. According to the tasks, the soldiers continued. Wang Xing, who was in charge of taking care of the horses in the imperial plantation, didn't find any new cadavers recently, but he came to see. He saw the soldiers training and saw Li accompanying the treatment. The soldiers and Li had about the same amount of rest. The soldiers were tired from training, but Li was also focused on treating patients. Wang Xing couldn't think of anything other than admiration. Under such tiring circumstances, Li Dongzhu was still so steady at treating patients that it was puzzling. What kind of suffering did he go through to be able to get up at any time and immediately treat patients without making any mistakes? Wang Xing was convinced. He felt that if it were him, he would suddenly die. The students had also lost weight. They took turns to ask the soldiers to do something according to the plan. If it didn't work, they would shout that they wanted to be eliminated. The soldiers would immediately do their best. The children couldn't fall behind in their lessons. Each of them slept at most 6 hours a day. The villagers didn't disturb Dongzhu. They learned and did it themselves. Songda emphasized again and again that if anyone had problems during this period, they would be kicked out of Zhuangzi and the whole family. Chapter 74. In Chang'an City, team after team of 600 Li rushed over to report. They changed into new people and horses and rushed to the east road of Longyu Road. Empress Wang's pregnancy was not obvious yet. Tonight, she accompanied Li Longji to look at the map. "Where did uncle get this map? It's too detailed. Sanlang, are you leaving tonight?" Empress Wang looked at the map and asked Li Longji. "I'm not going anywhere today," Li Longji said. Empress Wang was pregnant, so he should go to another woman's place. However, he spent half of his time in Empress Wang's palace. This was impossible in the past. But now it was possible because Li Yi wrote that husbands should spend more time with their wives. Li Longji thought of Li Yi's words, "Don't forget the knowledge of poverty, don't leave the bed for your wife." He was afraid that little brother Yi would look down on him if he found out that he spoiled too many women when the empress was pregnant. Yes, Li Longji was afraid of Li Yi. He was afraid that Li Yi would be angry with him. Li Longji did not know why, but he hoped to use his third brother's identity to interact with Li Yi. Then they would be happy together without worries. Sanlang looked. This is the Red River Valley. If it snows there, the Tibetan army will have to take a detour. The Red River Valley has a lot of red mud, which is not good for horses. When the snow falls, the ground will be muddy. Empress Wang looked at the map that Li Yi gave her and analyzed the Tubo army's route. Yes, she had this ability. Li Longji wanted to retreat at that time, but she encouraged him and found people to help him take the throne. Then she did not care about anything else. She played with the palace maids and eunuchs in the harem, trying to help her husband stabilize the harem. Unfortunately, Li Longji retracted his thoughts and looked and listened carefully. This wife was very powerful. She was from a family of generals. If we want to bypass the Red River Valley, we can only pass by the side of Xinyu Hill. There is a border army of the Tang dynasty there, a branch army that always patrols the border. Brother Yi said that this branch army is enough. If this army wins, our main force will have to charge forward and block off the Divine Language Mountain. Part of it will rush through the mountain pass, and Tubo will not be able to defend against it. Empress Wang was sure that Tubo would come to fight and it would snow. According to the information sent by the fast horse, it was not snowing there yet. At this moment, Gao Lisher's voice came from outside the screen. Your Majesty, Empress, there is an urgent report from Qingzhou. 5 days ago there was a light snowfall. The local villagers looked at the sky and said that there will be heavy snow in a few days. Good. Li Longji slapped his thigh. Brother Yi was right. Uncle, your foresight is unparalleled. Empress Wang was even more surprised. She knew that as a general, it would be amazing if he could know the weather and situation half a day in advance. But Uncle Li Yi, it was more than half a day. Could it be that Jiang Shang was still alive? Li Longji was in a good mood. At night, he slept with Empress Wang in his arms. He did not have any other thoughts. His energy was all focused on Tubo's rebellion. September 2nd. Urgent report from Qingzhou. Tubo suddenly broke the treaty and entered the Divine Mountain with more than 10,000 cavalry. Before they reached Qingzhou, they were defeated by the border army. Tubo fled in panic. Xuena and Zhang Sili each led a division into Tubo to counterattack and take revenge. The rest of the generals defended the Divine Mountain Pass to stop Tubo from entering the territory. In addition, the prefectural armies gathered and tried to wipe out the Tang dynasty's non-commissioned officer Tubo's division. Li Longji was so excited that his whole body trembled. It was too good. As expected, they attacked, but they did not win. Then, without waiting for them to retreat, the military forces of the Tang dynasty will rush over and intercept them. Good. Brother Yi, Li Longji trembled again. This Brother Yi, foreseeing all the affairs of the world, guarding a manor alone, Li Longji suddenly said. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister in the hall knew who His Majesty was talking about. They were also afraid. Was it Zhuge Liang? Zhou? He sat in the middle of the hall and made decisions thousands of miles away. You ask and I answer. I have what you lack. Is this Li Yi or Li Dongzhu? Li Yi had not received any information about the border war. He had just woken up and did not want to play anymore. The training of the Special Forces Hunter School lasted for a month. He could not endure any more. Li Yi himself could not take it anymore. The original version of Out of Amazon was this school. It was just that he was not as ruthless and was slightly weaker. He slept for a total of 20 hours in total. Then he said to a large group of women from Pyongkong Square, I asked someone to make some musical instruments. You need to practice quickly. It's very simple. 50 women from Pyongkong Square came over and saluted together. We will follow Li Dongzhu's arrangement. Li Yi waved his hand and the palace maids went to find people to bring the musical instruments over. Small military drums, large drums, trombones, horns and trumpets. There was no need to play the drums. Li Yi picked up the 3 kinds of horns and played the music. He was still able to play the piano and the violin. However, he had only played the horns a few times and was not proficient at all. He did not need to explain in detail. The women took the instruments and tried them. They knew what was going on. However, they were more interested in the young Dongzhu. When the young man played the horns, a large group of soldiers ran over frantically. Some of them seemed to be in a dream when they stood in formation. Then those people woke up and looked up with calm eyes. As if facing the women from Pyongkong Square, there was nothing but indifference in the eyes of the large group of soldiers. As if there was no sorrow greater than the death of the heart? No, it was not sorrow. It was another kind of feeling. Did they not care about life and death? Their resolute faces revealed their indifference to everything. What had they experienced? Ladies and gentlemen, I Dongzhu, Called you here to compose music for these non-commissioned officer. I will lead them to sing. I have given you the score. You can compare and adjust it yourselves. Li was able to laugh. Then he picked up the loudspeaker and said without looking back, I will start first. Listen to my orders. Forward, 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 forward. Sing. Forward, forward, forward. Our troops face the sun and step on the land of the Tang dynasty. Listen. The wind is whistling and the bugle is sounding. Listen. How loud the sound of the armored cavalry is. Forward, forward, forward. Our troops face the sun and all victory. Face the invincible Tang dynasty. The 3,000 soldiers sang in unison. Their voices were not loud and clear. Instead they were low and deep. The 50 women who had seen a lot of the world were trembling incessantly. They felt a kind of imposing manner of fighting to the death on the battlefield. At the same time their hearts rippled. Good men. My Tang dynasty actually has such good men. They don't look fat but they feel so sturdy. What kind of soldiers are these? Which army? Are they from the subjugation prefecture? No, those soldiers are not good. Thousand Bull Guard? Featherwood Guard? No, they're also not good. Those soldiers, when they have money, only know how to run to the left of Pyongkong Square to seek a night of pleasure. Then, when they have no money they will not come for a long time. But now, the soldiers in front of them did not seem to have any interest in these women from the central and southern roads. Are their hearts made of iron? Or are they not good enough to enter their eyes? The 3,000 soldiers really did not have anything to think about at the moment. In the previous month, every day was like dying. They had just endured and slept, but they were woken up again. What women! It was fine as long as they were alive. Attention, Li shouted. Boom. Just one sound and the 3,000 people were in unison. At ease. Li shouted again. Boom. It was still the same sound. The 3,000 people put their hands behind their backs, spread their legs, puffed out their chests and looked forward, motionless. Li turned to the 50 women who stared with their eyes wide open, or slightly open mouths and said, Can you give this kind of army a song? Everyone has been wronged. Li Dongzhu they are from which army? The leading woman stuttered. The other women's faces turned pale and they were stunned. Even so, their hearts were beating faster, and their eyes were filled with charm. They were incomparably happy. Good men are so upright. Ask them which army you are from, tell them louder, tell them. Li shouted. Winged Knights, I am invincible. Winged Knights, I am invincible. Winged Knights, I am invincible. The 3,000 soldiers shouted 3 times and went silent again. They are the Winged Knights. Li said to the women. The women glanced at him. You don't need to say it, you already shouted it. Chapter 75. The woman temporarily stayed in Zhuangzi to practice her new instrument. The soldiers helped out and found that living was such a blessing. The past was unbearable to look back. In the past, when they occasionally trained in the House of Subjugation, they felt that it was very hard. After a month they found that it was just playing. No, it was also playing now. Li Dongzhu was leading them. What was the point of working? It was easy. The farmers were very happy. The laborers of 3,000 people were so obedient. Hurry up and make delicious food. Help them to work and give them food. Li went to find Wang Xing. Brother Wang, I can rest here for the time being. Li brought sausages. The smell of smoked sausages was strong. Although it was not healthy according to scientific theory, Li still wanted to smoke it and liked to eat it. Eunuch Wang Xing was afraid when he saw Li. Not only was he good at training soldiers, he was also suffering. 1 month, an entire month, how strong was his will to support it? Looking at the soldiers again, they seemed to not care about life and death. He had heard it more than once. A group of grown men crying there, crying and falling asleep. Then they would suddenly wake up and cry as they went to train. What was more frightening was that Li Dongzhu would persuade them. He would persuade the soldiers that they would die if they continued. It was better to go home. Life was not a path. Brother E, I know. I will go see who is buried. Brother E, why do you always tell them to give up? Wang Xing agreed to continue looking for cadavers and expressed his doubts. Li said frankly, because people are the weakest when they are hungry, cold, and in difficult situations. They will choose to compromise and give up. And the soldiers I train must be the strongest in the Tang dynasty. So, I strengthen the soldiers again and again with all the possible scenarios. In this way, when they encounter difficulties in the future, they will tenaciously endure. The most difficult thing for people to defeat is themselves, and the people that others are most afraid of are those with strong will. People with strong will to live can survive the same injury. Until now there is no accurate saying, but it really exists. I have seen many. Li was teaching Wang Xing. No matter if it was a man or a woman, the stronger they were, the more they would be respected. If a person is always so weak and always willing to kneel, he or she will never have many friends. Even if he was very handsome and beautiful, friends with ulterior motives would get tired of him after a long time. Those who help themselves are helped by others, and those who help themselves are helped by others. Those who abandon themselves will abandon everything else. As for the people that others were willing to help, they were the kind of people who would freeze to death in the wind and starve to death. Wang Xing listened in a daze, then stood up and bowed. Brother Yi, thank you. He understood. In the past, he had thought that there was no hope if he could not return to the palace. But he persevered, and in the end his fate changed. He didn't compromise. He worked hard to get in touch with them, and that was why he was where he was today. If she had been alone in the imperial plantation at that time, she naturally wouldn't have had such a good relationship with Brother Yi. People had to fight for their lives. Brother Wang, you don't have to be like this. In a few days, the fungus and monkey's head mushroom will grow up. How do you plan to sell them? Li quickly changed the topic. Sell? I can only sell things like this to the palace. I won't hide it from Brother Yi, but I learned how to keep accounts for the money from the steampot chicken. I only took 10% of the profits and gave it to myself and the other people in Zhuangzi. The other 90% will be given to them at the end of the year. Wang Xing explained his current situation. He had made a lot of money, but he didn't dare to take too much. Are you giving it to General Gao? Li asked. Wang Xing shook his head. My superior is Yang Saisen. As he spoke, he looked at Li. Because Yang Saisen always gave people the feeling that he was so fierce, he was afraid. Li sighed in relief and said, the more fragile a person's heart is, the more willing they are to show their fierce side to others. This Yang Saisen is fine. If you have any problems, just tell him directly. It's no big deal. We won't feel guilty. Li knew Yang Saisen. Everyone said that he was cruel, but in reality, according to psychology, Yang Saisen was using this to hide the weakness in his heart. He was a pitiful person. People said that he ate human flesh, but he wanted to use the act of eating human flesh to scare others, not because he liked to eat it. Would he feel uncomfortable after eating it? Just bear with it. But such a person, if you treated him sincerely, he wouldn't specifically eat your flesh. A truly ruthless person would never use such a method to express himself. For example, those who killed without spilling blood. Is that so? Brother Yi, if I'm in trouble, can I mention you? Wang Xing was afraid. Sure, if Yang Saisen is making things difficult for you, just tell him to look for me, Li Yi. If he's capable, then come. If not, don't vent your anger on your subordinates. Li Yi took responsibility. Because Wang Xing had helped him find a cadaver, he couldn't be greedy and retreat when he encountered trouble. Wang Xing smiled and said gratefully, Brother Yi, don't worry. There will be new good things sent over soon. There are still many people dying every day. Thank you, Brother Wang. If you have someone close to you who is ill and can't find a doctor, bring him to Zhuangzi. I will definitely do my best. Brother Wang, have you recovered from your illness? Li Yi said as he remembered Wang Xing's hemorrhoids. At that time he gave him 2 kinds of medicine and didn't perform surgery. Okay, I listened to Brother Yi and took medicine. I also avoided eating food that could cause illnesses. I'm fine now. Wang Xing was very happy when he said this. Li was also happy. Good, listening to the doctor's advice is good. This is the nature of a doctor. It's much easier to be a doctor like this. Wang Xing smiled and suddenly asked embarrassedly, Brother Yi, you also know that people like me have a heavy smell. Do you have a prescription? As he spoke, his heart was filled with anticipation. Everyone said that Li Yi was owner Li and that he would definitely answer any questions he had. Li Yi was slightly stunned and immediately understood. When a eunuch lost something, it was not easy to control his urine. Therefore he would always have a smell. As a doctor, he had to solve the problem and not ridicule and belittle. So, yes, I have 5 methods. One is surgery, but I don't dare to do it because I'm not capable enough. Another is medicine. Taking medicine will reduce urination, but it's not good for the body. The third is massage the prostate. I'll draw pictures for Brother Wang. Brother Wang, you can do more. It's divided into massage and lifting the anus. The fourth is to cover it with fragrance. I have medical alcohol, so naturally, it can be used to make fragrant toilet water. It's just distilled. The fifth is to wait for me to collect the cotton in Zhuangzi. I'll make a cushion for Brother Wang and put it in your boxers. Brother Wang, are you wearing boxers now? Li Yi said 5 methods in one breath, but 2 of them were harmful to the body and his surgical skills were not good enough. Yes, I'm wearing it. Brother Yi, you asked the clothing store to make boxers. Now the whole Chang'an knows about it. Wang Xing answered the question first. Then he said, I know about fragrant things. I have a sachet with me and the spices from the western regions are very expensive and good. What's toilet water? It's also very fragrant. I made a cushion but it's not very useful. Brother Wang, my cushion is different from other places. You can't use a silk handkerchief as a cushion. Mine is better. Li Yi promised. Li Yi wanted to make sanitary napkins. This thing was invented by men and it was originally for men to use. As a doctor, he had nothing to be embarrassed about. Solving the patient's problem was the first thing. He even bought sanitary napkins and diapers to compare and study so that he could find a manufacturer to make better ones and sell them to the hospital. Really? Wang Xing did not know Li Yi's experience, but he believed him. Of course. Brother Wang, don't worry. The fragrance is different from my toilet water. Li Yi promised again. Chapter 76. Wang Xing happily sent Li Yi back to Zhuangzi, looking forward to the cotton harvest. He had nothing to be embarrassed about. In his heart, Li Yi was a godly doctor. Everything a godly doctor did was normal. Li Yi returned to Zhuangzi and continued to lead the 3,000 soldiers to work. First, they filled the big ditch between Zhuangzi and the imperial plantation. It would be more convenient for the two sides to contact each other in the future. Then they dug the ice cellar, the vegetable cellar, leveled the ground and piled up soil. This was a civil engineering project. All the tools were used. The soldiers had to know how to use them and they had to be skilled. You may not know, but let me tell you. There is a unit that can sacrifice 10 times more in exchange for victory. Their civil engineering is the best in the world. They dig tunnels, build forts and build soil slopes. They have fought classic battles. So I will take you to play with civil engineering. If we can build a trench camp in an hour, we can't use more than a quarter of an hour. Li Yi held a multi-purpose military shovel in his hand and said to the 3,000 soldiers. The soldiers didn't care at first, but when they heard Li Yi say, I will take you to play, their attitude immediately changed. They were already traumatized by the word play from Li Yi's mouth. If others said play, it was play. If Li Yi said play, it was terrible. It was just work, no problem. As long as it wasn't like the previous training, nothing else mattered. Li Yi personally taught them how to use various equipment, how to use it the fastest and what the purpose was. He also led the digging. He didn't feel tired working for himself in Zhuangzi. There was less ice this year. It was all used to stabilize the meat. The children had only eaten iced drinks a few times. There had to be more next year. It wasn't that he didn't know how to use saltpeter to make ice, but he didn't have the time. The heat absorption rate of saltpeter ice was 1 to 1.5, depending on the temperature of the water. Then, saltpeter was put under the sun and could be reused. But who would operate it? The entire Zhuangzi was busy building houses, building methane ponds, wine cellars, raising ducks, chickens, pigs, cows, and sheep. There were also maggots that were artificially fed. The Zhang family's village raised them. Lin Hua and Crab needed someone to take care of them. The fields were fertilized and weeded. The grapes were forked, fertilized, and tied with ropes to secure the vines. In addition, Li Yi had been busy leading the team for training last month. Now that there was no need for such devilish training, they quickly led the soldiers to work for Zhuangzi. The 3,000 soldiers listened to whatever Li Yi said. They were most afraid that Li Yi would say something like playing around. That's not funny at all. The amount of contempt he had back then was the same amount of respect he had now. Here, this is your salary. Write down your home address and I'll get someone to send it to your home. Li Yi used the loudspeaker to shout before dinner that day. When the soldiers worked, he would give them a wage. The higher the wage, the lower the wage would be 700 yuan. Without waiting for others to say anything, Li Yi directly explained the situation. You are soldiers, the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. It's my honor to work for you. If I were a disaster victim, you would work for me. After all, you are His Majesty's private army. If you don't work for the people, who will? But I'm Dongzhu of Zhuangzi. I have money. I don't have to work for you. I can work for others and pay you. I asked you to work for me. You did a good job. I took advantage of you. With the same wage, you can do more work. Li Yi said why he gave them the money. He was still as calm as when they first met. Many soldiers cried. They never dared to think about this as soldiers. Shouldn't a superior ask them to work? Li Dongzhu not only gave them money but also a lot. Li Yi calmly held the loudspeaker and said, I'm very sad to see people cry. It means that the Tang dynasty didn't let your families live a good life. We are the strongest soldiers of the Tang dynasty. We never flinched in the face of life and death. Remember my words. No matter what grievances you encounter in the future, don't cry. Come to me, to His Majesty. You are His Majesty's private army. I'll play with you on behalf of His Majesty. Don't be afraid. What are you trembling for? Well, it's His Majesty who asked me to train you. Let's not play. So we only listen to His Majesty's orders. I didn't ask you to work for me without His Majesty's permission. I have to pay you. His Majesty is the most important. If His Majesty doesn't say anything, I won't train with you. Boy, stand up. Can your legs be soft? Now you can write a few words. You can replace them with wrong characters. Write your address and what you want to say to your families. In addition to sending back the money you earned, I'll also give your family some extra pickles. Don't think about soy sauce. Don't think about the green and red side. It's not that I don't have any. I'm just afraid that if I send them back, your families will be in trouble. Li still told the truth. As a result, the soldiers cried even harder. Don't cry. How about this? Let's play a new game. Everyone will be happy and stop crying, Li suggested. In an instant, the crying soldiers hurriedly wiped their tears. That was too scary. They still wanted to play? Don't, Li Dongzhu. We won't cry, okay? I'm serious. What do you want to do? I used 2 hours of my lifespan to exchange for 20 footballs. These things are cheap. I'll teach you the rules. Let's play a game. It'll be very interesting. Li said with a smile. He exchanged 20 footballs. Playing football could develop teamwork and teamwork. At the same time, it could consume excess energy. Actually, it's just Kuju. My Kuju is better than the one you knew before. 22 people play a game. Everyone cheers. You know what cheers means, right? If the axle is too dry, you have to drip oil in. It's called cheering. Li Yi wanted to bring many people from the surrounding villages to earn money. Whether playing football could earn money or not, there was no need to ask. When the soldiers heard that it was Kuju, they were relieved. However, there was no joy on their faces. They were vigilant. They had to be on guard. Li Yi chose a field by the river. He used wood to make a goal. After explaining the rules, he personally went on the field to perform his amateur football skills. The soldiers chose 22 people who were good at Kuju and played according to the rules. Li Yi revealed a smile. He realized that he could exchange 20 footballs in 2 hours. The inner of the football was made of rubber with butyl. The outer was made of polyurethane. If the football was broken, such as a bulge, he would get a rubber inner. If he directly exchanged for a rubber inner the size of a football, he would need 4 hours of lifespan. There was a 40 times difference. There was a loophole in the system. Eunuch Qing Song stood at the side and watched. He held a football in his hands. He pressed on the football. Dongzhu, it's not worth it to exchange your lifespan for a football. If you have a Kuju ball, you can just buy it. Thank you. Li thanked him. Qing Song was concerned about him. However, buying Kuju is not enough to form a monopoly. If I want to organize a game, I have to use my football. My football is better than Kuju. Li explained the reason. He wanted to set the standard. He wanted to increase competition and confrontation. He did not want to show off his skills. He believed that those who were good at Kuju, once they adapted to the new rules, would be able to kick out gorgeous passes and cooperate to score goals. In his mind, there were countless offensive and defensive formations. He could not play football, but he had no problem with playing football. There were 22 counties in the capital. Each county would send out a football team to play in the capital. This was also to promote social development and increase lifespan. Qing Song did not know about Li Yi's plan. He nodded as if he understood. Holding the football, he seemed to have thought of something and laughed foolishly. Chapter 77. Shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows flew toward the target. There were wooden wheels under the target, and the 2 horses in front of the target were dragging it about 50 meters apart. The target looked like a horse riding a man. The winged knights were also riding on their horses to attack. At the same time, they had to perform various evasive maneuvers such as hiding and getting up. The winged cavalry returned to their daily routine and trained hard. They practiced the bow and crossbow and learned the horse stance. They practiced riding and archery in the morning and ate until they were half full at noon. They carried their backpacks, took off their boots, and put on their cloth shoes to perform leg binding. Li didn't carry any weights and ran with the loudspeaker. Adjust your breathing, don't mess up your pace, and distribute your physical strength. Now that you have lost your horses, you still have to complete the mission. The soldiers didn't say a word, but their gazes were firm. Compared to a month ago, they were just a little more tired now, but at least they had enough time to rest. As it turned out, they were the experts selected from the various subjugation manners. Their skills and logistics were not weak either. Now that they had experienced the devil's training, they felt that doing other things was nothing. At this time the people in Jianghu were still busy building houses and digging cellars. Many women were hired from outside the village to pick cotton. The harvest had already begun. As the cotton gradually matured, the whole process would last 1.5 months. Grapes had also begun to be picked. After the rescue, the survival rate of the transplanted grapes was more than 90%. Li Yi asked someone to buy brown sugar and make it into rock sugar. After picking a batch of grapes, they immediately put them into a jar and added rock sugar. This way the wine produced was more suitable for the public's taste. Wine without sugar required the grapes to contain more sugar. Nowadays the popular grape in the Tang dynasty was horse milk grapes, and there was a set of good wine production methods. When the children in the Zhang family's village weren't studying, they would run over to help knead the grapes. After kneading the grapes they would put them into the jar. When they left they would bring 2 bunches of grapes and a small piece of rock sugar. Sometimes they would also bring a ball of fried beans. The children in Zhuangzi naturally had to work as well. Both sides could also exchange their learning experiences. Obviously the children in the village learned better than the children in the village. The teachers were more attentive. Amid the bustling activities the weather gradually turned cold. The number of fast horses coming to the capital from the east of the Longyu Road had also increased. Sometimes, there would be a messenger team coming over in half a day. Sometimes, there would be special situations where the team in front would be delayed and arrive at the same time as the team behind. One piece of good news after another reached the imperial court. More than half of the 10,000 cavalrymen that had charged in were besieged and intercepted, while the rest surrendered. Then the troops of the Tang dynasty took the initiative to attack everywhere in Tubo, and the 10 clans there were forced to retreat. Good, well done. Li Longji looked at the report in front of him and was so excited that he kept slapping the table. Finally, it's our turn to take the initiative. Tubo, do you regret lying to us? The 3 prime ministers were all smiles. Being beaten and beating others were 2 different feelings. When they fought on their own land, the civilians would suffer. I believe that after this battle, Tubo will not attack us in the short term. Yao Chong said confidently. Zhang Shua sighed, what can we do? The season is not good. After the heavy snow, we cannot enter Tubo for long periods of time to fight. Lu Huaishan stood there and did not say anything. Li Longji thought for a while and shook his head. Tubo had many plans in this battle. They formed an alliance and rebelled. Even if they could not win, they could still use the weather to stop them. Your Majesty is right. But Tubo did not expect that the Tang dynasty had already prepared troops for a counterattack. If Tubo can enter the Tang dynasty, then our Tang dynasty troops can enter Tubo. Yao Chong was satisfied with the results of this battle. He did not expect to fight Tubo for the whole winter. The climate in Tubo was different from that of the Tang dynasty. The deeper they went, the harder it was for the Tang army to adapt. Yao Chong did not know the term altitude sickness, but he knew that people from other places found it difficult to breathe in Tubo, and many of them fell sick. When it snowed, facing the threat of altitude sickness, it was very troublesome for ordinary troops to go in. They could only wait until summer. The hall was silent for a while. Yao Chong waited for a while and said, Your Majesty, how is the training of the winged knights going? Li Longji smiled when he heard about the private army. It's no problem. He did not want to say more. He wanted to keep it a secret. Every 10 days, the maids and eunuchs on a shift would report to Gao Lisher and bring back a lot of soy sauce, red formula, and green formula. The eunuchs and maids who were transferred to Gao Lisher brought back the money to buy soy sauce and green formula, which was much cheaper than the others. Li Longji recalled the news he had received. During the 3 meals, Li Yi told the soldiers how good His Majesty was and where his loyalty lay. Except for the baggage sent by the court, Li Yi gave the soldiers meat every meal in the name of Your Majesty. Li Yi came up with a new method called devil's training. The soldiers worked hard for days without rest. They cried bitterly every day, but they were worried about their families and did not want to quit. Li Yi accompanied them personally. If a soldier fell, he would save him. Li Yi lost a lot of weight. The soldiers' morale was like the sun at noon. They were strong to begin with, but today they became stronger. The things made by Li Yi's drawings were really easy to use. The soldiers liked them. The devil's training ended. The soldiers were no longer afraid of the pain of training. They were as steady as a mountain and their gazes were threatening. The women of the music workshop were gentle and beautiful, but the soldiers were not moved. It was clear that they had a strong will. Recalling the report, Li Longji wanted to take a look, but he was afraid that he would be recognized and lose his identity as an elder brother. If that happened, there would be no more leisure time between the ruler and the people. Report. Urgent report from Qinzhou. While the prime ministers were waiting and Li Longji was recalling, Huang Men shouted from outside. Come in. Li Longji did not even say the word, announce. Soon the non-commissioned officer came in. As he presented the report he said, it snowed heavily in Tubo again. Our troops were forced to retreat. Countless cattle, sheep and horses were captured. They are now being counted. Sigh. Li Longji sighed softly. They're back. Then he smiled. It's good that they're back. If they fight again there may be casualties. Yao Chong added, this time Tubo betrayed the alliance and rebelled. The Tang dynasty made a name for itself in this battle. We should spread the news to the world and restore the prestige of our country. Agreed. Li Longji agreed. Tell the people, do I look powerful as an emperor? Tubo agreed to form an alliance, but then they suddenly went to war. In the end they couldn't beat us. This is all thanks to me. Ah. Soon the people of Chang and received the news first and then spread it everywhere. The people of Chang and were jubilant. Many men and women took the opportunity to express their feelings. Then, frontier songs were played in Pyongkong Square, and Hu dances were popular. In Zhuangzi, Li Yi also received the news. The soldiers had just eaten lunch and were still half full. They were ready to rest for a while and then start training. Li Yi shouted through the loudspeaker. The roads lead to all directions. Spring, summer, autumn and winter are always the same. Chang and is full of joy and singing. Longyo's generals guard the border. I'm just a little bookmaker. Today I'm going to spread the news about the border. In June, Tubo formed an alliance with the Tang dynasty. In August, the soldiers came to war. This time we are talking about the alliance between Tubo and the Great Tang. In the 8th month, there was a heavy snowfall, and tens of thousands of Tubo soldiers invaded the border. The cavalry came in a ferocious manner, and they entered the path of a divine mountain. 10,000 soldiers armed their bows and unsheathed their swords. They pointed directly at the civilians of the Tang dynasty. Seeing that our people were about to be slaughtered, an army suddenly attacked from the side. Suddenly the two armies fought. That was really the sound of bows, swords flashing, horses neighing, people roaring and heads rolling. When the battle was in a stalemate, a general rushed out of the Tang army. He was wearing a golden helmet with phoenix wings and silver dragon scale armor. He was holding a halberd and riding a red horse. As soon as this general came out, he saw the enemy general in the blink of an eye. He shouted, "Enemy general, do you dare to fight with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his horse forward. The halberd in his hand danced with cold light. Every time the cold light flashed, an enemy rider would be knocked off his horse. In just a moment this general came close to the enemy general. The enemy general knew that he was no match for him. He cried out, "Who's going to save me?" The surrounding enemy cavalry tried their best to help, but our Tang general was unstoppable. Clang, 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 clang. The halberd in his hand was already in front of the enemy general's eyes, aiming straight for his neck. The enemy general turned pale with fright and shouted, "My life is over. If you want to know what happened next, listen to the next chapter." Li put down the loudspeaker and laughed. Cool. The 3,000 soldiers were speechless. Chapter 78. What are you waiting for? Go and train, Li Yi said to the soldiers with complicated expressions. Wow, the soldiers exploded. Proprietor Li, you can't be like this. You stopped at a crucial point. That's not good. Yes, no. Finish. How are you going to train? Your head is full of this. Li Dongzhu, you can't be like this. Li Dongzhu actually knows how to talk. Good, but continue. Li Dongzhu, if you don't tell me, I will cry for you. I will die for you. The soldiers shouted loudly, looking as if they would not let this matter rest. Li thought for a while and picked up the loudspeaker. Since you are not going to train, I will bring you out to play. Boom, 3,000 people disappeared in an instant. The two palace maids covered their mouths and laughed. The two eunuchs were stunned. They hadn't expected this. They had thought that having one class for every 4 classes was enough to understand owner Li. Today they found out that Li Dongzhu had such a skill. This talking was an amazing skill. If they could learn it, they would be popular in the palace. Li smiled and shook his head. He returned to the dissection room and continued to train. At the same time, he asked Songda to find a craftsman to make a cotton seed sheller. 2 wooden poles were placed close to each other with a small gap. The cotton was placed on the poles and rolled. The cotton was squeezed out and the seeds were left on the other end. The people in Zhuangzi thought that they had to use their hands to remove the seeds. When they saw such a simple thing, they sighed. Dongzhu was indeed Dongzhu. There were no technical problems in farming. As long as there was something, Dongzhu would have a solution. His days were full. He had something to do every day. It was very meaningful. September 10th. Tomorrow was the middle of September. After a drizzle, the weather turned cold. Li put on an extra coat and came out. The soldiers had finished their morning exercises and political studies. They were eating. There's a leap month this year, so winter comes early. We have to make clothes for everyone. Cotton won't do. There's not enough, so we don't have enough. How many sets will each of the 3,000 people get? We have to make leather, sheepskin. Li said to Songda, who was beside him. We have enough money. Every 10 days heaven on earth will send a 10-day settlement. Songda said. The villagers' clothes and the soldiers' clothes are calculated separately. Don't take the money from heavenly earth, but don't give Zhuangzi's money to the soldiers either. Li emphasized. He was worried that Songda would take things too hard and use the special fund to benefit Zhuangzi. According to the historical records, Li Longji was not a soft-hearted person. It was said that cooperation should be a win-win situation, but what he won couldn't be monetary. Songda seemed to know this as well. He said, the village doesn't lack money. I won't take money I shouldn't take. Have you set up the big boiler to test the water? Li thought of the problem of heating in winter. He exchanged 2 big boilers and conveniently used them in the hospital. Tried it and added heat once. The house is warm and the students are happy, but... Songda hesitated. But some students' families came and they want their families to live together? Li asked. In recent days he saw children and women coming over. They didn't dare to eat in Zhuangzi. During the day they stayed by the Ba River and the students went to meet them. Yes. Songda nodded. Come, tell them to write home. They're old people, also come. Li saw that 10 houses had been built. He decided to arrange more people to live here to increase their lifespan, and then use their lifespan to exchange for things to make money. It was cost-effective. He didn't want to find the old people. However, the students had parents. Did he want his parents and older elders to die at home? Songda helplessly responded and left to find the students. He knew that Dongzhu was soft-hearted, so he didn't want to say it. It didn't take long for 42 students to know. A few students directly rushed out, sweating profusely. They went to other villages outside and found their wives and children. When they told the story, their families hugged each other and cried. They returned the house, but there was nothing much to return. They rented the house according to the rules, and their wives and children looked for jobs. Some even went to work in Zhuangzi where Li lived. They were worried that Li would be unhappy if he knew about it, so they didn't dare to recognize him. Brother Li, what should we do with you like this? A student found Li and said with red eyes. Dear brothers, I'll say it again. Don't forget those who live in poverty when you're rich. Li waved his hand. We'll keep it in mind. Many students cried and said, then turned and left. They wrote letters to their families asking them to rent out the land, collect less rent and come quickly. Life here was good. There were buildings, heating and good food. They believed that Li Dongzhu would find jobs for them, and the children would be taken care of. The next day, on September 11th, the news spread in Jianghu. Li Dongzhu was a good man so he could be bullied. Another day, a few students came to find him. Li Qingqi also came. He heard the news and knew that someone would cause trouble. Li was looking at a spinning wheel, spinning yarn. He was spinning it and there was a song in his heart. The fragrance of the flower basket, listen to me sing, sing and sing. The spinning wheel in his mind was something he had seen in movies. It was quite interesting. Are you Li brother Li? 5 students came over and Li Qingqi stood behind them. I'm Li said, but he didn't recognize his brother. Who are you? Am I your brother? It's fine as long as you're brother Li. It's getting cold and we don't have enough money. I wonder if you can go work in the cowshed. You'll get paid. Li interrupted him and pointed in the direction of the cowshed. Li Dongzhu, how can you humiliate us like this? The person turned hostile and questioned. Because, we haven't met by chance, Li said, holding back his laughter. The 5 students were stunned. What did he mean? Met by chance? What did this have to do with meeting by chance? We don't have money so we'll ask you for it. Aren't you a good man? You care about the families of other students but we just want some money. Li then said to the 5 of them, strangers meeting by chance, we are all foreign guests. Wang Bo and Wang Xian wrote it. That's right, we are indeed guests from a foreign land. The student on the other side said. No, I mean life is like floating cotton and it's like floating duckweeds. After dreaming for a few times, the fate will disappear. After waking up from the dream, the fate is over. Go, Li said sincerely. You said we're dreaming? You want us to go? Li, think carefully. We're all scholars. Since you're like this, we'll help you spread the word. The leader was enraged and threatened. Thank you. Li nodded. Spread the word, I'm not afraid. Umph. The leader swung his sleeves, turned around, and walked away. The other four snorted and swung their sleeves at the same time and left. Brother E, you're so literary. Li Qingqi was relieved and praised him with a smile. Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. I've missed you. Li also smiled. Zhuangzi has been busy. Brother E, you said you wanted to plant cotton. I've planted a lot of cotton. It's hard to pick up the cotton seeds. Li Qingqi saw that Brother E was not the kind of person who would be taken advantage of. He was happy and looked at the people spinning the cotton. There's a way. Come with me, brother. Li thought of a way. It was easy for him to make a machine, but his brother probably didn't think of it. When they arrived at the place where the cotton seeds were being removed, Li Qingqi looked depressed. It's that easy? It's easy to say. Brother, I have a fast spinning machine. It's much faster than spinning by hand. I'll draw the blueprint first and ask the craftsman to make it. Brother, take it with you and help spread it around the world. Li suddenly remembered that the spinning machine was singing a song. But why was it so slow? It was a waste of time and manpower. Chapter 79. Li ran back to the drawing room. He drew a drawing of the 3-spindle spinning wheel. There were better ones, but he didn't take them out. He wanted to give them a period of adaptation. He took the drawing to the craftsman and asked them to make it quickly. Big Brother would take the real thing and the drawing away at night. This machine could be used to spin both hemp and cotton. It was much faster than the hand-cranking machine. Li Qingqi kept watching beside the seed-shedding machine. He felt that he could watch forever. The cotton balls were thrown into the machine and spun until the seeds were squeezed out. The person next to him used a pair of tweezers to pick up the cotton balls. He strictly followed the safety requirements and was not allowed to touch the cotton balls. His hair had to be tied up. As soon as his hair was smooth, he had to leave immediately and tidy up his hair. Otherwise, the whole family would leave Zhuangzi if they found out that he left Zhuangzi for the second time. Therefore, everyone was very careful. Injuries were small, but leaving the house was a big deal. In fact, they just had to step with their feet and stop for a while. However, Li asked them to do so. This time they stepped with their feet. What about the next time? All the accidents happened when the employees thought that they were fine. Are you tired? Let me step on it for you. Li Qingqi looked at the woman who was shedding the seeds and said kindly, It's against the safety regulations. You have to step on it yourself. The woman refused. She didn't want to hurt the whole family. How about I step on it and clip it? Li Qingqi wanted to do it. The woman nodded and made way. Li Qingqi took the clip and stepped on it, quickly placing the cotton balls on it. Watching the cotton seeds fall, he was very satisfied. Seeing that Li Qingqi was helping, the woman didn't stand on ceremony. She found a stool and sat down. She took out a book from her arms. As she read, she wrote on the ground with a wooden stick and muttered, Big, first write the horizontal, then write the vertical, and finally write the downward. Big is when a person grows arms. A person is indomitable. Li Qingqi, who was happily working, suddenly turned around. Don't look around when you're working. Even if someone yells, you have to let go of your feet first. The woman looked up. Li Qingqi took a deep breath and said, I've learned something. A person is indomitable. He turned around and became serious. He felt the charm of Zhuangzi again. He taught people to fish, reason, and do things in a way. There were more and more people in Zhuangzi, but they were still in good order. Moreover, Brother E had the time to do other things. He didn't have to keep an eye on everyone. Is it to govern by inaction? Obviously not. The rule is a circle, and the moment is a square. Qin Fa? Obviously it wasn't. In Qin's style, Yanke didn't care about human feelings, but Brother Yi's Zhuangzi was so warm. Big brother, the new spinning wheel is ready. Come and take a look. Li came over. Seeing his brother playing there, he didn't say anything. Okay. Li Qingqi agreed. He then turned to the woman and said, Thank you. The two of them went to the place where the spinning wheel was, and a clever woman tried to operate the 3-spindle spinning wheel. This is it. Take it, it's getting late. Li knew that his brother would not stay today, so he urged him. Li Qingqi was fascinated by the spinning wheel spinning 3 threads at the same time. This speed was not 3 times faster than before. Originally, one person was swinging the string while the other was swinging it. Now, one person was stepping on the string while both hands were swinging the string. The speed at which he stepped was different from the speed at which he shook. With both hands free, his movements were faster. It was at least 5 times faster than before or even more. Brother E, with this thing, spinning hemp can save a lot of effort. Brother Yi deserves the most credit. Li Qingqi praised sincerely. If the people have abundant resources, the merit lies in their peace of mind. Li Yi was showing off again. I don't care about the merit as long as I have peace of mind. Li Qingqi believed him and hurriedly called people to carry the things and follow him. He didn't forget the blueprint. Li Yi was in a good mood. How much lifespan can I increase this time? Li Qingqi rushed back with the team before the city gate was closed. After entering the palace, he asked around and ran to Baifu Palace. Li Longji and Empress Wang were eating with the retired emperor and noble consort Lu with the food they brought from earthly paradise. The retired emperor Li Dan's health was not good before, but recently he had improved. The main reason was that there were many delicious foods and he heard interesting things outside. Especially many of Li Nong's magical weapons, each of which was not simple. When they were put together, it was a one-stop service from selecting seeds to harvesting. He, who couldn't be the emperor, also hoped that the Tang dynasty would be good and that the people could live a good life. Also, the food was really good. Every few days, the emperor's son would come to take a look and talk about the outside world. It was not like this in the past. His son would not come even once. It seemed that he was just waiting for him to die. Everything was going smoothly. Li Longji did think so at first that it would be better to die. But now he didn't think about it. Brother Yi's medical skills were amazing. If father died and Brother Yi knew, would he think that his majesty was cold-hearted? How would Brother Yi treat him when he knew his identity in the future? Even if Li Longji didn't want to admit it, he had to consider Li Yi's thoughts. He really felt at ease when he was in Zhuangzi, as if he didn't have to be afraid even if the sky fell down. Father, mother, are you all right? Li Qingqi came in directly with the things. Seeing that it was time to eat, he turned and ran to wash his hands. It was a habit that Li Yi had developed. After washing his hands, he came back and said happily to them, "We came back from Brother Yi's place and he gave us another magical weapon. The most interesting thing is that someone bullied Brother Yi." Li Qingqi kept blabbering on and on. Is it because they didn't meet by chance? Uncle, you're so interesting. Empress Wang expressed her opinion first. Li Longji also couldn't help but laugh. He turned to look at the things that Li Qingqi brought. That child is really interesting. Noble consort Lu said. Li Dan said, "Find out who those 5 people are. A gentleman shouldn't be bullied." Li Longji immediately said, "It's not just those 5 people. We also need to see if someone is playing tricks behind the scenes. Fortunately, Brother Yi is kind and not stupid. Only by driving them away can we feel at ease." Third brother, how can Brother Yi be bullied by others? Brother Yi is full of schemes. He just doesn't want to hurt others. Li Qingqi said casually. He then said, "Look at this thing. 1 person steps on it and 2 hands help. 3 threads will be spun at the same time. It's very fast to spin hemp." As he said that, he went over and personally put the cotton seeds that he took from Li Yi on it. He operated it clumsily. No matter how stupid he was, everyone could see clearly that it was indeed fast. It was extraordinarily fast. I told Brother Yi that he deserves the most credit. But Brother Yi said, "If the people have abundant resources, the merit lies in their peace of mind." Li Qingqi said with emotion. Brother Yi is like that. Uncle is like that. Li Longji and Empress Wang said at the same time. Li Dan and noble consort Lu looked at each other in surprise. Recently, every time the emperor's son came over, he would always call the young man Zhuangzi as Brother Yi. What did that young man look like? How could he make the emperor's son act like that? The emperor of a country couldn't be called brother casually. What's more, the empress also kept calling him uncle as if she was used to it. Empress Wang turned her head and said to noble consort Lu, "Imperial father, imperial mother, uncle's medical skills are heaven-defying. We're not afraid of getting sick. If we get sick, we can go to Uncle Zhuangzi and ask him to take a look." Li Longji reacted and said, "That's right. Brother Yi's medical skills are unparalleled in the Imperial Medical Department." Yes. Li Qingqi echoed, "Brother Yi's medical skills are beyond description." Chapter 80. The next morning, after the morning court session ended, Li Longji called the 3 prime ministers, 1 minister, and the junior supervisor Yuan Chenyao to return to Xingqing Hall. In Xingqing Hall there was a palace maid spinning a thread. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 of them saw and understood that something good had come out. Needless to say, it must have come from Zhuangzi's Li Yi. Hence, the 5 of them started to watch. The 3 prime ministers and 1 minister didn't understand what was going on. Was there something wrong with the thread? Yuan Chenyao found it more and more magical. The job of the Imperial Academy was to supervise and coordinate the manufacturing of things. Previously, he got a bunch of blueprints and made military water bottles, military shovels, and canvas bags. The craftsmen all said that he was capable, so he went to check on all kinds of modern equipment. Yes, I have seen the spinning wheel. But now it was 3 threads spinning at the same time? This speed was simply flying. I see. Yuan Qinyao mumbled as he watched. What did Junior Supervisor Yuan see? Yao Chong was puzzled. It was just spinning. Prime Minister Yao, do you know how the commoners spin? Yuan Qinyao asked naturally. Yao Chong's heart twitched. He felt that something was wrong. How did the commoners spin? He didn't know. Your Majesty, please call the commoners' spinning wheel over for comparison. Yuan Qinyao couldn't blame him and didn't dare to. He could only make a request. I am prepared. Men, bring the commoners' spinning wheel over. Li Longji was in a bad mood when he saw the 3 prime ministers and 1 minister. You don't know? You don't know anything about commoners? Did I ask you to harvest grains for nothing last time? You don't care about the commoners. What are you staring at? I don't blame you for not knowing the specific military matters. You can't think of a good idea for irrigation. After all, it is very difficult. I won't say much. Earning money. I didn't count on you to earn money. But now it involves farming. Can't you see? You don't know how to spin a wheel? Oh, and accounting. Don't you know how to come up with a new method? It was Li Yi who taught it that you guys followed it. Why don't we stop holding court every day and go to Li Yi and Zhuangzi instead? At least Brother Yi will be able to answer any questions we ask. When the original spinning equipment was sent over and the palace maids operated it, the officials finally understood what it meant. At the same time, they also saw His Majesty's dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, I feel that this item can be used as a textile weapon. Yao Chong was enlightened and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, Li Longji was already disappointed. He forced a smile and said, it should be carried out to benefit the Tang dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone hurriedly raised the topic. Li Longji waved his hand disinterestedly and turned to leave. The few people left behind looked at each other in dismay. Each of them had their own thoughts. Then they exchanged glances and seemed to have understood something. In the morning of the same day, a notice was sent out that they wanted to recruit the best in the field of research and development, and that they would be heavily rewarded. The prime ministers understood that if they wanted to live well, they had to suppress Li Yi. Thus, they could only use the best in the field of research and development to overshadow Li Yi's various new things. They could not let Li Yi be in the limelight anymore. Li Yi did not have time to think about other things. He was busy ordering people to build greenhouses. Greenhouses were built wherever the harvest was completed. Originally, float glass needed a liquid with a higher density below. When the glass solution fell on the surface, it would naturally become a flat surface. Just like how water had a higher density than oil would form a layer on water. Mercury had a higher density than glass, so it would naturally be below. When the glass solution fell on the mercury, it would automatically become a flat surface. However, there was too little mercury and not enough to be collected in a short time. It was better to blow glass. Blowing glass was like blowing bubbles. Then, before it became cold, the bubble would be cut open. The glass would naturally stretch out and form a glass plate. Nowadays, some glassware was blown out in this way, but no one blew glass plates. Li Yi found that it was not possible. The basic industry could not keep up. Thus, he took a step back and used silk to build greenhouses. The light was less translucent, but there was still light that could enter. Heat channels were added inside to keep it warm. The growth of the surrounding areas was slower, so he planted it in advance. The Zhang family village was also asked to build greenhouses. Li Yi had said so at the beginning. The Jianghu family village supported it and built it. If Li Dongzhu asked them to build it, they would build it. The land would be given to Li Dongzhu for free. Li Yi asked Songda to go over and say that they would rent the land and pay. The Jianghu family village said that no, they would give it to him for free. Dongzhu, the Jianghu family village, did not agree to rent the land. They said that I looked down on them and even wanted to beat me. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. Songda reported. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. Li Yi sighed. Righteous people are always the butchers. Heartless people are always the scholars. The ancients did not deceive me. Songda bowed to the ground. Dongzhu is wise. Now, tell them that I will use their land. After that, I will get some money to repair the bridges and roads. At the same time, I will also build their houses. This is called a fund. Li Yi chose to pay the rent in another way. He did not expect to get rich by oppressing the interests of the Zhang family village. Songda ran over to discuss again. Sure enough, this time it worked. He was depressed. It was the same amount of money. Your village? Dongzhu, that's enough. They, Songda, just seek merit. Don't make it public. Regardless of whether it is a direct or indirect approach, sometimes, it is enough to achieve the goal. Don't place the process above the result. Of course, sometimes the process is the most memorable. But that refers to the process of love and struggle. Don't be entangled in a statement. Li Yi said to Songda. He had experienced a lot and understood that some things should be persisted in. Some things could be done in a roundabout way. Songda nodded vigorously. At this time he finally saw it clearly. Dongzhu was indeed Dongzhu. Although he was young, he was much more stable than him and could see further. After the steward left, Li Yi wandered around and looked around. Being a boss is like this. Not everything is right, but I can make a choice when needed. Whether it is right or wrong, the pressure and the consequences, I will be responsible for myself. Li Yi muttered and came to the place where the big shots were. There were 50 women. They did not leave and had been practicing. They said that they did not do it for money. They just wanted to see the strong soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Looking at them, Li Yi thought of a woman, a prostitute, Yen Rui. He wrote, "Half an acre of square pond, when the mirror opens, the sky and clouds wander together. How can the canal be so clear? In order to have a source of running water." It was written by Zhu Shi, a Confucian master. Because some people did not submit to Confucianism, they insisted on killing the other party. Therefore they captured Yen Rui, a prostitute who had been in contact with the other party, and tortured her to make false testimony. Yen Rui would rather die than submit. Later the government learned about it and sent people to investigate. Therefore there was a famous poem, "It's not love for prostitutes, it's like being wronged by the past. Flowers wither and bloom in their own time, it's always the East sovereign. If I go, I must go, how can I stay? If I have a head full of flowers, I will return to my home." Therefore Li Yi did not look down on or belittle these women. He knew that it was not his turn to belittle them. The 4 books and 5 classics were awesome. Li Dongzhu. The 50 women bowed together and saluted. Li Yi returned the salute with a fist salute. "Everyone please. I have a song that I learned from others. I would like to give it to everyone." The name of the song is Laughing at the Mortal World. Chapter 81. Night, Pyongkang Square. The 50 girls who had rushed back from Li Yi and Zhuangzi were in a formation. A few of them were dancing while the rest were waiting for the accompaniment. The secular world is so funny. Infatuation is the most boring. Looking down on everything is also good. The dancer slowly spread her long sleeves, her body swaying like a willow. "This life is not over yet, but my heart is untroubled. I only want to exchange it for half a life of freedom." The beauty bent her waist, her feet moving like a lotus. Smiling to people when awake, forgetting everything in dreams. Lamenting that the sky darkens too early. The pretty girl lowered her head. The next life is hard to predict. Love and hate are written off. Drinking and singing, I only want to be happy until I'm old. The girls were like butterflies, their faces tender and their eyes filled with tears. No matter how cold the wind is, I don't want to run. No matter how beautiful the flowers are, I don't want them. Let me sway. The dancers' movements suddenly became bigger and more instruments were added. Countless people who were watching were in an uproar and stood up one after another. The higher the sky, the smaller the heart. No matter how much karma there is, I get drunk alone. The dancer was smiling, her smile was pitiful. Today I cry, tomorrow I laugh, I don't ask for anyone to understand, I'm full of pride. The dancer's chest puffed out, her face full of pride. The song is singing, the dance is dancing, the night is long without knowing the dawn, I'm looking for happiness. More instruments were added. The dancer looked back wanting to say something. The people who stood up were dumbfounded. What song was this? Why was it like this? It fused softness and toughness together. There was stubbornness in the charm. Unyielding under the pressure of the secular world. A woman's heart and appearance were vividly displayed. There's a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. Her smile could topple a city, her smile could topple a country. Rather than topple a city or a country. A beauty is hard to come by. Someone thought of this poem and recited it. That's right. A beauty is peerless and independent. This song is the embodiment of a woman's gentleness and toughness. Others sighed and echoed. I've never heard such a song before. Why is it so moving? What kind of drum is the accompaniment? Every beat makes people's heart tremble. The flute comes out a little slower after the first song. It's so comfortable. Who composed this song? I want to know. The lyrics are good too. When you sang it with such pride, my heart was drunk. Many people said and then threw things up. There were even gold nuggets wrapped in silk handkerchiefs with a slip of paper in the middle that left their names and addresses. Most of them were throwing away cloth, silk, satin, and muslin. Just as Bai Ji wrote in the Song of the Pipa, a single piece of red silk can't be counted. The red silk was actually money, much more expensive than ordinary silk. The people who had led the dance and sang before expressed their gratitude and said, "This song is called Xiao Hong Chen." The lyrics and music were given by Li Dongzhu, who lives by the Bahui River in the east of the city. We will be returning tomorrow. Those who are fated will be rewarded tonight. Many of the people below shrank back. They couldn't afford to play. How much money would it take to reward 50 of them? Moreover, they weren't doing it with her. They were just singing, dancing, and chatting. But they didn't leave. Let's see who has the money. Who is Li? I don't accept it. A newcomer hooted. Li Dongzhu from the three-character classic, someone told him. Li Dongzhu, who is hard to find a drop of soy sauce. Li Dongzhu, who is full of smelly odor. 100 boiled round egg. Spring leaves the flowing water, heavenly earth. Everyone was very enthusiastic. They explained to the newcomer who was Li Dongzhu, who was famous in Jianghu. Third brother E is crazy. Li Qingqi, who was also in the crowd, said to Li Longji. Empress Wang was also there. She covered her mouth and laughed, blinking her big eyes. She ran out with Li Longji saying that they were going to heavenly earth for dinner. In the end, she felt that it wasn't lively enough, so she ran to Pyongkong Square. Li Longji let her go. Anyway, she had slept enough during the day. Brother E said to maintain a good mood, so they went for a stroll. In the end, they encountered this matter. The song Laughing at the Secular World was indeed Laughing at the Secular World. Third brother, I bet that if we ask Brother E, he'll definitely say that it's not his work but someone else's, Li Qingqi said with a smile. Empress Wang nodded. Yes, he killed and buried them. Li Longji smiled. He was very familiar with music, so he had to admit that the song and lyrics were good. He smiled and said, I didn't expect Brother E to have such an elegant taste. He must have finished planting and collected all that should be collected. Empress Wang smiled again. What farming? Uncle's heart was unwilling to be a farmer. Third brother, how much is this song and lyrics worth? Empress Wang pulled Li Longji's hand and asked without any hesitation. Other people were not holding hands. They were hugging and hugging too much. This was Pyongkong Square. If it's Brother Yi's work, it's impossible to get. Li Longji gave a vague price. It depended on who wrote it. Brother Yi was not short of money. If you asked him to write it, it would depend on whether he wanted it or not. During the Tang dynasty, poems were also considered a currency. They could be directly exchanged for things and sold for money. Just like in Li Yi's era, good songs and lyrics could be sold for money. Even the accompanying music could be sold for money. However, the difference was that poems could be directly exchanged now. Buy a big fat pig, write a poem, and the pig seller would ask if it was good. If it was good, the seller would agree. Then the poem would belong to the pig seller. He could use it to show off. I bought it and wrote it especially for me. In the future, when the poem is mentioned, my name will be included. If they were eating in a restaurant and the owner saw a group of people reciting poems, he would feel that their standards were high. He would ask for a poem and the meal would be free. Sometimes he would even have to pay. The higher the status, the higher the price. For example, a high-ranking official in Li Yi's era wrote, Today I came to eat. The food is very good. I like it. A poem written in pear blossom style, free of charge, pay. Good poem, good literary talent. If you are not famous at all, tell the owner that I will write for you. 3 parts autumn water, 7 parts color, half lake misty rain, half lake sorrowful. The owner slapped him. What kind of bullshit is this? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Take the money or call the police. The current Tang dynasty was different. If a high-ranking official dared to write in pear blossom style, he would be impeached tomorrow. Are you messing with me? You can be shameless, but the officials of the imperial court have to live. Sister Yen, is this poem for sale? Some people from Nankou were discussing with the leader of the group of 50 women. They wanted to buy it. The leader of the women shook her head. Sister Sha, we can't sell it. Li Dongzhu wrote it for us sisters. The woman who wanted to buy it left regretfully. She knew that everyone was from Nankou and did not mind. The people from Nankou looked and wanted to use the song to write a new poem. The people from Nankou, we are just looking. We don't compete with songs. We are just here to help our little brothers sleep. Li did not know what was going on in Pyongkong Square. He slept peacefully. Then he had nightmares and woke up in the middle of the night in cold sweat. It was very uncomfortable. How should he describe that feeling? There were many negative emotions. The more he thought about it, the more vexed he felt. Depressed, he put on his clothes, took the loudspeaker, and went to the winged knight's tent. The night was cool, but the moon was very bright. The light from the stars was overshadowed. After walking for a distance, he bent down and softened his footsteps. Then, he saw the patrolling soldiers, and the soldiers saw him too. He gestured, and the soldiers nodded helplessly. Then he shouted into the loudspeaker, "Enemy attack!" The whole camp was silent. It was as if he did not shout. The sentinel shrugged. What he meant was, "Li Dongzhu, why don't you try charging into the camp?" Li Yi shook his head. "I'm not stupid. The other side is already prepared." However, he was very satisfied with the results of his training. This was the right way. Even in the face of a sudden attack, the camp was still quiet. He believed that the people inside had all woken up and were holding the weapons by their side. This was a conditioned reflex. The devil's training was not a joke. Whoever made a sound would be crippled. "It's nothing. My throat is just itchy. I'll be fine after a shout. I'm going back." Li Yi chose to retreat. "Li Dongzhu, take care," the sentinel said. Then, the hidden sentinel got up from the side and signaled to Li Yi that everyone was fine. Chapter 82. Li Yi, who couldn't sleep, strolled alone under the moonlight. At the same time, he was thinking about how to make the people of the Tang dynasty live a better life. The basic need is food, and the root of food is land. In a sparsely populated place, there seems to be a lot of land, but a lot of hemp, jujube, mulberry. 100 acres of land is too much for people to handle. Productivity is the key, and production technology must be transformed into productivity. There are a lot of hidden families. Some of them turned into Buddhists so they don't have to pay taxes. That's why they started to restrict and investigate. Some of them borrowed food when they had no food at home, but they couldn't pay it back, so they had to sell the land. At this time they were still mediocre, so they had to run away. A small number of people worked together, and the polarization was serious. They competed for taxes based on the number of people, and the richer the people, the more advantage they had. The reform of tax policy is related to governance, and governance involves the superstructure. There still needs to be soldiers. Except for rebellion, all other reforms are from top to bottom. The superstructure needs to carry out reforms, and it belongs to the distribution of interests. Li Longji kept changing prime ministers because he didn't want a prime minister to have too much power. Li Yi figured out some reasons. Li Longji couldn't achieve a balance at present, and at the same time he didn't centralize enough power. The century-old imperial court, the thousand-year Confucianism, and the deep-rooted family concept. Li Longji needed to rely on people to exercise his power, and the people he relied on were a group of people who played the same game. And this organization obviously had a congenital defect in promoting people's livelihood. Li Yi thought of the reform in history. Under the influence of Confucianism, it didn't work until the 100 Days reform of the Qing dynasty. In the end, all the problems were solved by artillery fire. The reform in other countries was the same. A lot of blood was shed, and the competition for interest was so obvious. How much blood will be shed in the Tang dynasty? Where should we start? Where should we go in the end? Li Yi muttered, but couldn't find an answer. Let's improve the lives of the people first, starting from the area around Zhuangzi. I have to teach the 42 students some extra knowledge, the foundation of reform. Having made the decision, Li Yi was in a good mood. He planned to teach more knowledge to the 42 students. Then he would use his connections to get officials, and lead the people to get out of poverty and become rich. Go back, shower, and sleep. Early in the morning, Li Yi was in high spirits, full of sunshine. Zhuangzi's mood became even better when he saw his people. When it was almost noon, the 50 people who went to Pyongkong Square to perform came back and thanked Li Yi. They even hinted to Li Yi that if they were lonely at night, they could talk about anything. Li Yi pretended not to understand. They couldn't talk about it. If they talked about it, it was easy to talk about human lives. During lunch, Li Yi went to the students' area. The others were not willing to come over. They felt that they were too lowly as they were students. In Li Yi's eyes, they were all the same. If he had to choose which one was better, he would choose the craftsmen. The one he respected the most was naturally the veterans. As for the students who studied the 4 books and 5 classics, some of the students' families were also there. They looked very happy. They were living in such a big house. Now he had to recuperate and adapt to the environment. In a few days he would be given some tasks to do. Dear friends, I have some mathematical knowledge here. In the afternoon, other than those who teach dolls, the rest of you will follow me to the classroom. Li Yi was not polite at all. He directly said that he wanted to teach others mathematics. The students thanked him one after another. There was a special mathematics subject in the imperial examination called clear arithmetic. However, those who were ambitious were not willing to take the exam. They hoped to take a step back and study the clear classics. If these two passed, they could become high-ranking officials. In the afternoon in the classroom, Li Yi stuck a piece of paper on the wall and took a brush to write. The first lesson was called algebra. Li Yi wrote an X on the wall. The pronunciation was also the same. Li Yi really did not know what to use to replace it. And after replacing it, he was confused when he wrote the formula. This is an unknown number. 1 plus 1 plus x equals 6. Then what is x? Li Yi patiently instilled the x symbol into the students. When the students heard this, they knew that it was 4. Li Dongzhu actually came up with such a simple question. Li Yi saw the expressions of the students in class and knew what they were thinking. But it didn't matter. It was simple, right? You will know in the future. You will cry. The class lasted for 2 hours. Halfway through the class, the students started to get serious. The paper on the wall appeared 2x5 equals x1. It asked what x was. Li Yi solved it step by step very slowly. The students frowned and tried to adapt to the new way of expression. When the class was over, the students gathered together to study. Li Yi went to find a blacksmith to make blackboards and chalks. With Zhuangzi's current technological foundation, these two things were not a problem. This included a blackboard eraser made of felt and wood. This blackboard is not good. It eats chalk dust. I will make do for 2 days and make a better one. Then I will use a wet rag to wipe it. Ask them which ink is not afraid of water when it dries. Li Yi decided to ask the students to write on the blackboard in the future. It was not a problem to write with chalk. The days passed. It was late September. The soldiers and the beautiful band left. Gao Lisher personally came to take them away. He said that the emperor wanted to see them. Li Yi gave the beauties a lot of soy sauce, fermented bean curd, and stinky tofu. The beauties already knew that these things were not valuable in Zhuangzi, so they usually ate them. However, they were still very happy. The prices outside were high. Now I announce that the crab harvest has begun. Li Yi sent them away and shouted happily to the people in Zhuangzi. It was crab season. The forest frogs were still not enough. They had to continue waiting. Then they had to make a pool for the forest frogs to hibernate. Next year there would be more forest frogs. This time the people in Zhuangzi wore overalls and oilskin gloves. They carried baskets into the water to catch crabs. The people in Jianghu village and the imperial plantation all rushed over to see. The crabs caught and placed in the baskets were all money in their eyes. We will plant them next year too. The people in Jianghu village were not jealous. They also wanted to make money. Tell Li Dongzhu to leave some crabs for the winter. We will plant small crabs next year. This year we have been catching toads and selling them for money. We made a lot of money. The village is better now. We will raise toads next year. If Li Dongzhu didn't say to control the number of toads, we would have earned even more. Silly. Li Dongzhu said that we can't sell them for a high price. Some people also caught toads and braised them in the sauce. Although the taste is not as good as our villages, the price is lower. The people in Jianghu village discussed as they watched. The people in the imperial plantation all wore new clothes. They were selling steamed chicken. Although the majority of the profits had to be handed over to the higher-ups, the remaining portion was equivalent to their annual income. Li Yi looked at the people in the imperial plantation and felt a sense of accomplishment. Next year the toads would not be sold for a high price. However, there would be more toads next year. They could feed them and still make a lot of money. As for the people who work for the imperial plantation, they can't all be sold for money next year. I have to think of a way to let them eat well and use well. If they don't sell, it won't be counted as income. Li Yi muttered to himself. He wanted to avoid the problem of income. Couldn't he raise and eat by himself? Or he could take them to Zhuangzi to exchange for daily necessities. Wasn't this also a kind of wealth? If there was a lot of meat, they could make smoked meat in the winter. They would not have to suffer anymore. Chapter 83. While Li Yi was leading the people of Zhuangzi to catch crabs, the winged knights had already arrived at Fanglin Garden. North of Chang, an imperial palace was the Forbidden Garden, Fanglin Garden, and Pear Garden. Fanglin Garden was Fanglin Gate, and Guanghua Gate was Pear Garden. Li Longji and a large group of officials were waiting in Pear Garden. A troop of 3,000 people would walk west from Fanglin Garden into Pear Garden. Li Longji wanted to review the troops. Around this time last year he reviewed the troops at Mount Li, and there were more than 200,000 people. The result was a mess and it was a disgrace. This time there were fewer people, and after listening to the reports of the eunuchs and palace maids, he felt that there should be no problem. The officials had long known that there was a small army newly formed. There were 2,000 main forces and 1,000 baggage. They were selected from the various subjugation mansions and then thrown to the imperial manor in the west of the city. They had been training for some time. Even if they were not good, they would flatter them to make the emperor happy. The 50 beautiful women were ready for the military band. They changed their clothes, knee-length skirts and tight tops. Gao Lishir looked at Li Longji. Li Longji had not seen anyone yet, so he nodded slightly. Gao Lishir shouted, "The review begins. The review begins. The review begins." The other people who reported the troops shouted one by one. The music started, and the military band directly played a marching song. The 3,000 people did not ride horses. The horses were led by the Chenyo guards and they would be used later. They were now in a phalanx on foot, 25 people in a horizontal row, a total of 12 rows. A phalanx had exactly 300 people and there were 2 teams. They were all wearing white clothes and holding weapons. Accompanied by a very rhythmic marching song, the band appeared first. There was a group of beautiful women, but the song was not soft at all. Li Longji and the officials looked at the beautiful women. The band marched until they reached the side of the high platform in the north. They adjusted their pace and faced the south. Then a stretch of white entered everyone's vision. Those people lined up neatly with their chests puffed out and their heads raised, looking straight ahead. There was no other expression on their faces except for resoluteness. Their movements were uniform and they moved forward with a swishing sound. Li Longji's eyes lit up. Perfect, too perfect. Last year's military parade couldn't be compared to this. The officials were also shocked, especially the 3 prime ministers and Wei Zhigu. They knew who trained this army. Military forces of the Tang dynasty were actually very orderly when they were in formation, but compared to the army in front of them, they were much worse. That Li Yi really knew how to train his troops. At the very least, he had managed to train the discipline of his troops. Just as they were waiting for this section to pass, someone on the right shouted, "Salute!" The rustling footsteps from before suddenly changed. Boom, 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 boom. The entire troop changed from marching to marching. Everyone turned their heads and shouted, "Winged Knights, we are invincible! Winged Knights, we are invincible!" The entire grandstand was silent. Some people were holding their chests and gasping for breath, some had their mouths wide open and even more were staring. Before they could react, the second team was already in front of them. They held short crossbows in their hands. After a salute, boom 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. 300 people raised their crossbows and shouted, "Winged Knights, we are invincible!" Li Longji clenched his fists and his body trembled slightly. The officials were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open. How could it be so shocking? She was dressed in white and when she kicked, she looked so beautiful. Then came the third team. Their swords flashed and they still kicked forward. Teams came and went, and they formed an even bigger team in the open space in front of them. After the 10 square formations were completed, the grandstand was still as silent as the grave. Some people cried, "Are these the soldiers of the Tang dynasty? Winged Knights?" Yao Chong looked up and sighed. Zhang Shua slowly said, "Strong. Look at their eyes. It's hard to breathe." The other officials' voices sounded one after another. How did they train? It's scary. Their clothes are different from ordinary clothes. White means feathers. Yulan. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Tang dynasty has such good soldiers again. Why is the momentum so different when the footsteps change? It's pleasing to the eye. It's really pleasing to the eye. Everyone praised sincerely. Just now, they thought that even if it was not very good, they would still praise it. At this moment, they found that they did not need to praise it. The soldiers were strong enough. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. It was so satisfying. It's my soldiers. They're all mine. At this time, someone in the team shouted, "Turn right." Boom, boom. 2 sounds. Run. Go. Boom, 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 boom. The team ran back. A moment later, the sound of horse hooves came. The soldiers in white were riding on horses this time. The distance between each horse was as neat as when they walked. The cavalry style was different. Each of them was riding on a horse, valiant and formidable. They carried crossbows and held sabers. The horses began to speed up, and the sound of horse hooves gradually became denser. In the rumbling sound, they rushed to the front of the grandstand and shouted at the same time, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" This time it was even more frightening. Many officials' palms were sweating, and their legs were trembling. Yao Chang's mood was complicated. I never thought that the young man could be so good at training soldiers. I can't suppress it. He said what was in his heart. He wanted to put Li Yi under his command, but seeing His Majesty, it was obvious that His Majesty wanted to use him personally. The key was that His Majesty did not bring him to the imperial court, and only let Li Yi stay in Jianghu. Then His Majesty went over with another identity to ask for advice. If that was not an external minister, then what was? A young man, how could he know soldiers? That was too unreasonable. Wasn't this just like how literature could bring peace to the world, and martial arts could get on a horse to settle the universe? While Yao Chong was thinking, Li Longji walked down the stage and strode over. Dismount. With a command, 3,000 soldiers flipped over at the same time and landed neatly. The soldiers were excited. His Majesty had personally come. They were His Majesty's private soldiers. Li Longji approached and patted the soldier's shoulder. Good, good, good. He patted them one by one and said good, one by one tirelessly. The soldier's eyes were red, and he tried his best to tell himself not to tremble. The officials followed. When they got closer, they found that the soldier's hands, neck and face were all covered with shallow scars. Yao Chong randomly found a soldier and ordered, "Stretch out your hand." The soldier did not move. "I told you to stretch out your hand," Yao Chong repeated. The soldier still did not move, as if he did not hear. Yao Chong was angry. "You don't listen to me, the Prime Minister? Are you deaf?" Li Longji came over and said to the same soldier, "Stretch out your hand." Whoosh. The soldier stretched out his hand. "Palm up," Li Longji said again. The soldier showed his palm, and the calluses on it were clearly visible. "Is it bitter?" Li Longji personally grabbed the soldier's hand and put it down. Reporting, "It's not bitter." The soldier held back his tears and shouted. "Good, I will hold a banquet for all of you today," Li Longji also said loudly. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the soldier responded. Li Longji looked at the officials. "What do you think of my winged cavalry?" Chapter 84. The first batch of crabs were fished out, so Zhuangzi began to eat crabs. One for each person. After steaming, they dipped it in ginger vinegar with soy sauce. The other crabs had been transported to Heavenly World in Chang, an East Market. Rich people could not get a seat, so they could order takeout, and the price was low. The crabs were bought from Heavenly World from Li Yi's Zhuangzi. They were relatively large crabs. One crab was 500 yuan, the market price. People would choose to mash the pulp of oranges, add salt, and eat the crab meat together. In the Jiangnan area, ordinary people could catch and eat them. In Chang'an, the number of wild crabs was limited. If they were caught in the water, they would definitely be sold. Now, the crabs were preserved with honey, and if there was no honey, sugar would be added. Honey and sugar could stop the speed of decay. When microorganisms came into contact with sugar, they would die of dehydration. Honey and sugar were not cheap, but they were used to preserve crabs. It was obvious that they were expensive. The villagers were reluctant to eat the crabs, so they started with the small claws, bit by bit, and then chewed the shell of the claws. The family members of the students who came over looked at the steamed crabs in a daze. "Chen Lang, I feel guilty in Zhuangzi." The wife of the student, Chen Su, stared at the crabs and swallowed her saliva, nervously said to Chen Su. A 4-year-old girl in the family next to her was already drooling, but she did not dare to reach out. "Eat, you have suffered. Li Dongzhu is not an ordinary person, and he is ambitious. Your husband will work more with Zhuangzi in the future." Chen Su was depressed. He went to Chang'an to take the exam, but he did not pass. For 2 years he was unwilling to go back, and his wife and children were tired. He could not live anymore, so he sold his things, paid off his debts, and lived frugally until he found Chang'an. Now his life was finally good, but it was Li Dongzhu who helped him. If he did not see what the villagers were eating and drinking, he would not dare to accept such benefits. "Mother, mother, don't cry." The little girl saw her mother crying and quickly stood up and stretched out her small hand to wipe her tears. "Don't cry, mother, don't cry." The woman wiped her tears and smiled. "Ah Lang, you can't let Li Dongzhu down." I know. Here, have some crabs." Chen Su gave the biggest crab to his wife. The wife then gave it to the daughter, and the daughter shouted for her father to eat. Thus, the family slowly and seriously tasted the crab. Li didn't care about what others thought. He led the palace maids and eunuchs to eat heartily. The entire dining hall was filled with the smell of floral water, which was used by eunuchs and palace maids. Li Yi's simple sanitary pads made of cotton were also widely used. He also gave Gao Lisher a lot of things, including a porcelain bottle of floral water. He had yet to burn the glass. He was busy. Previously he had been busy with Qing Chu. At the same time he had been collecting dried vegetables, especially dried radishes. Like a squirrel, he was always worried about the lack of things in winter. When the cabbages were harvested, they would be put into the cellar together with the green onions. There were also yams and radishes, which were all food that could be preserved for a long time. Jianghu, are our crabs preserved with molasses? In winter it's even more precious. Eunuch Hien ate a mouthful of crab meat and said. Li Yi paused for a moment and smiled. Speaking of preserving crabs, have you eaten drunken crabs? The four of them shook their heads together. They had never heard of it. Since you don't know, let's make it in Zhuangzi first. After sealing it, it can be preserved for half a year. It's better than honey. Li Yi introduced and decided to operate. He reduced the supply of earthly paradise and preserved it in drunken crabs. In winter or spring, if other people didn't have crabs to eat, he could take them out and sell them for 2,000 yuan. Was it expensive? Or 3,000 yuan? Anyway, people who didn't have money couldn't afford it even if it was sold for 500 yuan. The palace maids and eunuchs showed a happy expression. According to Li Dongzhu's usual practice, he could enjoy good things when it was his turn. I have to tell my eldest brother to collect the crabs and make them into drunken crabs. When the time comes, we can eat half and sell the other half. We can still make a profit. Li Yi thought of his eldest brother and third brother, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Early the next morning, Li Qingqi, Li Longji and Empress Wang came before he sent people to look for the 6 Li village. Li Longji was in a good mood. He came over and picked up Li Yi and spun him around 5 times. Brother Yi, I heard that the crabs in your village were harvested. Your sister-in-law and I came to taste them. Li Longji patted Li Yi's shoulder, who was dizzy from his spinning, and said happily. Li Yi slowly looked at Empress Wang and shook his head. Sister-in-law, you can't eat crabs. I'll make soy sauce chicken liver for you. No. Empress Wang didn't ask why at all. If she didn't want to eat, she wouldn't eat. It must have something to do with the child. Li Qingqi said with an annoyed look. If I knew that the crabs in the paddy field were so good, third brother, our 6 Li village should also raise some crabs. Next year, let's wait until next year. Li Longji was not very interested in crabs today. He was still immersed in the joy of yesterday's military parade, especially the complicated expression of the officials. Yao Chong still wants to order my private army. That's my army. They only listen to me. I can raise a strong army at any time. If anyone has any thoughts that they shouldn't have, don't say that I'm not showing mercy. Li Longji thought so. With an army that he could absolutely trust, whoever disobeys him would be punished. The money was not wasted. He found Li Yi pleasing to the eye. He couldn't wait to get him into the political affairs hall and sit in the position of the first prime minister. Li Yi didn't know what Li Longji was thinking. He was talking to Li Qingqi. Big brother will raise crabs next year. This year I have a method to store crabs for half a year. Moreover, the taste will be better when eaten. Then Li Yi explained about the drunken crabs. The crabs need to be chosen. Brother Yi, don't talk about it. Zhuangzi will do it himself. Li Qingqi interrupted Li Yi's words. He didn't want to learn and didn't want to know. Empress Wang said, we can buy a lot of crabs from other places and send them to uncle for him to cook. That's right. Li Longji nodded. He knew how valuable a method to store crabs for a long time was. If he didn't manage it well and it spread out, Brother Yi would lose money. What should he do? Li Yi thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. Whether or not they ate crabs, it didn't have much impact on the people's livelihood. Unless there was a relatively perfect crab breeding plan to promote crab breeding, more paddy fields could be used. But what did that have to do with the drunken crabs? As they talked, they entered Zhuangzi. Empress Wang insisted on going to the canteen to take a look. When she arrived at the canteen, she saw crabs. It was winter melon crab soup. Even though she already knew that Li Yi was good to the villagers, she still sighed with emotion when she knew the price of crabs. Crabs were different from soy sauce. Soy sauce could be made at any time, but crabs could only be raised a few times a year. Brother Yi, you are really generous. Li Longji also sighed. When the soil in front of the door is washed away, there is not a single tile on the roof. My 10 fingers are not stained with mud. I live in a skyscraper. Li Yi copied a poem. He used this to talk about the matter, but in fact it wasn't. Otherwise, how could it be that everyone who built the plane had to have a plane? Li Longji and the others didn't think about the plane. When they heard the poem, they thought that the people's livelihood wasn't easy. Brother Yi, this poem must be copied again, right? Li Qingqi suddenly asked. Yes. Li Yi nodded, meaning that you are right. Why don't you copy another one? Right now, right now. Li Longji gave a difficult question. Come on, let's improvise. Yesterday I entered the city and returned with tears. One who is covered in silk is not a silkworm breeder. Li Yi followed the advice and copied. Li Longji and the others, "Uncle, how many people did you kill and bury?" After a while, Empress Wang suddenly joked. Chapter 85. Winter and summer are reincarnated in the mortal world, and the first snow falls in the mortal world. Tightly wrapped in clothes, one does not feel warm and the running water makes numb. The four of them had a simple breakfast. Empress Wang drank milk, eggs, and a piece of lean meat with soy sauce. When she was in the palace, she followed the nutrition instructions written by Li Yi and sent people to fetch food from earthly paradise. When she arrived in Zhuangzi, she did not need to care at all. She ate whatever her uncle arranged. When they finished eating, the weather changed and it started to snow. Songda came over. "Dongzhu, do you want to start heating? It's still early. Do you have enough charcoal in a few days?" Li Yi looked at the sky. He did not want to use the heating now. The room was too hot. "It's enough to burn until this time next year together with the kiln." When Songda mentioned this, he felt that he did a good job. Charcoal was cheap and ordinary people did not use it. They used it for firewood. Zhuangzi hired people to dig and transport it, but he only paid for the labor. The charcoal was free. "Brother E, it's better to transport more. After this winter there will be more people using charcoal." Li Yi thought of something and said to Li Yi, "Yes." Li Longji smiled. "I heard that the imperial household supervisor has made many furnaces according to the drawings you drew. It's snowing now, so it's a good time to promote the fire wall." Li Yi understood. The drawings he gave to his two brothers were actually used in the palace. He also thought of something. "Then won't we all use a piece of coal? What about the coal powder?" "Uncle, are you talking about charcoal?" "Of course we have to use a piece. Coal powder can't be burned." Empress Wang's harem was already having a fever. She was afraid that the children would be cold. "Oh my God." Li Yi patted his forehead. He called Songda. "Quick, bring the coal powder from the place where the charcoal is piled. Also, find a craftsman with good carpentry and bring a few pieces of wood to me." A moment later, a basket of coal powder was brought over from the place where the coal was placed. The craftsman made a rectangular frame according to Li Yi's instructions. Pour water on the coal powder and turn it into coal slurry. Li Yi rolled up his sleeves and placed the wooden frame on the ground. He gathered the coal into a ball and threw it into the frame. Then he patted it with both hands. He flattened it and grabbed both sides of the frame, wanting to lift it up. A piece of coal that looked like a brick came out. "Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, look at this. Once it's dried, it can also be baked. You can also directly use it to make a biscuit, or use a dustpan to shake the coal balls." Li Yi introduced. He did not want everyone to fight for a piece of coal with him. There was no need to use a piece of coal for their own household. It would be better to use a lump of coal. The palace maid beside them brought water for Li Yi to wash his hands. Li Longji and the other two looked at Li Yi and wanted to laugh. They had guessed Li Yi's intention. At the critical moment, they would immediately have a solution. But the problem was, why did others have to do it for him? It was free to dig up the charcoal. Burning firewood requires money. There are many people and few mines. The charcoal powder is piled up. We have to use it. Li Yi said to the three of them and looked at Songda. Songda nodded, indicating that he understood. He ran away to find people to bring back a large amount of coal. Li Longji thought for a while. "We'll see later." He wanted to discuss with the minister whether to collect the money for mining the charcoal. "Big brother, after the charcoal is burned, it can be used to make bricks, cement, or pave roads. It's good to use the charcoal slag to pave a good road." Li Yi suggested again, hoping that his big brother would continue to use his identity to persuade the imperial court. "Is that so?" Li Qingqi noted. The four of them strolled in the light snow again. Zhuangzi was still busy. There was always something to do. The rice had not been harvested yet. They continued to catch crabs, buy ingredients for making drunken crabs, and make them. When they walked to the Ba River, a group of people from the Zhang family's village fished out hemp from the shallow water. The hemp that was planted was harvested and soaked in water. When it was almost soaked, it was just right to take it out. Next, they had to scrape the hemp and remove the shell. The soaked hemp was still not hemp thread. Previously, during the process of harvesting hemp, it was very easy for the hands to get injured. They just had to break the position of the hemp pole and make a hole. Then the hand would follow the hole up and down and the hemp skin would come off. During this process it was like a hand scratching on paper. If they were not careful, there would be a hole. Fortunately, the people who were chopping hemp would wrap a cloth around their fingers. This prevented any problems. After soaking hemp, they had to continue to scrape it when it was still wet. They held a knife with one hand, the blade facing up, and wrapped a cloth around their thumb to press down on the blade. The hemp would be pulled out from between the blade and the thumb. The people from the Jiang family's village fished out hemp from the water and stood on the shore to scrape the hemp. The children also helped. Ah! A 12 or 13-year-old child screamed and stuffed his thumb into his mouth. Uncle's hand is injured. Empress Wang quickly said. Without needing Li Yi to say anything, the palace maid Cui Lu ran over and brought the child over. Qing Song took off the medical kit on his back. Li Yi lifted the child's right hand and looked at it. He wiped it with an alcohol swab. The child grimaced. It's okay. The wound is less than a centimeter. It's not deep. There's no need to suture it. Li Yi said as he wrapped the bandage. Don't touch the water for now. Take it down in 2 days and see how it goes. Remember to look for me. Li Yi said softly to the child. The child looked into his eyes as if he was making a decision. After a few breaths, the child clenched his left hand into a fist and took a deep breath. Li Dongzhu, they all say that you're the best and that you know everything. Is that right? Li Yi shook his head. No. The more I know, the more ignorant I find myself. Then can you think of a way to make us scrape hemp faster? Every year there are people who hurt their fingers. Some of them get a fever and die. The child's face was full of pleading and expectation. Li Longji looked at Li Yi, waiting for this omnipotent brother Yi to say yes. Yes. As expected, Li Yi said the word that Li Longji was waiting for. He turned his head and ordered He Yen, find a craftsman. I want a long stool, a few pieces of wood, 2 hemp scraping blades and 2 pieces of smooth leather. Li Yi said to the child, we can only make a simple one for now. It's too troublesome to make a better one. We don't have enough time. The child smiled. I knew Li Dongzhu could do it. After saying that, he turned and ran over, shouting as he ran, Li Dongzhu has something good. It's good for scraping hemp. Li Longji and the other 2 also smiled. Li Qingqi patted Li Yi's shoulder. Empress Wang naturally placed her hand on Li Yi's head and rubbed it. Brother Yi, you really never disappoint. Li Longji sighed. There may be a day when I can't do it. Li Yi tied his hair again. It must be because the heavens don't allow it. It's too heaven-defying. Li Longji said. As long as it doesn't offend the heavens, Brother Yi can do it. If Brother Yi can't do it, then it can't be done. Not long after, the craftsman and the items were all brought over by He Yen. Li Yi began to give instructions. A wooden stick was erected on both sides of the stool. There was a hole in the middle of the stick. A blade was placed on one side of the hole and a piece of smooth leather was placed on the other side. The wooden stick was connected to the 2 pieces of wood at a right angle. The hole on the outside of the piece of wood was big and extended all the way to the gap. A wet hemp was brought over. Holding one end of the hemp, the other end of the hemp was easily placed into the big hole and then pulled. From the big hole to the small hole, the hemp had to pass through the blade in smooth leather. The smooth leather was elastic and pressed tightly against the blade. As soon as the hemp was pulled out, the hard shell was stuck. With the other hand, he took the part of the hemp that was removed from the shell and placed it in the other hole. With another pull, the entire hemp was removed. This can be faster. The main thing is that it won't hurt your hands. Everyone give it a try. Li Yi said to a group of people who came over to watch. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was much easier than scraping with one hand. The main thing was that the blade wouldn't hurt the hands. Chapter 86. There's such a good thing. Zhang Xiao, the village chief of Jiang village, walked closer and reached out to touch the double blade combination. The villagers came forward one after another and looked at this simple and helpful thing as if they were looking at a treasure. We'll use it in the future. Go back to the village and make it. Someone shouted. You like this tool? Li Dongzhu was given to us by the heavens. Someone else targeted Li Yi. Set up a longevity memorial tablet for Li Dongzhu. Someone else suggested. Yes, set up a memorial tablet. Someone else echoed. Li Yi was sweating in the snowy days. He quickly said, His Majesty let me train the soldiers. It's obvious that it's His Majesty's favor. Village Chief Zhang Xiao was sensible and understood immediately. It's His Majesty. Set up a memorial tablet for His Majesty. He shouted. Thank you, His Majesty. May His Majesty live to 100 years old. His Majesty let us live a good life. The villagers immediately praised Li Longji noisily. Li Longji's eyes narrowed with a smile. Yes, it's His Majesty's discerning eyes. Li Qingqi didn't say anything. Empress Wang covered her mouth and laughed happily. The people in the Ministry of Works are all good-for-nothings. The people in the Agriculture Bureau deserve to be killed. Li Longji suddenly said as he listened. He could see that this double-blade combination wasn't difficult at all. Any farmer could make it if they wanted to. The people were ignorant. What were the officials in the Agriculture Bureau doing? The Agriculture Bureau used whatever was passed down from the previous dynasty. Then they just waited for the local officials to report the good things in various places. Then they would see if it was good. Don't you know how to think about it? You just stay in the capital all day and don't go anywhere. Even His Majesty took the Empress out to see the people. Li Longji thought angrily with a belly full of anger. On the other side, Li Yi's craftsmen in Zhuangzi saw that the Zhang village urgently needed tools for cutting hemp, so they made it on the spot. The materials used were like a drop in the ocean for Zhuangzi. Some craftsmen even tied ropes on the forked wood. In this way they wouldn't be afraid of loosening. Very good. This rope is well tied. Craftsman Guan, you'll get an extra 500 renminbi this month. Li Yi took the opportunity to reward him. When the other craftsmen heard this, they thought he was only going to tie a rope. 500? Let me see if I can drive a wedge in. The villagers of Zhang family village used every piece of equipment that came out, and the rest continued to fish for hemp from the river. Their faces were full of smiles. Even though it was snowing, they felt warmth. The older child with the injured finger seemed to have become a hero. He showed off his bandaged thumb and received the unanimous support of the other children in the village. Sister-in-law, it's cold outside. Why don't we go back to the courtyard? Li Yi was in a good mood when he suddenly saw his sister-in-law shiver. I'll listen to uncle. Empress Wang glanced at the smiling faces of the Zhang family's villagers and turned back to the courtyard. Li Longji took a few steps and turned back, as if he wanted to imprint this moment in his memory. Li Qingqi walked at the back. He waved his hand and a guard came over. He personally asked for a bench to scrape hemp and gave it to the guard. Send it to the agriculture temple. Take advantage of the busy time in the north to scrape hemp and fish hemp, push it to the 22 counties of the capital. Yes. The guard grabbed the bench with one hand and called two companions. They found a horse and galloped away. When they entered the courtyard, Li Yi personally made strong green tea for Li Longji and Li Qingqi, and then made light green tea for Empress Wang. When the tea was served, he said, Sister-in-law, if you want to drink tea, take the green tea from me. Don't drink too much and don't drink too much. Empress Wang listened carefully and tried hard to remember. Recently, she had been drinking warm fruit juice and plain water. When she entertained the soldiers yesterday, she liked to drink very much, but she didn't drink a single drop. The eunuchs and palace maids in her palace were forbidden to speak about it, so no one outside knew about her pregnancy. Brother Yi, your new football method has been widely spread. It's just that it's easy to hurt your body in winter and the weather is cold. What's fun about it? Li Longji went to the pear garden to play when he had nothing to do. He also personally taught others singing, dancing, kicking shuttlecock, playing polo, tug-of-war and juggling. Empress Wang was the best at kicking shuttlecock, but Empress Wang couldn't play with him now. He wanted to have a new game in winter, but when he asked this question he was very embarrassed. Was it a kind of humiliation for an emperor to ask a foreign minister how to play? Just as he was feeling nervous, Li Yi said excitedly, Are you having fun? Yes, I have a lot of games. They're all very interesting. Li Longji. He wondered if Brother Yi had been replaced in the blink of an eye. Li Yi didn't care about Li Longji's inner thoughts. He said with a smile, Speaking of outdoor, there's ice and snow. Li Yi, we're looking for Li Yi. My Ming residence personally came. My Ming residence is the Pei residence of Chang'an. Quickly ask Li Yi to come out and welcome us. Before Li Yi could introduce the ice and snow game, a shout came from outside. Li Yi paused and asked, Who's that? Li Longji's face darkened. Empress Wang pouted. I'll go and take a look. Brother Yi, don't move. Li Qingqi said and rushed out. The group of Yamen people outside were blocked outside the flat ground outside Li Yi's courtyard. In the manor there were 4 old soldiers with crossbows in their hands. The arrows were all strung. There was an official in the group who didn't dare to leave. A Yamen runner stood in front of him, afraid that he would be shot to death by the crossbow. Li Qingqi covered his face with his sleeve and strode forward. He pulled the Yamen runner aside and showed his face to the person. Don't make a sound. Come with me. As he spoke, he pulled the person to another place. The person was slightly stunned and ordered the others, Don't follow me. The 2 of them went to a place where there was no one around. Li Qingqi asked directly, Pei Yaoqing, what do you want? King Song you. Pei Yaoqing was dumbfounded. Why is King Song here? Let me ask you, what do you want to do in Li Yi's Zhuangzi? Li Qingqi was angry. You're just a county magistrate. Do you have nothing better to do? You're running around blindly. You don't want to go anywhere else. Why do you have to come here? Since you're so willing to run around, do you believe that I won't demote you to the southernmost Lijiao of the Tang dynasty? Pei Yaoqing found that the situation was not good, so he said in a low voice, "Someone said that the crab in this village runs rampant in the fields and is an omen. I came to see." Sure enough, the crab in the fields is uncountable. Omen is uncountable. You don't want to be a county magistrate of Chang in and want to go to the imperial astronomer? Uncountable? Do you know how many crabs can be produced per moo? Do you know how much rice can be produced? Do you know how much a crab costs now? Li Qingqi threw out a series of questions with a disdainful look. Raise? Can you raise crabs? How many can you raise? If we raise crabs in every paddy field in Chang, and the people will benefit a lot. King Song, why don't you ask Li Yi to offer the method of raising crabs? Pei Yaoqing was surprised and happy. Of course he knew how much crabs cost. He even ate a few of them. Unfortunately they were too expensive. Pei Yaoqing, why don't you offer your life first? Why should you offer the method of raising crabs? Li Qingqi looked at Pei Yaoqing as if he was looking at a fool. Pei Yaoqing took a deep breath and said, "Someone said that this village hired workers with a lot of money but didn't pay them." Didn't pay anyone? Where's the victim's family? Of course there's nothing wrong with a lot of money. Zhuangzi pays them a lot of money. They can't hire cheap workers. Did they come to you? Li Qingqi said with a look that said, "I've seen through your purpose. I want to see Li Yi and confront him face to face." Pei Yaoqing clenched his teeth and insisted. "Fine, I'll ask him to come out. Don't tell anyone that you've seen me. Otherwise your whole family will go to Lijiao." Li Qingqi threatened. "Fine." Pei Yaoqing compromised. Chapter 87. It's Pei Yaoqing. Brother Yi, you don't have to care about him. Go and see what he's up to. Li Qingqi returned and said a name. Li Yi wasn't as calm as him. Pei Yaoqing? The future Prime Minister Pei Yaoqing? Now he's the Chang and magistrate? Thus, Li Yi came out happily and sized up the future Prime Minister. He looked to be in his 30s, had 2 eyes and a mouth, and was wearing an official's robe. "The Ming residence has come in person, but I didn't welcome you properly. It's my fault." Li Yi cupped his fists and bowed with a smile. Pei Yaoqing was also sizing up Li Yi. This young man sold soy sauce at such an expensive price. He couldn't even afford to cook a chicken or duck egg. The other people in the yamen didn't dare to open their mouths. Who was the one who just came out? Even the Chang and magistrate was afraid of him. More importantly, why were there 2 eunuchs behind Li Yi? There were indeed 2 eunuchs. The palace maids were serving the empress inside. Everyone has worked hard. Men, bring the 7 county officials to bathe and prepare their meals. Li Yi ordered. Pine Tree expressionlessly raised his hand. The 7 people who came with Pei Yaoqing looked at the Shangguan. Pei Yaoqing nodded. Only then did the 7 people leave with Pine Tree. The Ming residents must have something big to do. I hope that the Ming residents can inform us. Li Yi stood outside and said. There were sisters-in-law inside, so it wasn't convenient to invite outsiders in. Pei Yaoqing didn't intend to enter either. Why did King Song come to Zhuangzi? From the looks of it, he seemed to be on good terms with Li Yi. Li Dongzhu, someone said that there are many crabs in your village and that it's an omen. What's your explanation? Pei Yaoqing asked. Impossible. If the Ming residence doesn't believe it, you can bring some back to taste. With the seasoning mixed with the soy sauce in Zhuangzi, you'll know with a single taste. Li Yi said with a serious expression. Pei Yaoqing secretly swallowed his saliva. He carefully looked at Li Yi again. He thought to himself, this young man Dongzhu is really something. He can talk about bribery so openly and honorably, and has a bright future. He took a deep breath and asked again, there's another story. You hired workers with a generous sum of money, but you didn't pay them when they finished. Is this true? I'm not afraid of being laughed at by the Ming residents. When Zhuangzi was born, I was so poor that I only had money left. Right now there are many other people working. There are 3 meals a day and each meal has meat. Why would I care about money? Li Yi shook his head. Following that he continued, speaking of hiring more people, it's more lively. With the arrival of winter, why don't the Ming residents place the village's drinking ceremony on my Zhuangzi? Hometown drinking ceremony? Pei Yaoqing repeated. He suddenly remembered that it was winter and he had work to do. As the magistrate of Chang'an, he wanted to bring warmth to the students who came to Chang'an. All right, we'll hold a banquet and have a poetry recital. For those who were not knowledgeable, they could just send some rice. There was really no place to entertain them. However, he had to spend money and find a place. Where is the most spacious place in Chang'an? The Forbidden Garden. However, that was obviously not possible. The Zhuangzi in front of him was not bad. Should he hold the event? Follow me, Ming residents. Li Yi observed Pei Yaoqing's expression. Seeing that he was tempted, he invited him to take a look at the venue. As the two walked, Li Yi took half a step back and introduced, Zhuangzi has a dedicated place for students to meet friends and write poems. Last time the willows and flowers bloomed. More than 1,000 people guarded one place and the winding water flowed. Pei Yaoqing was interested. Li Dongzhu's place is filled with winding water. I cultivated it in my spare time to enjoy it, Li Yi answered. I heard that the three-character classic was written by you? Pei Yaoqing asked casually. Instead of diligently studying, it's better to add to the fun. Reading the three-character classic will naturally lead to a romantic gathering, Li Yi said with a smile. Pei Yaoqing was in a good mood. He felt that talking to Li Yi was a matter between scholars. He felt a strong sense of agreement. The two chatted as they walked. Pei Yaoqing looked at the situation in Zhuangzi. Everyone he saw had smiles on their faces. Every construction site they passed was a boiling cauldron of voices. His heart was moved. What a flourishing Xiangrong manor. Even though there was still light snow falling from the sky, it could not hide the joy. As he was thinking, the two of them arrived at the place Li Yi had specially built. Ming residents, take a look. Because the land is small, we had to put in some effort. This road twists and turns thousands of times to become intestines. This tree is dense and complemented by the fine sun. This water is as clear as a mirror. This mountain is rugged and firm. Every step brings a bridge to the shore, a flower and a grass pavilion to the corridor. Each person and a bottle can look to the moon, and a group of people can flow together. Li Yi explained the purpose and techniques of the design to Pei Yaoqing. Suzhou's gardens. Pei Yaoqing stood outside and had not yet entered. As he listened to Li Yi, his heart flew away. Beautiful, good scenery, good land, good literary talent. With this sort of appearance, how could Li Dongzhu hire people without paying? Of course, his goal in coming here was not to eat crabs or hire people. He would talk about that later. First he would go in and take a look. Li Yi and Pei Yaoqing entered and began to quote from many sources, borrowing from the past and present, working very hard to display their talent. He wanted to leave a deep impression on Pei Yaoqing. In the snowy weather, Pei Yaoqing was sweating incessantly. As long as he mentioned an allusion, Li Yi was guaranteed to pick it up. And sometimes when Li Yi said something he could only smile and listen. Pei Yaoqing was frightened. He had taken the imperial examination and passed the boy examination. When he passed he was not even 10 years old. At the age of 20, he was a clerk in the Ministry of Secretaries and a pawnbroker in the Prince of Xiang's estate. In terms of talent and learning he did not concede to anyone, but why was there such a youth? Just what have you not remembered? The two eunuchs were also sweating. They each took a small notebook and used the charcoal brush that Li Yi had invented to take notes. For some words that they did not know how to write, they used wrong words to replace them. After walking for less than an hour, Pei Yaoqing's underwear was soaked. Li Yi was still talking and laughing. If you say something, I will follow your topic. If you don't say anything, I will come up with a topic. You can't be embarrassed, right? In fact, Pei Yaoqing was not embarrassed. He was afraid. He stopped, gritted his teeth, and finally said the purpose of this trip. Brotherly, winter is coming. There are many people in Chang, and who do not have enough clothes to cover their bodies and food to fill their stomachs. I ordered people to go to other rich families to persuade them. Knowing that you, Zhuangzi, have a lot of money, I came personally. Pei Yaoqing said and looked at Li Yi. That was his purpose. He had thought that Li Yi was an uneducated rich man who had pretended to be a scholar from somewhere. He wanted Li Yi to be a scholar and donate money so that he could use it to support others. But now he knew that this youth, Dongzhu, was not only rich but also talented. Would such a person still need to be called a scholar? Li Yi was relieved. So it was just a donation. He thought that it would be troublesome. Li Yi heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "How much do you need?" Pei Yaoqing stretched out 3 fingers, 50 liang. After a moment of depression he retracted another finger, 400 liang. Brother Pei, I will accept this number. Li Yi continued. If he wanted 50 liang he would give more. Otherwise he would not have such a deep impression of him. Brother Yi. Pei Yaoqing did not believe that Li Yi did not understand. But why, Brother Pei, you call me brother? If a brother has worries, a brother will share them. I'm so poor that I only have money left. Finally, I have met an opportunity to help others. No wonder I have been having nightmares for the past few days. Brother Pei, you have helped me out. Li Yi's expression was on point and his words were sincere. Pei Yaoqing. He finally understood why King Song would protect Li Yi on Zhuangzi. It was too comfortable to interact with a Dongzhu like Li Yi. Brother Yi, to think that you would be here. Big brother told me that you came out to meet the Chang. Your sister-in-law was worried about you and looked for you everywhere. Pei Yaoqing thought that it was already good enough that King Song would protect Li Yi. Then he suddenly heard a voice and saw 5 figures. There were 2 men and 3 women. 2 of the women were palace maids and they were holding umbrellas. The other man was King Song. As for the other man and woman. Chapter 88. Pei Yaoqing wanted to cry. He was very smart to be able to pass the child examination at the age of 10. When he saw His Majesty and Empress Wang, he recalled what His Majesty said just now. He already knew how powerful this young man's backer was in Dongzhu. Greetings to the 2 bosses and this lady. I had a good chat with Brother Yi. Brother Yi's talent is outstanding, and others can't compare to him. Pei Yaoqing corrected his previous mistake as quickly as possible. Uncle's literary talent doesn't need to be mentioned. Uncle likes to plagiarize and anyone who plagiarizes by Uncle will be killed by Uncle. Ah. Empress Wang laughed as she spoke. She looked very happy. Sister-in-law, please don't tell others. Otherwise they won't write good articles for me. They're afraid of being killed. Li Yi added. At the same time he was touched. Big brother, third brother, and sister-in-law were afraid that he would be taken advantage of, so they came personally in less than an hour. Sister-in-law was pregnant. May I know what Chang and Magistrate and Brother Yi are talking about? Li Longji looked at Pei Yaoqing and asked. At this moment Pei Yaoqing was full of regret. He wished that he could go back in time and never come to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. He came here to ask for money, but why did it feel like this trip was going to cost him his life? Li Yi didn't want to make things difficult for big brother and third brother. Li Longji was very strict with ordinary relatives of the emperor. After 2 years he started to act against relatives of the emperor. Therefore he said, Third brother, Brother Pei is, Brother Pei? Li Longji looked at Pei Yaoqing fiercely and asked. Pei Yaoqing? He understood. His Majesty called Li Yi Brother Yi and Empress Wang called him uncle. Why should he be in the same position? Li Dongzhu, I'm now the magistrate of Chang'an. It's inconvenient for me to call you brother. Pei Yaoqing was about to beg for mercy. That's true. Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, Pei Mingfu and I were talking about other people's gossip. I happened to see Piao Shui and wanted to invite Pei Mingfu to set up a banquet in Zhuangzi. I also heard that because the common people of Chang and are having a hard time in the winter, Pei Ming's mansion is willing to fork out 400 taels to express their gratitude. Actually, during the winter if the common people find it hard to survive, D will give them porridge. Otherwise, even if I have countless wealth, seeing one person die of hunger and cold, I will not be able to feel at ease. Li Yi was afraid that there would be a conflict between the 2 parties, so he said that he was the one who offered the money. The 4 of them all understood what Li Yi meant, and Pei Yaoqing understood even more. It was no wonder His Majesty Empress Wang and King Song had come. This Dongzhu youth was always considerate of others. When she was together with this young Dongzhu, apart from the depressing discussion of poetry and quoting the classics, the rest of the time was very comfortable. Uncle, is there enough money in the manor? Empress Wang asked. She knew that San Lang valued Pei Yaoqing. Pei Ming's mansion should know about this. Li Yi played along. Pei Yaoqing quickly followed up. Li Dongzhu said that I am so poor that I only have money left. Ha ha ha. Empress Wang laughed again. She stretched out her hand and rubbed Li Yi's head. Pei Yaoqing, it's not bad to place the gift here. Li Longji spoke up for Pei Yaoqing. Pei Yaoqing was so touched that he was about to cry. The matter was over, and His Majesty had given him permission to take the money and hold the gift here. Another consideration was that His Majesty would not pursue the previous matter. At the same time His Majesty, Empress Wang, King Song and Li Yi's relationship. It was a blessing in disguise. The group of people chatted as they walked back. Li Yi asked, Third brother, sister-in-law, are you still staying here tonight? If you are, I will order people to burn the walls and spray the house. We are staying. We haven't seen each other for a long time so we should talk more. Empress Wang replied. Pei Yaoqing pretended not to hear her. He decided to go back and investigate who said that keeping crabs was ominous. He also wanted to find out who was behind it. Someone was trying to get him killed. It was fortunate that he came here personally to take a look. Otherwise it would be easy to catch Li Yi but difficult to release. Walking out, Pei Yaoqing saw his subordinates from afar. The 7 of them. He ran over and saw that the 7 of them had drunk so much that their faces were red. Each of them was carrying a box in their hands. What are you waiting for? Pei Yaoqing asked loudly. Ming's mansion. This Zhuangzi is very sensible. He took a bath and had a meal. He even gave us 5 crabs each. The bailiff at the front chuckled. Finished bathing? Finished eating? Finished drinking? Want the crabs? Even if you are beheaded, you will still be given a full meal. Pei Yaoqing squeezed out these words. The bailiffs were stunned. They could tell that something was wrong. Ming's mansion, why? The bailiff who spoke just now was afraid. Pei Ming's mansion, don't make things difficult for us brothers. Li ran over. Li Longji and the other two turned their heads away. They did not want to see him even though the bailiffs did not know them. Then Li Yi whispered to Pei Yaoqing, Brother Pei, I have prepared 30 crabs for you. 15 for the male and female crabs. There is also 10 caddies of soy sauce. Brother Pei, add it to the ginger vinegar juice when you go back. Do you want me to cook them? Pei Yaoqing did not refuse. If he wanted to eat them he would bring them home. Steam them. Boiling crabs has a lot of water. If there is not enough soy sauce then cook them. These are good crabs. Steam them. Li talked about eating. I see. Brother has learned something. Pei Yaoqing really did not know the difference between steaming and boiling. Now that he heard it, it turned out that boiled crabs were not good. Soaking them in water would make them look meaty. I will ask someone to send the money to Brother Pei later. Li Yi mentioned that he had promised to donate 400,000 yuan. Brother Yi, when I bow to you in Zhuangzi, take it out and let others witness it. Pei Yaoqing was thinking long-term. When the time comes, everyone will drink together and take out the money. The 400,000 yuan was given by the young man in Zhuangzi, Dongzhu. Thank you, Brother Pei. Li Yi expressed his understanding. Then Pei Yaoqing left with his subordinates. His subordinates helped him carry the crabs and soy sauce. After leaving Zhuangzi, Pei Yaoqing felt empty in his heart. He wanted to stay in Zhuangzi forever. It would be best if there were no other people around. The 7 bailiffs also showed a look of regret. Leaving just like that? The bath in the big pool was very comfortable. The food was also delicious. Especially when he saw many people with smiling faces and little children walking around with fried food in their hands. The whole of Zhuangzi should not exist in the mortal world. Li Yi, Li Longji and the others returned to the courtyard again. Li Yi took out hot watermelon juice for Empress Wang to drink. Uncle, we also bought a lot of cold melons. We soaked them in salt water according to your method and put them in the cellar. Empress Wang drank the watermelon juice and talked about the preservation of the watermelons. The watermelons were still ripening. In a few days they would be done with the garden. Li Qingqi also said with a smile, we have more than 30,000 cold melons stored. If we take them out in winter we will make a profit. If it is feasible we can promote it to the world. Empress Wang continued, there are also dried vegetables. I built a shed in the backyard to store the dried vegetables. Empress Wang almost said that it was the harem. She found a place in the harem and asked the other women in Li Longji to make space to store the dried vegetables. She found that the dried vegetables braised in brown sauce were delicious. Moreover, the dried vegetables could be used to make salted vegetables together with the meat skin. Many of the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace could not eat vegetables in winter. Their lives were very difficult. Chapter 89. As they chatted, Li Longji liked the atmosphere. He couldn't find this feeling when he was with the officials. He still couldn't find this feeling when he was with the women in the imperial harem. Empress Wang was even more so. She was finally pregnant, so she stayed in Zhuangzi because of her uncle, the godly doctor. At this time, the imperial treasury and the agriculture temple in Chang were busy. The agriculture temple sent out fast horses to the 22 counties with the magical hemp scraping tools made by the imperial treasury. It was the time to finish compressing hemp. Every step forward would be more helpful to the farmers. Some of the areas around Chang had already seen the real thing. After trying it out, they figured out how to make it themselves. The people talked about it. What was going on this year? The imperial court would definitely release good things every few days. These things were easy to use and easy to make. It saved manpower and made more things. This year, they learned how to compost and select seeds to plant winter wheat. Next year, not only would they save some money, they wouldn't have to work so hard. Yao Chong and the other 2 prime ministers couldn't be unaware of the situation. His Majesty finished reviewing the troops yesterday, and today he went to Li Yi in Zhuangzi, Zhang Shua said helplessly. He didn't know that without Li Yi he would be dealt with in a few days. At this moment he was standing with Yao Chong. Yao Chong didn't need to say much. He had gradually regarded Li Yi as a threat. He also didn't know that in a few years he would also be crippled. He tricked Wei Zhigu's 2 sons and brought trouble to himself. In fact, it wasn't his son's problem, but Li Longji felt that he had played out his role and used him to deal with many people. He had to appease some people, so he naturally had to take him down. Wei Zhigu didn't see through it, so he was demoted. Zhang Shuo saw something and tried to stop him several times, but he was still demoted. Lu Huaishan was the smartest, but his body suddenly had a problem. Therefore, Li Yi didn't take a single cent from earthly paradise. They couldn't afford to offend him, but they couldn't avoid him. Yao Chong regarded Li Yi as a threat. If Li Yi knew, he would definitely laugh. Hundreds of workers still haven't made anything new? Yao Chong's eyes were heavy. He probably didn't sleep well last night. Zhang said, "Sigh, some craftsmen did come, but the things they made were for the sake of beauty." A folding table from Li Yi's place. In the hands of the craftsman's hands, it was still a table. Yao Chong looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan didn't want to care about anything at all. However, he still knew a little about it. He said, "There is a threshing tool which is made with fine steel teeth and steel shafts. It is better than Li Yi's. S's. Zhuangzi steel, why didn't you use gold?" Li Yi used wood, mud, bamboo and grass sticks. He felt it was too expensive to use some oil for lubrication. Now this was nothing more than a blade and some leather. The others were still wood. Wood stools, wood forks, oh, there was a rope less than a foot long on it. Could it be that Li Yi was stupid? Stupid? Didn't know how to use steel? Looking at the Zhuangzi's, methane lamp, copper pipe, iron pipe and even that's tapping tool. Oh, pressure well, even children can play with it. It's also iron. Why did he want to avoid copper and iron on his farming's tools? Wasn't it because the cost was high and the people couldn't afford it? Yao Chong had a headache. Who found this craftsman? Come here, I promise I won't beat you to death. Li Zhuangzi. Third brother, look, this bamboo is an ice cart. Children can play on the ice. The bamboo must be old bamboo. New bamboo isn't hard enough. Li Yi drew a blueprint for an ice cart. Normally the ice cart should be a triangle or at least an 8-string. But he considered that the people couldn't afford it, so he changed it to old bamboo. As for the ice roller, it should be a round wooden stick or bamboo stick, with an inch of iron nail at the bottom. If iron nails weren't used, bone nails or stone nails could be used, but they were easy to break and didn't slide fast. This is a snowboard. The snowboard doesn't need a snowball fight, but the two boards do. Look at the other one. The ice knife must be made of iron, and it needs to be sharpened. Otherwise it can't bite the ice. Li Yi changed a piece of paper as he spoke. He continued, ice pot. Logically speaking, each one should be about the same size and weight. But let's play with it first. If there's a difference in weight, then there's a difference. If it's made of stone, then it's made of, Li Yi explained to the three of them. He tried to use the least expensive materials, otherwise it couldn't be popularized. He wasn't doing it to make money. Otherwise he would dare to use ivory materials to make something entertaining. It would appear high-end and then make money crazily. Li Longji looked and listened. He said, I know that there are colder places where people slide on bone boards and wooden boards. Yes, third brother, there are. Li Yi continued to draw and said, this is a sled pulled by elk. It can transport troops in the ice and snow. Li Longji was instantly stunned. Transport troops? In the winter they would fight other people, the north, the northwest. Empress Wang, who came from a family of generals, pushed Li Longji's head to the side and opened her eyes wide to look at the new sled. Li Longji helplessly moved his body. There was no other way. She was pregnant. Uncle, this sled can be strung with a rope. Empress Wang looked and quickly gave an expanded use. Li Yi gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Empress Wang shook her head. It's a pity that I can't play. When the baby is born, you can play with the baby. Li Yi comforted her. Okay. Empress Wang was satisfied. The next morning, Li Longji and the other two hurriedly left. They said that they would send the live crabs to Zhuangzi for processing and preservation for a few more days. Li Yi sent everyone off and returned to the courtyard to continue drawing. After he finished, he took the blueprint to Songda. Get a small bottle made of glass and prepare to store things. Songda took the blueprint and left. Li Yi smiled. Old Pei, I'm counting on you to bring people over to play. Winter is coming and Zhuangzi needs more money. He believed that the people Pei Yaoqing found were definitely rich or came from influential families. Naturally, they had money. Looking at the past imperial examinations, most of the top scholars were the children of officials. Li didn't believe that the officials who could make their children the top scholar weren't flexible enough and didn't have the means to make money. He had spent a lot of money to help with the banquet and also donated money. He had to get his reputation and lifespan. Why couldn't he get his money back? A few days passed. Zhuangzi was busy and heavy snow fell. Pei Yaoqing, whom Li Yi was waiting for, came with 400 to 500 people. Looking at the clothes they wore, one could tell that the quality of life was good. As soon as they arrived, they went straight to the banquet. The seats and the road here had been cleaned. No one cared about the snow in the other places. There was a thin layer of ice on the water surface, but the water didn't stop flowing. Above was the canal, which was carried by water. Even if it was frozen, it had to be broken. This included the Grand Canal. Every day, boats would clear the thin layer of ice to make the waterway clear. The people who came sat on leather cushions. There were charcoal stoves and hand stoves to warm their hands. In order to save money, Li Yi let them drink rice wine. Then, in order to save face, he copied a poem and placed it in the most conspicuous position. Green ant, new fermented wine, red clay stoves. Late snow day, may I have a cup? Pei Yaoqing recited the poem. The people who came suddenly felt that the taste of the rice wine was different. It was as if their souls had been sublimated. Get ready to send something, Li Yi said to Songda when he saw that everyone had arrived. Chapter 90. Pei Yaoqing was today's main character. He arranged for people to send some gifts to the other students who were not good enough. He had done his duty as a parental official. As for those who were better, he invited them, saying that there would be delicious food. When there were too many people, it was a mess. It was hard to tell who was who. There were 2 people in the crowd. They wore scarves on their faces to block the wind and snow. They also wore hats on their heads to prevent the snow from falling on their hair. Daoji, Li Yi is asking for a name. Yao Chong lowered his head and said to Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua's name was Daoji, the same as Ji Gong Li Shiyuan's Dharma name. He's already famous. Zhang Shua looked at the rice wine in front of him. He did not want to drink it because it did not taste good. He hated the poem that said anything can drink a cup of wine. It was obviously lousy wine, but with a poem, it changed. His fame is different this time. He donated 400 taels and said that he would take it out today. Yao Chong reminded him. What's 400 taels? Compared to the good tools he gave, it's more than 40,000 taels. It's a complete set of farming tools. How many people would use it? Zhang Shua said as he put a piece of mutton into the copper hot pot in front of him. He and Yao Chong had a hot pot in front of them. When other people came over, they were forced to retreat by their eyes. They had never seen a copper hot pot before, but they had eaten a pot many times. A pot placed on a charcoal stove in winter naturally had to be eaten in it. It was a hot pot. This copper hot pot had a chimney and charcoal was added from the middle. No one knew that this would be the most widely used copper hot pot in the future northeast region. At first it was the Manchus. Later the capital also had it, and then it spread to other places. The difference between this kind of pot was that when cooking pickled vegetables, the pickled vegetables would be green. When other pots were not copper, the pickled vegetables would be yellow. When he gets up in the imperial court, Yao Chong was narrow-minded. He always felt that Li Yi would steal his position. Zhang Shua was also narrow-minded. Li Yi had already told Li Longji. He picked up a piece of meat and cooked it in the chicken soup with oyster. Does he not have a position now? His Majesty is always happy when he talks about the new linen things in court, and he always runs to the Forbidden Garden to see the 3,000 winged knights. The winged knights are really strong, Yao Chong commented gloomily. He had seen the winged knights training in the Forbidden Garden before. They were truly putting their lives on the line. The most frightening thing was that not a single one of the 3,000 people complained. Their willpower was firm. There was no such army in the entire Tang dynasty. What had they experienced? The phrase they always said was the most comfortable day is always yesterday. What was going on today? Yao Chong felt that even the entire 1,000 bull guards would not be able to defeat the 3,000 winged knights. Each of them only wore boxers during training and were covered in scars. Li, what did you do to them? The 100-worker strategy doesn't seem to work on him. Zhang Shuo recalled the matter of the stainless steel manufacturing. His head was spinning and he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Even so, we still have to persevere. What if there's a good one? Why is the mutton rolled? Yao Chong only found the problem after eating 2 slices of meat. How was the mutton rolled? Zhang Shuo had already found out. He sighed. That's why Li Yi's methods are beyond our imagination. Li Yi's courtyard. Brother Yi, how is the mutton rolled? Li Longji and Empress Wang came again. The weather was cold and snowy and they were in a bad mood. So they came to adjust their mood. It's frozen. Put the lean and fatty meat together and freeze it. Then cut it into rolls. It's delicious when the fat and lean match. Li Yi casually explained how to do it. Generally, rich people like to eat lean meat, poor people like to eat fatty meat, and delicious people like to eat a mixture of fat and lean meat. After eating a lot, you will find that too lean meat does not taste good, and the texture will be bad. Uncle, we just put some lean meat first, then some fatty meat. Once it's frozen, the texture will be so beautiful? Empress Wang was curious about the meat rolls. Li Yi shook his head. No, sister-in-law, they are eating the meat. We are eating the mutton itself. It's also frozen, but it has its own texture. Isn't the glycerin in this small bottle left over from the soap production? You want to sell it for 1,000 copper coins a small bottle? Empress Wang picked up a small glass bottle. It contained glycerin, a byproduct of soap production. She had been using it for a long time. It was very comfortable, especially now that the weather was cold. When she applied it on her lips would not be chapped. It was better than other oils and it did not have a bad smell. Uncle, how much would the glycerin you sell to them for? Empress Wang applied some glycerin and felt that it was different from the glycerin she used. It's not for sale. Third brother and sister-in-law used beeswax, borneal, tea oil and glycerin to make the cream together. It's enough for them to use the glycerin. Li Yi said the formula. There was no need to keep it a secret. There was no need to mix with glycerin, unless someone could directly produce Vaseline, then there was no need for anything else. Unfortunately, even he could not get Vaseline, so he used beeswax instead. Li Longji swallowed a mouthful of meat and suddenly asked, Little brother Yi, you seem to dislike the rich? Third brother is only partly right. I dislike the rich who are heartless, and I dislike the rich who collude with officials and businessmen. Li Yi expressed his opinion and continued, every time a dynasty changes, it's actually because the distribution of wealth has broken through a critical point. When more and more people accumulate wealth through unscrupulous means, an avalanche will occur. And when an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. When a person has an endless amount of food but does not take out the food when many people starve to death, that person will die. The constraints of morality and law, at that moment, will appear pale and useless. Uncle, you're right. Empress Wang felt that he was right. Because when Li Longji did not have his current status, he was also very poor. On his birthday he could not even eat a bowl of noodles. It was her father who sold a fur coat to make a bowl of soup biscuits with meat for Li Longji. Those who are heartless should be killed. Li Longji thought for a while and seemed to understand the problem of social distribution. Third brother, there's no end to killing. Just like the war between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, killing to stop killing is not the best strategy. Subduing the enemy without fighting is the right way. Li Yi said. He wanted to pass on some theories of national struggle through his third brother. Not killing? How can there be peace if we don't kill? Li Longji said domineeringly. It's enough to turn the enemy into one of our own. Tubo is strong now because of the heavenly Tao. It's warm there. Since Songsan Gampo we can cultivate large areas and even grow rice. Originally it was not possible. Originally we could only grow highland barley. Then, Songsan Gampo married one of our people and brought a lot of craftsmen and skills. Now it's impossible to use military force to subdue them. The climate there is high altitude, lack of oxygen, and it's hard to breathe. But if it's me, I can use business to pull people over. All the battles are the thoughts of the people at the top. It's called willpower. The commander of the army can be seized, but the will of an ordinary man cannot be seized. We don't seize those things. We integrate and use a good life to integrate. Third brother and sister-in-law, look at my Zhuangzi. If Zhang family village is the enemy, I have crossbows, armor, money and take care of the people of Zhang family village. Even if Muramasa Zhang Shao wants to hit me, he can't. If I want to cripple him, it's easy. Under the deterrence of military force, money is enough. Li Yi talked about geography, astronomy, politics, economics, human nature and struggle. With these words, everything was made clear. If that's the case, we can use troops to defend and not fight? Li Longji summarized. Yes, as long as the military force is at the border and they don't dare to come over, the rest is easy. I can even destroy them. Third brother, this is called economic war. Li Yi said confidently because in history there were many huge empires that were crippled like this. Chapter 91. He asked again about Tubo's army, but said that both sides had a winner and a loser. Border trade should be normal, and the economy should be focused on the advancement of the army. Li Longji drank a mouthful of wine and slowly understood Li Yi's words. When he picked up the meat and threw it into the hot pot, he asked, Brother Yi, do you think Tubo will still come and fight? This time, our Tang dynasty has wiped out more than 30,000 enemies, and Tubo's army of 100,000 has suffered heavy losses. There are still small-scale conflicts. Tubo's Grand Minister Qi Lishu can be considered a capable person. He is in charge of governing the country, and at the critical moment he wants to seize more land near the Yellow River while our Tang dynasty's internal affairs are not changing. His goal is to contact the local nobles and put on a show for others. He already knows that the Tang dynasty will not agree. Even so, he still wants to make peace and then launch a sneak attack. The timing is just right when the Tang dynasty is unable to directly invade. After that, Tubo will not be able to take the initiative to attack, and will definitely have a truce with the black-clothed Abbasid Caliphate and the Commando Division on the other side. Li Yi slowly explained the situation and choice that Tubo is facing. Are the black-clothed Abbasid Caliphate and the Commando Division powerful? Li Longji did not know much about Tubo's battle on the other side. If Tubo does not attack our Tang dynasty, he can chase after the two divisions and attack them. Tubo is strategically attacking that side. Tubo wants to snatch a good piece of land from our Tang dynasty and use it as a logistics base for Tubo. Tubo is located in the highlands and it is not easy to live there, so they must find a flat land. Whether it is attacking the Tang dynasty or the black-clothed Abbasid Caliphate, their goal is the same. Li Yi explained why Tubo wants to fight, and why everyone wants the land of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji listened carefully and asked again, "What's next?" Next, Tubo will naturally ally with other powers to attack my Tang dynasty. The ones who will attack my Tang dynasty will be the Abbasid Caliphate. The next step is to join forces with the Commando Division and attack the 4 military towns of the Anxi Protectorate: Yanqi, Qiuzi, Yutian, and Shul. Li Yi told Li Longji what to do with Tubo. The two places were actually next to each other. Li Longji couldn't help but shiver. Brother Yi is divining the heavenly secrets again? Brother Yi, your lifespan. Li Longji said anxiously. He was afraid that something would happen to Li Yi. Third brother, you don't have to worry. You haven't touched upon the mysteries of the heavens. It's just a prediction. Think about it, third brother. Tubo has joined forces with others. Everyone has nothing to do, so naturally they'll look for trouble. The Abbasid Caliphate and the Commando Division are next to us. The Abbasid Caliphate's military strength is currently stronger than the Commando Division. Tubo wants to wear down the Tang dynasty and the Abbasid Caliphate's military strength. Naturally, they'll have to fool the Abbasid Caliphate into attacking them first. Only then can they find the Commando Division. The two of them can't even defeat Tubo, so how can they defeat our Tang army? Li Yi tried to find a reason to explain why things were like this. It was much easier to know the results first and then deduce. That's good. Li Longji heaved a sigh of relief. Empress Wang also felt relieved. Empress Wang asked, "Uncle, can we destroy them all at once?" Li Yi shook his head lightly. The place is too big. It's a waste of manpower and resources. Right now, the most important thing for the Tang dynasty to do is to call out the hidden people and vigorously develop the way to help the people. What should we do with Tubo, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the Commando Division? Li Longji had a question. Open up the border trade and fight Tubo. Many bridges and plank roads have been destroyed. However, there are small roads that can be used. We can smuggle and rope in the Tubo nobles and merchants to smuggle with us. Li Yi gave an idea. They couldn't stop the trade. They lacked cavalry, beef, mutton, and medicinal herbs. Li Longji asked very naturally, if we sell things to them, won't we be helping them? The output of a country and a land is limited. There are no new methods to increase production and increase breeding. Every time we sell things to them, they will naturally reduce their output. Food is the foundation. We sell other things to them in exchange for food. Tubo lacks food. Take soy sauce for example. Third brother, you and I each work for a country. Your country grows soybeans for 500 coins per bushel. I buy soy sauce and sell half a caddy to you in exchange for your bushel of soybeans. The soybeans I use are less than half a liter. The difference is 20 times. Li Yi gave a simple example. Li Longji immediately understood. Good, that's how it should be. Empress Wang said from the side, after trading back and forth, my Sanlang soybeans will end up in your hands. The difference in military strength between both sides is not big. Sanlang is in trouble. Li Yi nodded his head. Yes, this was the relationship between trade surplus and deficit. It involved technical factors. Smuggling is good. Li Longji was the emperor of a country. He was prepared to engage in smuggling. He knew what Tubo lacked. The first was tea leaves. He used the tea leaves to smuggle over and exchange them for horses and sheep. The second was silk. The rich people in Tubo wanted it. On the other side, Pei Yaoqing sat on the main seat and listened to the talented scholars reciting poems and discussing essays. Everyone had prepared their essays in advance and brought them over to Chang, and so that they could get a good ranking in the imperial examinations next year. Pei Yaoqing did not say anything and just listened. The more he listened, the more he did not want to listen. They were obviously good people, but compared to the local Dongzhu, why was there such a big difference? If His Majesty knew about today's grand occasion, he would definitely be happy. A supervisor from the Imperial College sitting beside Pei Yaoqing said in unison. The supervisor of the Imperial College was a lower 6th rank, while Pei Yaoqing's Chang and was a higher 5th rank. There was a big difference in their actual power and rank. Tang Chi came over to support and let everyone know that people from the Imperial College were here. That's right. Pei Yaoqing's mood suddenly became better. He thought, that's right, how can I compare them to Li Yi? His Majesty Li Yi personally came over. How much do you think of them? And are these people worthy of His Majesty's attention? Not bad, they're all very good. Good luck. Everyone was eating, drinking, and flattering when the people from Jianghu arrived. They carried trays with red silk. On top of the red silk, there were wooden boxes that were 3 inches long and 1.5 inches thick and brushed with tung oil. The farmers gave each of them 1 box and left after sending them off. Someone else carried over 10 boxes that were filled with copper coins. 400 barley coins, which was 400,000 copper coins. Each barley weighed 6 caddies and 4 taels, so it weighed a total of 2,560 caddies. Pei Yaoqing stood up and said to everyone, during the winter solstice, there are many people in Chang and who are in dire straits. I Li Yi Dongzhu donate 400 barley coins to help the people suffering from the cold. I will send a memorial to him. Some of the others had already opened the boxes. Inside the boxes was a glass bottle with a small wooden stopper. They were about to see what was inside when they saw a lot of money and heard Pei Yaoqing's words. Their first thought was, he's rich. Li Dongzhu is rich. Their second thought was, Li Yi is indeed rich. Their third thought was, how can Li Yi be so rich? How much money does he actually have? Ladies and gentlemen, the things in your hands are precious skincare products in the glass bottle, 1000 Sunset Frost Dew. Apply it to your lips or cracks and it's several times better than other ointments. Pei Yaoqing advertised for Li Yi. The name of the glycerin was 1000 Sunset Frost Dew. Everyone knew it was good stuff. Everyone's eyes lit up. Give me something? Pei Yaoqing continued, if you want to buy it today, you only need to pay 50% of the price. The glass bottle is free. When the 1000 Sunset Frost Dew is used up, you can bring the bottle to Jianghu and fill it up at the price of 2 barley coins per bottle. Everyone's eyes dimmed. You want money? Can we not buy it? But this glass bottle is free? You've made a profit. Otherwise, if you want to buy a similar bottle, you'll need at least 3 to 5 barley coins. I'll buy it. Since someone supported him first, Chang, and wanted face. He personally said that the item was good and even gave a glass bottle. If he didn't agree to buy a glass bottle with more than 3 barley coins per barley, Chang, and would definitely be angry. At most, he would use up the 1000 Sunset Frost Dew inside and not use it to fill it. Keeping the bottle was also a profit. Everyone signed and stamped their names. If they didn't bring money, they would pay later. There were a total of 456 people, 1 barley for each person. You can send the money to this official's place of execution, Pei Yaoqing said. His meaning was not to send it to Jianghu. This was because he had already agreed with Li Yi that the money from the sale would be the 400 barley coins. The 400 barley coins in the boxes would not be taken away. The extra barley coins would be his. An extra 56 barley coins was not a small amount. Chapter 92. Brother Yi, you're so capable. When it comes to making money, you're unparalleled. Li Longji heard the news and praised Li Yi with a smile. Li Yi waved his hand. Third brother, being rich by yourself is considered inferior. Being able to bring more people to live a good life is considered superior. Li Yi was modest, but he was actually quite happy. The small glass bottle could indeed be sold for money, but it would not be worth much if it was sold too much. Giving away a bottle meant that if it was not used in the future, it would have to be filled with glycerin. When the time came, there would be a discount. The first batch of purchases would all cost 1 person a bottle. Those who bought it naturally had to help advertise it. This was especially true for women. Between best friends, they would help each other out. People who sold kerosene could give away kerosene lamps for free, so giving away a bottle was nothing. With the 400 bottles, the advertisement would be released, and the reputation would be established. He would also bribe Pei Yaoqing. If the weather gets colder, I'll give out porridge. Li Yi decided to be a good person. He was in a good mood as he increased his lifespan. Brother Yi, are you still willing to give alms to ungrateful people? Li Longji asked a question that he found difficult to answer. If a monk is guilty, the sins do not fall on the monks. If a crime is to be punished, the punishment is not to burn down the temple. Li Yi said calmly. Brother Yi is indeed like that. Li Longji revealed a comfortable smile. Empress Wang also revealed a knowing smile. She put down her chopsticks and stopped eating. She was half full and could eat when she wanted to. There were two people who were not very happy at the moment. These two were Yao Chong and Zhang Shura. When they heard that they still needed to sign, they took the box containing the 1,000 sunset frost dew and ran away. They took the box and ran away. The hot pot was not finished yet and there was still wine left in the cups. Their escape was successful and no one chased after them. Zhang Shua was young so he was not panting heavily. Yao Chong was old so he was panting. He said while panting, "Daoji, I dare to bet that the 1,000 sunset frost dew in this glass bottle is definitely not worth 2,000. It's at most 200. Yunji, you're talking too much. 200? Was that something Li Yi could do? 20 yuan for the contents of this small bottle. How dark. How black-hearted." Zhang Shua's tone was 10 times worse. Yao Chong thought for a moment and panted. "Yes, 20 coins. When I run out, I'll ask His Majesty for more. I don't have that kind of money. I want a few more crabs." Zhang Shua patted the snow off his head and rubbed his stomach. He realized that he was still not full. "Let's go back. I will also find someone to cook a copper hot pot when I get home." Yao Chong recalled the taste of the hot pot. The wine was not as good, but the meat was still very delicious. The two of them went to look for their followers. Each of them brought 4 followers with them. 8 people wearing straw raincoats and bamboo hats were waiting in front with 2 umbrellas. "Are you hungry?" Zhang Shua asked his coachman. The nearest coachman shook his head. "I'm not hungry. I ate at Zhuangzi's canteen." Another coachman lowered his voice. "Boss, I realize that anyone who comes in can eat. They can't tell." Zhang Shua reached out and slapped the coachman on the head. "Do you think they are stupid? They don't want to ask and leave you some face. Li Dongzhu doesn't want to embarrass people and he doesn't care about that meal." Even if Yao Chong felt that Li Yi was a threat, he had to say at this moment, Li Dongzhu's conduct can't be judged by common sense. In the city, if he meets the people of Zhuangzi in need, he will do his best to help. The coachman responded one after another, indicating that they understood. The group continued to walk out and then stopped. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua saw His Majesty's personal guards. The two of them looked at each other. His Majesty and Empress Wang guaranteed that they came together. "They must have eaten better than us," Zhang Shua said bitterly. "If you can drink a cup of wine, it definitely won't be broken rice wine." Yao Chong looked in the direction of Li Yi's main courtyard. He wanted to go over and eat a few more mouthfuls. "I asked my family to learn all kinds of cooking but they couldn't learn. They also stumbled when learning in other restaurants." Zhang Shua felt hungry when he thought of the food. Yao Chong closed his eyes. He wanted to erase Li Yi from his mind, but he knew that it was impossible. The two of them left with their people. Li Longji's guards saluted, meaning that they had seen the 2 prime ministers and would tell His Majesty later. The rolling Yangtze River flows east, and the waves wash away all heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure vanish in a flash. The green hills are still there and the sunset is still red. The white-haired fisherman on the riverside, accustomed to the autumn moon and the spring breeze. A pot of turbid wine is a happy reunion. How many things in the past and present are jokes. It is said that the world is divided for a long time and divided for a long time. This weekend, the 7 kingdoms will be divided and merged into Qin. After the meal, the 3 of them drank tea. Empress Wang was in a bad mood because she couldn't go out to play because it was snowing outside. Therefore, Li Yi began to read according to the information provided by the system. The romance of the 3 kingdoms was directly a storytelling method. In the Tang dynasty, the storytelling method was called speaking. The 2 eunuchs and 2 palace maids each wrote a sentence. Li Yi didn't speak quickly. The 2 palace maids looked at Li Yi with stars in their eyes. "Uncle, what you said is different from the romance of the 3 kingdoms." Empress Wang, who had read the romance of the 3 kingdoms, said with a smile. "The romance of the 3 kingdoms is just like a play. What is recorded in the history books may not be all true. What is said in the story is true and what is not true is also true. What is said in the story is not true, and what is true is also not true. When the false is true, what is true is false. Where there is nothing, there is nothing." Li Yi said and then continued to narrate vividly. At the same time, he saw the palace maids and eunuchs writing. He really wanted to collect copyright tax for Luo Guanzhong. 1 spoke, 6 listened. As he spoke, "That's right. Man's situation is still from ancient times to present day. Who can tell that a hero is a virgin? A man who is fast is like a winged virtue. Kill all the heartless people in the world. After all, what about Dongzhu's life? Listen to the next part of the story." Li Yi read and directly read. No, continue. Li Longji didn't agree. What do you mean by the next part of the story? Are you trying to break the story with me? Yes, uncle, the second part. I want to hear the next part now. Empress Wang was even more straightforward. Dongzhu's name is Zhongying. He is from Longshi's Lintao. He is the governor of Hudong. Li compromised. At night, Li Longji and Empress Wang stayed again. Li Longji really wanted to call a palace maid in, but he was worried that Brother Yi would guess something. He just pretended that he wasn't familiar with the palace maids. Li Yi lay on the bed and sighed. I have to take it out 5 times a day. There are only 120 times in total. I won't be able to last more than a few days. I can use Journey to the West with some minor changes. I can't use Water Margin and Dream of the Red Chamber. I don't have time to make major changes. How depressing. Li Yi felt dejected. The people who bought the 1,000 Sunset Frost Dew were even more dejected than him. Many of them thought that they wouldn't come again after using it up. They just wanted to earn a glass bottle. But when they returned home and took out the treasure, the women at home began to apply it on their lips. Glycerin was naturally more comfortable than any other oil. Their lips were dry and cracked, but they didn't hurt as much after applying it. The glycerin in the small bottle was actually only 15 to 16 milliliters. It was blown in the mold, so it didn't take long. Those with few people at home could still make do, but for those with many women, half the bottle was gone after each person applied it. There were also some women who said that they were going out the next day to show off. When they returned, the bottle would be empty. How could they use it like this? Chapter 93. As the temperature dropped, the crabs were unwilling to move. The forest frogs were also sent to the mud ponds specially used for hibernation. Li Qingqi continued to buy oysters and cabbage from the seaside. At the same time, he sent a large number of live crabs to Li Yi and Zhuangzi. The cold weather preserved the bodies better. Wang Xing sent the bodies of 3 children under the age of 10. Li Yi, wearing a surgical gown, stood beside a corpse with his head lowered and did not move for a long time. The 3 children all died of drowning. Li Yi did not want to blame the adults for not taking care of them well. Nowadays, children were raised freely. The children of the royal family died just like that. Could it be said that the palace did not take good care of them? He just felt sad that the young lives were withering away. Thank you. I will write down the methods of CPR and drowning first aid and spread them around the world. After Li Yi finished speaking, he put away the children's bodies. He left the autopsy room. He did not want to practice today because he was in a bad mood. He went to drawing one paper after another. When he was done, he stacked the papers together and turned them over like flipping a book. The drawings moved. It involved drowning first aid and CPR. At night, he put down the brush as if he was exhausted. He did not eat lunch and just kept drawing. After drinking some water, he took the paper out of the courtyard to find a craftsman to carve a plate. The people in Zhuangzi began to harvest the rice. The water was released. After harvesting, they threshed the rice and put it in sacks to be stored in the warehouse. The second and third batch of greenhouses continued to be built. In the rice field, the roots of the rice were cut and plowed down with oxen and soaked in water. Of the 42 students, 40 of their families arrived. There were old and young. The families of 2 students were on the way. Song De sent 2 veterans to bring the students to pick them up. The elders of the students' families were more sensible than the students. They knew that Dongzhu was kind and righteous, so they helped with the work. Generally, they just made baskets or clay baskets. Those who knew how to make bamboo would naturally use bamboo to make things. When Li Yi found the best craftsman to carve the plates, a group of new students was receiving education. It was agreed that no matter how many students lived this winter, all the students who were willing to do farm work would be brought here. As for the students who didn't want to work even if they were to starve to death, Steward Songde gave them what they wanted. You guys can continue. If you can't stand the cold, don't come to Zhuangzi. There were 220 new students, all of whom were commoners. Winter was hard to endure, and they would have to wait until February for the exam. If they didn't have a place to stay when the weather was cold, they might fall sick before the imperial examinations. Fortunately, there were many temples in Chang'an. There was no need to work and the temple was free. Master Fong, find a few skilled craftsmen to carve these out and print them into a booklet, so that those who drown or fall ill will have a chance. Li Yi had always respected the craftsmen and veterans. Master Fong-Yin, was currently carving the 3-character classic. Previously, the students copied each other, but now that there were more people and more children, they had to copy it. He was a man of few words. Even when Songde spoke to him, he would only reply once or twice after a few sentences. However, he was very strict with his disciples. If his disciples did not perform well, he would directly kick them. However, in front of Li Yi he showed his most active side. Li Dongzhu, what is this? I don't understand. He looked at the pictures one by one and felt that they were all similar. Master Fong, give it to me. I will flip it for you. Li Yi took it back and placed a stack of paper in front of Master Fong. He bent one hand and held the paper with the thumb of the other. Shua, he flipped it. Fong Yin's eyes widened. How could he move it? It was too amazing. Dongzhu was indeed Dongzhu. Even his drawings were different from others. Do you understand? Every picture is actually different. If you flip it continuously, you will naturally feel that it moves. This is called CPR. If you don't move it, others won't be able to see it clearly. Li Yi patiently explained. His drawings were all simple strokes supported by lines. They were far from being as cute as the cat and mouse cartoons. Fong Yin grabbed the stack of paper and flipped it. The more he flipped, the more he liked it. He flipped it non-stop. Master Fong, carve it. It's something that can save lives. Li Yi was afraid that Fong Yin would continue flipping until the paper was ruined, so he quickly said, Dongzhu, why is it so fun? It's so interesting. Fong Yin's rigid look was gone. He was like a child now. Really? What else could Li Yi say? Dongzhu, I will get someone to carve it now. Help, I can see it. Fong Yin reacted. I will leave it to you, Master Fong. Li Yi nodded. He went to the cafeteria to see if there was anything to eat. Everyone come here. Fong Yin waited until Li Yi was out of sight before shouting. A group of youths who had just become his disciples ran over. Dongzhu gave us something that can save lives. Come and take a look. Fong Yin's face darkened. He called his disciples over and flipped the paper. Shwa shwa shwa. His disciples' eyes widened. It could move. What was going on? Dongzhu used divine arts? Fong Yin began to explain the differences between each picture. He explained in detail. His disciples also listened attentively. Carve it. Don't make Dongzhu angry. Otherwise don't learn from me. Fong Yin kicked two of his disciples who were not serious enough and warned them. His disciples gathered together to study how to carve out the subtle differences. Fong Yin continued to carve the three-character classic with his head lowered. He was extremely persistent. He knew his own situation. His skills were good, but he was not good with words. He also did not treat people to meals. He had a wife and children at home. Therefore he was ostracized by his peers in the Imperial Academy. Some of his peers did not care about their families and went drinking after earning money. Some even went to Pyongkong Square to find cheap girls to have fun with. Then something happened. It had nothing to do with him, but his peers said it was because of him. He had to take responsibility. At this time his superior gave him two choices. One was to be exiled to a faraway place. The other was to work in Jianghu with his family. He was afraid that his family would not be able to take the long journey. Therefore he chose to go to Jianghu. He thought that going to Jianghu was because his superior received benefits and called him a coolie. In the end, when he arrived at Jianghu, he realized that everything was available here. The children had books to read and there was meat to eat. Dongzhu would treat them personally when they were sick. Dongzhu was a divine doctor. He had never seen an illness that Dongzhu could not treat. Typhoid was so scary. In the end, it was cured by Dongzhu after taking medicine. He accidentally hurt himself while working. There was a big cut on his arm. It should be pus. Then he would have a fever. He would see if he could survive. He would find a doctor to apply medicine and see if his life was tough enough. Dongzhu took a look and smiled, saying that it was fine. He would wipe it, sew it, and wrap it up. After a few days he would remove the thread and take a look. It was fine. Those who came with him made mistakes and wasted materials. They should be cleaned up. Dongzhu did not care. He only asked if the person was injured. If the person was not injured, he could use the materials as he wished. This kind of Dongzhu was hard to find. When teaching disciples, he naturally had to teach them well. Whoever did not do well, he would beat them. Li Yi did not know what the master was thinking. He went to the cafeteria to look at the dishes. Today's dishes were not bad. There was actually beef soup. Did Zhuangzi have a dead cow? How many are dead? Li Yi asked the woman who was wiping the table. Not dead. I bought it. It is not easy to buy it elsewhere. There are people who send it to Earthly Paradise. Earthly Paradise's master left some meat and sent it back. The woman explained how the cow came about. When she spoke, there was a sense of arrogance. Li Yi nodded to show that he understood. Eating cow was indeed not ordinary. Although there was too little beef in the soup, everyone tried not to touch the meat when getting the soup. What a good worker. She knew that the beef was precious and only drank the soup. She did not use the spoon to scoop it up slowly. Therefore Li scooped up a few pieces of beef. One of the pieces still had tendons. This was delicious. After getting the soup, he took a plate and filled it with vinegar sauerkraut, chicken pieces with yam, scrambled eggs with cucumber, and fried dried tofu with garlic sprouts. It was a grand rice dish that was made from rice. He did not eat noodles. Brother E, give me some of that glass bottle. Li just sat down and was about to eat. Li Qingqi ran over and asked for something. Chapter 94. As Li Qingqi spoke, he found a plate and filled it with food. Then he sat opposite Li. Big brother, you use better than you sell. Li frowned slightly. He gave his big brother the same amount of food as his third brother and sister-in-law. It was enough for skincare. I don't have any bottles. Now, I only recognize bottles. The women in my family are playing with others outside. Someone used a glass bottle to wipe her mouth. Li Qingqi pointed out the problem. He felt that his big brother's women were too low class. Using a name tag to show their identity? High-class people all had custom-made clothes. Who would wear a logo? Big brother, don't worry. Let's eat first. There are many bottles. Take them back after dinner. Li comforted him. Li Qingqi nodded. Then he realized what he was serving. Is this mung bean powder? Fried with bean sprouts and dried shredded tofu? He took a bite and smacked his lips. Delicious. Big brother, the shelled oysters will be shipped here in winter. Li didn't care about his big brother eating noodles. Now there were bean powder. Wheat couldn't be used to make noodles. It wasn't tough enough. Unless something else was added, it could only be used to make noodles. He was more concerned about the shelled oysters. There was a trend of eating oysters in the capital. His big brother probably asked someone to spread the word that eating oysters was good for both men and women. As a result, the price kept rising. There was also sea cabbage, which was used to feed ducks. It became a high-priced cold dish in Chang'an. Li Qingqi sighed. The oysters and sea cabbage at the seaside are expensive. It used to be labor money. It was good to pay 20 to 30 yuan a day. Now it's not enough. How expensive is it? Li asked with a smile. The supply and demand relationship had changed. Under normal circumstances, the people at the seaside should be making money. Li Qingqi stretched out 3 fingers. 3 times. It's just labor. It's free. Li Qingqi looked unhappy. When I asked people to buy things there, they were very grateful. Now they can't afford to pay less. Li understood. He got up and went to find wine. Good wine. He brought it back and poured wine for the two of them. Taking a sip of wine, Li said, Big brother, what were we thinking back then? Buy some worthless things on the beach so that they can earn more money. Li Qingqi picked up his wine cup and said. He hadn't forgotten. How much money do you make now? Li asked. Yes, but they. Li Qingqi was sad. He raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. Big brother, you don't just want to help them earn money, right? You also want them to be grateful to you all the time. Then when others offer them a lot of money, they won't go. They just want to guard your low wage. Li's words hit the nail on the head. Yes, shouldn't I? Li Qingqi turned his head and looked at the dishes on the table. He was still angry. Big brother, you are a relative of the royal family. We stand at different heights. If you want to get rich, I have a new way. If you want to serve the country and the people, this younger brother will help you promote marine products. This younger brother has the method of cultivating kunbu, oysters, and sea cabbage. Li persuaded. As long as the goal was achieved, it was enough. In the beginning, he wanted to give the people of the sea more ways to earn money. Li Qingqi nodded, but he was still unhappy. He said, But brother E, the people in Zhuangzi and Zhang clan's village don't treat you like that. That's because I am one with them. When you go to the beach to collect things, are you one with the people at the beach? Put yourself in their shoes. The people at the beach earn more money. Not only are you unhappy, but you also feel wronged. How much money have we earned from oysters and sea cabbage? We have to give some away. If we benefit, the people will live more. We can't suppress them with morality. Even ants drag out their lives. Li said with a heavy heart. Brother E, you really don't care? Li Qingqi suddenly realized. Of course I care. Why wouldn't I want to make more money? But money is endless. It's better to cooperate than to monopolize. We have to stand on the side of the imperial court. If the people are rich, the country will be rich. The people of the sea have a hard time and there are many riots. They can earn extra money. No matter how much you want them to be in chaos, they won't be willing to be in chaos. The people are the Tao. Those who have permanent property have perseverance. Those who don't have permanent property have no perseverance. Without perseverance, indulgence will ward off evil. Nothing is for oneself. Li Yi enlightened his elder brother and even brought out Mencius. Li Qingqi was shocked. He took a deep breath and said, "Brother Yi, you are a true national scholar." He finally understood how wrong he was. He was only thinking about earning that little bit of money. Brother Yi had many ways to make money. It was important for the people at the beach to live a good life. There were many times when the people at the beach rebelled, but they were suppressed. If their lives were better, they wouldn't rebel even if you asked them to. He was conflicted about whether to earn more or less money, but Brother Yi was thinking about stability. Thinking so, Li Qingqi said to Li Yi, "Brother Yi, please teach me what to do in the future." "Elder brother, you don't have to do this. It's just 3 times the wage. We can give them 5 times the wage. They haven't sold the oysters and cabbages yet. With 5 times the wage, they will naturally work hard to get those who are capable. When they return to Chang, and we will make a lot of profits." Li Yi came up with an idea to give them 5 times the wage. In this way, many people of the sea would come to work. They could quickly get those who were caught and transported to Chang'an. Wasn't it just a competition of manpower cost? It didn't matter. What he was most afraid of was that the locals would sell the oysters and cabbages after they caught those who were caught. That would be terrible. It was like selling soy sauce. The competition was too big. Li Qingqi didn't say a word. He ran out directly and ordered his men to quickly go to the beach, increase the wage and collect the goods. When he came back, he seemed to have been reborn. He saluted Li Yi, "Brother Yi, I have learned something." Li Yi helplessly got up and returned the salute. "Elder brother, don't say that. You care about the Tang dynasty. You just hate the people for not fighting for you." Li Qingqi sat back down and pointed at the pile of things on his plate. "What are these?" "Sweet and sour snails. They are for children. Adults don't touch them. Since you put them here, you can drink." Li Yi knew that his elder brother was confused just now. He didn't even look at the dishes. The snails were for children as snacks. Although it was called sweet and sour, there was actually a little chili oil inside. He had an indifferent attitude towards children eating chili. Who said that children couldn't eat spicy food? He ate a lot of chili when he was young. Later, he didn't know how it became that children were not allowed to eat spicy food at all. They even emphasized when ordering dishes. Therefore, the children in Zhuangzi had a lot of spicy snacks. He provided some chili noodles. "Brother Yi, in winter, other than the greenhouse vegetables I learned from you, is there anything else that can make money?" Li Qingqi ate a snail and drank a mouthful of wine. He stuck out his tongue and asked. "Yes." Li Yi answered without thinking. "I know that I can just ask you in front of you." Li Qingqi smiled. If there was anything he could ask Brother Yi in front of him. He was never disappointed. "Brother, do you want to stay in the village and sell things or set up a stall outside to sell things?" Li Yi asked first. He wanted to know whether his brother wanted to be a resident merchant or a traveling merchant. "What's the difference between the two? What are the different things to sell?" Li Qingqi asked. "You can make money by yourself or with some people to make money." Li Yi said. "Of course I'll make money together. I'm a relative of the emperor." Li Qingqi was now thinking about the Tang dynasty. He was influenced by Li Yi. He felt that if his starting point wasn't for the Tang dynasty, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of Brother Yi. He felt that he, King Song, didn't love the Tang dynasty as much as Brother Yi. Selling candied haws. You are a resident merchant if you sell them wholesale. If you send people to sell them, you are a traveling merchant. Li Yi came up with an idea. It was winter now and there was a lot of brown sugar in the medicine shop. They could buy it and process it. The autumn wheat harvest was over. It was time for glutinous rice and candied haws to go on the market. Chapter 95. Li Qingqi left. He didn't stay in Zhuangzi for the night, nor did he return to the city. He went to buy Zhuangzi and Lioli village and arranged for people to decorate it. He wanted to sell it wholesale so that many people could make money from the difference in the price of candied haws. The next morning, the steward continued to host the auction of soy sauce and spiced tea eggs. Number 3, 21,500 coins. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price? 21,500 coins going once, going twice, sold. Songdo was used to being an auctioneer. The price of the people who participated in the auction also fluctuated between 20,000 and 22,000 coins. Although they knew that it was still expensive, it was still acceptable. Not long after, 20 jars of soy sauce were sold. Songda took out the tea eggs. 50 eggs going once. The base price is 20,000 coins. Each increase must be no less than 500 coins. The first batch starts now. After shouting, he waited. The base price of a tea egg was 400 coins. Generally, it was about 500 coins. There was no sound in the cloth-made compartments. After waiting for more than 10 breaths, Songda shouted, 20,000 coins going once, 20,000 coins going twice, 20,000 coins going thrice, no bid. After shouting no bid, Songda was in a bad mood. The faces of the palace maids and eunuchs who accompanied him darkened. The second batch, 50 eggs, the base price is 20,000 coins, going once, going twice, no bid. Songda shouted no bid for the second time. Then the third batch, the fourth batch, the 20th batch, all of them were no bid. Everyone please pick up the soy sauce. According to the price, as long as you use grain to trade, you will get a 10% discount. Songda's voice changed with anger. The people who participated in the auction came out of the compartments one by one. At this time they had smiles on their faces and looked very friendly. They smiled and communicated with Songda. Steward Song, the soy sauce is not enough. We should increase the amount. And the price is too high. The steward of the guest house talked to Songda like an old friend. Songda squeezed out a smile. Steward Liang, you may not know. It's cold and it's not easy to make soy sauce. Maybe the amount will be reduced tomorrow. Steward Song, you must be joking. This soy sauce is what we need. But do you know why none of the 100 boiled eggs were sold today? Another steward of the byway pavilion came up with a bag in his hand. Steward Fong, please teach me. Songda cupped his hands. He wondered, are these people courting death? How dare they let my things go unbid? Was this a matter of money? This was a matter of face. If you don't buy it today, you won't sell it tomorrow. Let's see what you can do. Steward Song, I have a few eggs here. They're called 1,000 boiled chaos eggs. Have a taste. Manager Fong opened the paper bag in his hand, revealing the 5 eggs inside. Shopkeeper Liang, who was standing at the side, picked one up and handed it to Songda. Songda took it and looked at the egg. Looking at the color, it was almost the same as Zhuangzi's 5-spice tea egg. He peeled it open and took small bites. He smacked his lips and tasted it. The slightly different taste had a hint of familiarity. It was very similar to the spiced tea egg. Steward Song, can you swallow it? Manager Fong asked with a smile. Songda didn't say anything. Another shopkeeper came over with a paper bag in his hand. There was only one egg inside. He peeled it open and threw it into his mouth. Then he said to Songda in a muffled voice, 1,000 boiled chaos eggs only cost 80 coins each. You can have as many as you want. If you have a lot of them, it can even be cheaper. Songda's expression changed again and again. He still didn't say anything, but his brows were furrowed. Steward Song, someone else made the eggs today. The eggs on Zhuangzi are expensive and no one wants to buy them. If you're willing to lower the price of the 100 boiled chaos eggs to 70 coins, we'll buy them. Shopkeeper Liang revealed his ultimate goal. His face was full of smiles, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. He stared at Songda in an aggressive manner. Songda took a deep breath and loosened his clenched fists. He laughed. Hee, the 100 boiled chaos eggs on Zhuangzi will not be lowered. Since that's the case, we have no choice. We can't just leave the cheaper ones and sell the more expensive ones. The taste is about the same. The person who ate the eggs swallowed the eggs and spread his hands. Steward Song, there are other eggs today. Your village's eggs can't be sold. When there's soy sauce tomorrow, don't blame us for not coming to support you. Steward Song, one can't be too greedy. If there's money to be earned, why do you insist that there's no money to be earned? Steward Song, there's an abyss ahead. When it's time to retreat, retreat. Don't ruin the village's important matters. Steward Song, I know you can't make the decision. Why don't you call Li Yi and Li Dongzhu out? We'll talk to them personally. Steward Song, you have to know that there are countless capable people. Your family's Dongzhu took out many agricultural tools. This soy sauce is also beneficial to the people. Steward Song, we're willing to pay a price to buy the soy sauce recipe. If we sell it now, we owe Li Dongzhu a favor. If someone else makes soy sauce in the future, this favor will be gone. Steward Song, one by one the people who came to participate in the failed sale opened their mouths. Their words were like knives that pierced into Songda's heart. Songda tried his best to maintain his smile. He couldn't be weak at this time. Dongzhu's face was important. Don't you want to buy soy sauce tomorrow? Palace maid Taohong couldn't stand it anymore and threatened. Sure enough, when she threw out a sentence, everyone immediately shut up. That's right, they still had to buy tomorrow. There were substitutes for eggs but not soy sauce. They put on smiling faces and ordered people to pick up the goods. Then they walked out together. They talked loudly and laughed heartily. Listening to them felt carefree. Songda didn't send them off today. Clearly the other party didn't want him to do so. Song De turned and ran to Li Yi, who was stretching his body outside the courtyard. Dongzhu, they didn't buy the 5 spiced tea eggs. Instead they gave me a few eggs. As he spoke, Song De took out 4 eggs that were wrapped in paper. The palace maids and eunuchs at the side spoke one after another about the previous incident. They were extremely angry. Oh, so they besieged my steward? Even if the transaction doesn't work out, there's still benevolence. Why do you have to do this? Have I been too gentle in my actions? Making people feel that I'm easy to bully? Li Yi laughed. As he spoke, he picked up an egg to take a look. The eggshell was also cracked into fine lines. The color was brownish-black. Smelling it again, there was the smell of star anise and a hint of soy sauce. Peeling off the outer skin, the egg inside also had color. He took a small bite and chewed carefully. The taste is not bad. They used soy sauce instead of soy sauce. They also added soy sauce. The soy sauce also contains sodium glutamate. Good idea. Li Yi praised the other party's craftsmanship and thought. Song De didn't think that the other party was smart. He was worried about Zhuangzi's income. Dongzhu, what should we do? If no one buys it, give it to the people in Zhuangzi to eat. As for the 70% shares from my brothers, we can replace it with something else. Li Yi knew in his heart that it wasn't that the 5 spiced tea eggs were bad. It was that the group of people ganged up to teach him a lesson. If Zhuangzi personally took the 5 spiced tea eggs to other restaurants to sell, he would be at a disadvantage. At that time, other people would definitely try to lower the price. Zhuangzi's auction status would be gone forever. They also said that Dongzhu, you should sell the recipe. The recipe for soy sauce. As Song De spoke, his eyes turned red. He was sullen. I've made you feel wronged. Originally, I could have just changed to something else to earn money. However, I still have to sell this egg. They also have to buy it. Li Yi patted Song De's shoulder and decided to vent his anger. Didn't you guys gang up and refuse to buy the substitute? I still want you to buy it. You cannot buy it. Chapter 96. Dongzhu is indeed Dongzhu. Amazing. Song De muttered as he made arrangements in Zhuangzi. He was in a good mood and thought that there was no other way. In the end, a single sentence from Dongzhu made him feel great. At this time in Chang'an, the news of the 100 boiled round eggs being sold at the Li family village on the east bank of the Ba River had spread. At the same time, the 1,000 boiled egg was sold in many shops. Many people treated today's matter as a joke. Those who went to participate in the soy sauce sale felt even more honored. In the afternoon, news of the matter reached the palace. Li Longji was reading a book to a few people. It was a thick book with the smell of ink. It was freshly printed. There were 3 prime ministers, Minister of Works Wei Zhigu, Minister of Taichung Temple Jiang Jiao, and Supervisor of Household Affairs Yang Sison. The Household Affairs Division was the place of eunuchs. Yang Sison was the supervisor. There was the Shangyao Bureau. In the Shangyao Bureau, there were imperial physicians, assistant physicians and catering physicians. The latter 2 were the most unlucky ones. They were the ones who tasted the medicine. If there was a problem with the medicine, Taichung Temple had the Imperial Physician Bureau. There were doctors, assistants, supervisors and judges. There were also doctors, medical workers and herb gardeners. The others were doctors. There were doctors, acupuncture doctors, massage doctors and curses doctors. The people of the Tang dynasty believed in curses. They were flipping through the book and watching cartoons. There were first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation. He pressed down on his chest and blew air into his mouth, causing them to frown as they watched. The 3 prime ministers looked at each other, not knowing what to say. If it was anyone else who offered this, they would have found a reason to punish them. However, this was something that King Song took from Li Yi. It was a life-saving method. Others might not believe it, but they believed it. The treatment methods they learned from Li Yi were very useful when they returned home. Especially Yao Chong. Back then, when Li Yi sprayed something on his mouth, it didn't hurt that day. It would be fine the next day. This official thinks that life is important. I don't care about the details and won't refuse the small gifts. Yao Chong spoke up for him. He was still hoping that in the future, when the imperial physicians couldn't treat him, he would look for Li Yi to save his life. Zhang Shua followed up, but if you help me save my life, I will accept your small gift. Female doctors should be taught in the palace. Outside the palace, if it's a child, there should be no great protection. If it's an adult, if it's reported to the officials after the matter, there will be a careful investigation. In order to save lives, it should be forgiven. Lu Huaishan chimed in, saying that it was best to nurture female doctors in the palace. Outside, if a child encountered such a situation, it would be easy to save them. If an adult saved the child and reported it to the officials, The officials would have to look at the situation. If they really saved the child, they would not be punished. This subject agrees. Wei Jigu didn't want to say more. He definitely supported Li Yi, because he understood why he was always called over to ask about things. His Majesty intended to keep him in check because of Li Yi. I think so. Head eunuch Yang Si-sun expressed his opinion. He was also very happy. The imperial plantation managed by Wang Xing sent him a lot of money. There was too much money, so he divided it among the people of the Department of Internal Affairs. Everyone was very happy. The root of the problem was Li Yi. Jiang Jiao looked left and right. Why wasn't anyone talking about mouth to mouth? You guys colluded? Then why did you call me here? He thought for a moment. This subject needs more books that can move. I'll bring them back to the Imperial Physician Department. He was the minister of Taichung Temple, but he didn't know anything about medicine. He was just an administrator. Li Longji was in a good mood. This was the right thing to do. It wasn't good to think too much about saving lives. Moreover, people like you often do that with women, and the atmosphere outside is even more heated. It couldn't be said that men and women and women were more relaxed when they were playing, but when it came to saving lives, they began to talk about etiquette. At this time, a small yellow door came in and moved along the edge of the hall, moving towards Gao Lisher. Speak. Li Longji directly shouted. Yes. Outside, it said that Li Dongzhu's Zhuangzi didn't sell 100 boiled round egg today. Many people are laughing at it. There's 1,000 boiled egg that tastes pretty much the same on the street. The price is less than 100 copper coins. They said that at the time, Li family Zhuangzi steward Songda's expression changed again and again. He was about to vomit blood. They also said that the young Dongzhu was probably crying. They want to teach Li Yi how to be a person. In the future, they want to make Li Yi extremely obedient. They want to force Li Yi to take the initiative to hand over the recipe and admit his mistake. Otherwise, they'll first cut off his source of income. Then they'll find someone from the Yamen to take him to prison and carefully discipline him. They want to play Li Yi in the palm of their hands, the small yellow door reported. He didn't hide what was said outside and said everything. Many of the words were very unpleasant. He felt injustice for Li Yi because it involved his own interests. He was Qing Song who took turns to go over. He also knew that 70% of the 5-spice tea egg was in the hands of the Empress. If no one bought it, the Empress would be out of money. The three prime ministers, Wei Jigu and Yang Si-sun, all revealed an unhappy expression. How can you humiliate people like this when you can't make a deal? Yang Si-sun was furious. Li Dongzhu was such a good person. How can you humiliate him like this? Gao Lisher added, you can be so arrogant just by learning a small skill. How can it be a skill that benefits the people? You're going too far. Yao Chong was indignant. If there's more humiliation, you can be punished. Zhang Shua followed. This subject agrees. Lu Huaishan was still the same. It's just a meal. How can you be like this? From this, you can see how virtuous those people are. Wei Jigu accused. Jiang Jiao was speechless. He had a stomach full of doubts. This was Xingqing Hall. What were they talking about? Someone was selling eggs outside. Then many people stopped buying and laughed at the person selling the eggs. How big of a deal is this? You guys, wait, 100 boiled round eggs? East of Ba River? Wasn't that the place where soy sauce, red square and green square was produced? There was also the 3-character classic, The Heavenly World Dongjia. Xiao Hongqin, who was popular throughout Pyongkong Square and sang endlessly. At this time, another palace maid came from outside the hall and peeked inside. Speak. Li Longji was in a bad mood and raised his voice. The palace maid trembled in fear and nervously said, Empress, I heard that 100 boiled round eggs. We know. Li Longji interrupted the palace maid and waved his sleeve, indicating for her to return. Jiang Jiao was once again speechless. Everyone, please return to your work. Li Longji glanced at Jiang Jiao, who didn't say anything to help, and turned to leave. Jiang Jiao was sweating. Did I not keep up with the rhythm? Did His Majesty remember me? The others continued to say that those people were wrong as they walked out of the hall. Jiang Jiao decided to leave the palace to take a look. Was this a matter of buying eggs or not? He felt that it was affecting the court. No, even the harem was unstable. As he walked out, he muttered, You people are courting death. You can't afford to offend any one of them. In the end, you offended all of them. 3 prime ministers, 1 minister, 2 eunuchs. There's no need to mention His Majesty and Empress. You're finished. At this time, Li Longji arrived at the Empress place. Empress Wang was looking at a glass mirror. Burning colored glass. Add something there and it would become transparent glass. Blow a big bubble. While it was hot, cut open the bubble and flatten the glass plate. Then make a glassware and distill saltpeter to obtain nitric acid. Put the silver and nitric acid together to create silver nitrate. Put the silver nitrate and sugar on the glass, and the reduced silver would become a film on the glass and a mirror would appear. The entire process was done by Li Yi in secret. Another reason was that he was worried about other people getting hurt. The mirror was sent along with the book, today. Li Longji hadn't seen it yet. He thought that the Empress was in a bad mood. But when he came in, he heard the Empress humming and looking at the mirror. Seeing the mirror, he was shocked. What mirror? His Majesty is here. Go to Uncle Zhuangzi tomorrow and see how Uncle will take revenge. Empress Wang said with a smile. You're not looking for me because you're angry and want me to arrest them? Li Longji was surprised. I'm not angry. Uncle has so many tricks up his sleeve. He will definitely take care of them. I want to go and watch the show. Empress Wang said as she picked up the mirror embedded in the wooden frame and showed it to Li Longji. Li Longji stared at himself in the mirror, lost in thought. Chapter 97. Did younger brother Yi exchange his lifespan for this? Li Longji's head was crooked, and so was the reflection in the mirror. Yes. Bring me a lot of them. This one is 2 feet long and 1 foot wide. It's considered a big mirror. There are also small mirrors. There are 30 of them in total. I'll send them to Baifu Palace later. As Empress Wang spoke, she turned around and brought over a similar big mirror and 5 small mirrors. The small mirrors were 2 inches long and wide. Among all the mirrors there were 5 big ones and 25 small ones. Li Longji sighed inwardly. He knew that he couldn't give these mirrors to other women. Whoever wanted them could only look for the Empress. The 2 of them happily went to Baifu Palace to deliver the mirrors to retired Emperor and noble consort Lu. Baifu Palace was filled with exclamations. Noble consort Lu used a silk cloth to wipe the mirrors carefully. While wiping, she said, "There's actually such a good thing. That Li Yi is really omnipotent. Does third young master plan to recruit him into the imperial court?" Li Longji said bluntly, I don't want to reveal my identity. It's not far away. If there's anything I can ask him." At this time Li Dan said, "I heard that the outside world is saying that no one wants to buy Li Yi's Zhuangzi's 100 boiled round eggs. Is there a lot of ridicule?" "That's right. The officials are all angry." Li Longji got angry again. Jin treated them with respect. "You guys are too arrogant and want to arrest them. Jin wants to see who will do it. When the time comes, Jin will kill all of you together." As they talked, they ate dinner here. The other 5 princes also came over. When they saw the mirrors, they all asked for them. Empress Wang gave each of them a small mirror. This empress is not rich. Li Qingxi looked at the big mirror and then looked at the small mirror again. He didn't want it. He planned to go find Li Yi tomorrow. At night, a group of people who had fun during the day gathered together. They wanted to go to Earthly Paradise for dinner, but they were worried that someone would spit in the food. So they went to Pyongkong Square. They wanted to enjoy and be happy. Last time, Li Yi's Zhuangzi had bought soy sauce together. As a result, they had reduced the supply by half. They had no choice but to compromise. Now that the tables had turned, the 100 boiled round eggs couldn't be sold anymore, right? You won't be able to make any money, right? Are you sad? You're worried, aren't you? Quick, take us to Master Yan's courtyard. Shopkeeper Liang took out 2 rolls of red silk. That's right, let's go to Master Yan's courtyard and listen to Xiao Hongqin. Shopkeeper Feng added. However, the maidservant did not move. There was no brothel keeper here. The noble, everyone had their own courtyard. After entering Nanku, he first looked for the maidservant. Why haven't you gone yet? Shopkeeper Liang looked at the maidservant. My wife is not feeling well, the maid replied with a cold face. Shopkeeper Liang looked at the other maid. Where is Master Xia? My wife isn't feeling well either. Another maid said with a similarly cold expression. He looked at another one. How is Zheng Rong? I don't feel well. The maid shook her head. He changed the topic. You swallow dance? Shopkeeper Liang, you don't need to ask. No one in Pyongkong Square's Nanku will receive you. The kind maid said something sad. What? Shopkeeper Liang was depressed. He had spent a lot here in the past, but every time he came, he would only see a smiling face. Even if everyone was unwilling to receive him, the maidservant would still ask, What happened today? Tell me and I'll die knowing. Shopkeeper Liang, why don't you go to Zhongqiu to take a look? Perhaps there's a sister there who will serve you. There's also 1,000 boiled chaos egg there, another maid said. The people who came over were enlightened. The 100 boiled round eggs were the best Nanka dish in Pyongkong Square. None of the everyone would serve them. Just because of a song? Shopkeeper Feng was unconvinced. Those who know us well are Li Yi and Li Lang. Even if we're travelers, we're still proud. The maidservant raised her chin slightly. Everyone was helpless and could only turn to Jianghu. In the end, my wife drank wine for nothing and is still drunk. My wife is practicing hard and seems to have gained something. It's inconvenient to disturb her. My wife is already receiving guests. Huan Yang is on break today. Shopkeeper Liang, why don't you go to Beitu to take a look? We don't have 1,000 boiled chaos egg here. Don't listen to the Nanka sisters' nonsense. Everyone looked at each other. Should they go to Beitu? The quality was getting lower and lower. Shopkeeper Feng took the lead and went to Beitu. Beitu was Beitu. It wasn't that the women in Beitu weren't beautiful. It was just that there was a gap in talent. When they arrived at Beitu. My period is here. It's hard to serve you. My period, please forgive me. My period, sorry. My period. It seemed that all the women in Beitu were on their period. The group held expensive silk and gauze, but they couldn't find a place to rest in Pyongkong Square. They were as happy as they were during the day, but now they were depressed. Were they going to find a prostitute or a small brothel outside the city? Why don't we go home? Some people were afraid. Pyongkong Square wasn't an ordinary place. Officials and nobles were frequent visitors of Jianghu and Nankou. If the woman inside slandered them, how much would they have to pay to settle it? So they dispersed, each with a load on their minds. The next day, these people went to Li Yi's Zhuangzi together to buy soy sauce. When they arrived at their destination, there was a carriage with a carriage parked beside them. They didn't have time to pay attention. Empress Wang was in the carriage looking at herself in the mirror. She was applying lipstick on her lips. It still had a bit of watermelon flavor. She had just gotten it from Li Yi in the morning. She hadn't even eaten and wanted to come over to watch the fun. Li Longji sat at the side and admired. When he came over today, Brother Yi gave her an exquisite and large makeup box. Could pull all kinds of drawers and even flip the lid. Inside the lid was a mirror. There was a poem engraved in thin gold. In the bridal chamber, the red candles stopped last night, waiting for the morning hall to greet Aunt. After the makeup was done, she asked her husband in a low voice. The depth of her eyebrows was very deep. The cubicles were filled with the most expensive rouge and face powder in Chang'an. In addition, there were small cotton pads and small brushes. Li Longji felt that he already knew how to have fun. Today he had to admit that he was still far behind Brother Yi. The auction started 15 minutes later. Song Ditsai came over with the same smile as he did every day. The people who participated in the auction felt a little guilty. They were very anxious during the 15 minutes. The auction starts now. 10 caddies of soy sauce and 100 boiled eggs for a set. The starting price is 60,000 renminbi. Each increment must not be less than 1,000 renminbi. The first set is 60,000 renminbi. Anyone want it? Song Ditsai shouted. The people who came over, what the fuck? Someone shouted out what was in his mind. Ha ha, Empress Wang laughed in the carriage. Ha ha, Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. They came over without asking Li Yi what to do. They just wanted to see those people. If necessary, they would find a reason to deal with them. In the end, they didn't buy the spiced tea eggs sold separately. Now they were sold together with the soy sauce. The group of people who had come over were dumbfounded. How could they do this? This is too much of a fucking bully. Are you guys still human? Song Ditsai smiled. You want to fight with my Dongzhu? 60,000 renminbi going once, 60,000 renminbi going twice. Number 9, 61,000 renminbi. Someone shouted. That voice seemed to be filled with endless grievances. He even sounded like he was about to cry. Number 9, 61,000. Is there anyone else who wants it? 61,000 renminbi going once, 60,000 renminbi. Number 8, 63,000 renminbi. Someone shouted with a trembling voice. 63,000 renminbi going once, 63,000 renminbi going twice, 63,000 renminbi going thrice. Sold. Congratulations to number 8. Song Ditsai was satisfied. He continued to shout. The second set, 10 caddies of soy sauce and 100 boiled eggs. The starting price is 65,000 renminbi. Why did it increase by 5,000 renminbi? Someone immediately complained. So it's shopkeeper Liang from the guest house. There is not much soy sauce left. The supply is even smaller. Also, the price is too low. Song Ditsai changed a few words and returned the words that shopkeeper Liang said yesterday. That's too expensive. There are cheap eggs outside. Another person said. Shopkeeper Feng, one can't be too greedy. If there is profit to be made, why not make money? Song Ditsai continued to repeat what the others said yesterday. Thus, everyone understood. It was the same as last time. On the first day they would take action. On the second day they would pay back with interest. This time was no different. They didn't buy eggs yesterday. Today they had to buy 2 sets. Moreover, the starting price kept increasing. Revenge. It was definitely revenge. Yesterday, were we too arrogant? Chapter 98. Woo-woo. Shopkeeper Liang squatted down and cried while covering his face. Yesterday he was the one who went overboard. He tried his best to spread the news that Li Yi and Zhuangzi's 100 boiled eggs were not sold. At night he even brought people to Pyongkong Square. In the end, after one night, the world was turned upside down. He offended people but did not gain any advantage. Everyone went to hand over the food. Fortunately, they could still get a 10% discount. Everyone was in low spirits. Yesterday's arrogant appearance could no longer be seen. Shopkeeper Song, why did you do this? The eggs were originally cheap and the taste was about the same. Why did you have to force people to death? Shopkeeper Feng found Songda. As he spoke, his tears almost fell. Palace maid Tao Hong said, the eggs are expensive and can be discussed. It's just a matter of business. But you humiliated Shopkeeper Song. If he doesn't vent his anger, how can Dongzhu continue to live? Chui Lu added, Dongzhu originally had other ways to continue to earn money. However, if he doesn't sell the eggs, outsiders will really think that the Li family Zhuangzi is a pushover. Qing Song stepped forward. Dongzhu's gentleness is not a reason for you to be domineering. Dongzhu's kindness is not an excuse for you to attack. He Yin laughed. My Dongzhu is magnanimous and uses virtue to win people over. Ah. Empress Wang could not help but laugh in the carriage. Li Longji said helplessly, if this were to spread, would Prime Minister Yao, Prime Minister Zhang, and Prime Minister Lu fight it out with Brother Yi? Empress Wang laughed even more happily. Li Longji breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Yi never disappoints. I thought there would be other complicated ways to deal with it. Unexpectedly, it was just to sell them together. Zhenlang, they are right. If Uncle wants to earn money, there are many ways. It's just that they went too far yesterday. Not only did they humiliate the shopkeeper, but they also tried to ruin his reputation. The news spread all over Chang'an. When Empress Wang thought of this, she felt that those people were not pitiful at all. They deserved it. I was already prepared to find a reason to make a move. Who would have thought that Brother Yi's counterattack was so fierce and yet so casual? Steady. Li Longji sighed. Yesterday he had also thought about how he would deal with it if it were him. It might seem like a small matter, but in reality, it would be a loss of fame and fortune. It was no different from national affairs. One wrong step and the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, it was that simple. Just like the previous time when all the buyers joined forces to not bid, they reduced the supply of goods and recouped all the losses from the previous day. It was the same this time. What he didn't earn yesterday, not only did he earn back, but he also earned more today. Brother Yi was doing it with ease and ease. Sanlang, let's go eat. I'm hungry, Empress Wang said to Li Longji as she touched her makeup box. When the two of them saw Li Yi had just finished making the rice flour cake. Yesterday he thought that someone had made a new soy sauce egg, so he wanted to change it to make money. However, those people are not trying to lower the price but to vent their anger. Since that is the case, I will still sell you the 5 spice tea eggs. Third brother and sister-in-law, you came at the right time. The 5 spice tea eggs cannot be kept for long. I will counterattack once and let you suffer for 2 days. This is my new dish, the rice flour cake. The process can be complicated or simple. The one in front of you is simple but the taste is similar. The only difference is that the texture is not as good as the other one. When Li Yi saw the two of them coming over, he placed 2 pieces of the rice flour cake on the plate and handed it over. Empress Wang picked it up and put it in her mouth. She blinked her eyes and said, it's delicious. It's fragrant, sweet, glutinous, and crispy. How can one dish have so many flavors? Li Longji also took a bite and nodded, indicating that it was good. When the 5 spice tea eggs are no longer sold at a high price, I will use this to give my brothers dividends. It will still be 30, 70. Li Yi explained the situation. Since there were cheap eggs, it would be considered bullying if they continued to sell them at a high price. With a bad reputation, the supply and demand of the market would change. The rice flour cake he made had a lot of preserved fruits, which tasted delicious. The commoners could not afford it. He did not plan to let the commoners eat it. It was already good enough that the commoners did not go hungry. And then, Uncle, thank you for your trouble. Empress Wang was very happy when she heard that she could continue to make money. If it was someone else who gave her money, she would not want it. She was the empress. Did she need you to give me money? What do you want? However, there was no problem with the money uncle gave. If uncle wanted to be an official, it would be too easy. Uncle, do you know what happened to shopkeeper Liang last night? Empress Wang asked Li Yi after eating a small piece of the rice flour cake. Who is shopkeeper Liang? Li Yi felt that the topic jumped a little too far. Ha ha ha. Empress Wang laughed again. It turned out that uncle did not know the identity of the people who came to buy. Poor shopkeeper Liang and the others were spreading the news everywhere. They did not even enter uncle's eyes. Brother Yi, it was one of the people who just left. Li Longji gave the answer. Oh. Li Yi still did not have the intention to get to know them. He asked, what happened to them last night? Empress Wang looked like she wanted to tell a story. She said, they went to Pyongkong Square with a lot of good cloth. Guess what happened? They went to Pyongkong Square and bragged to a group of beautiful women that they did not buy tea eggs. Li Yi asked cooperatively. No, they did not go in at all. Pyongkong Square Sanku, even the Baitsu who used their beauty to serve people, did not let them in. They were all blocked outside. The Nanku said bluntly, Li Yi, Li Dongzhu knows us the best. You tricked Li Dongzhu, go somewhere else. They went from Nanku to Zhongqiu, from Zhongqiu to Baitsu. They had money but could not spend it, so they left with their tails between their legs. Empress Wang tried hard to organize her words, but it still lacked the effect of speaking. Li Yi stared blankly. The entire Pyongkong Square, because of him, rejected a large group of people? A hero drinking a cup of wine to drink the moon on the river? The most difficult thing to enjoy is a beauty's grace. Li Yi sighed. Third brother, sister-in-law, eat first. Di will write something. Li Yi cupped his hands toward Li Longji and Empress Wang, then turned and went into the study room. Li Longji sat there and reminisced for a while. He repeated, a hero drinking a cup of wine to drink the moon on the river? The most difficult thing to enjoy is a beauty's grace. Li Yi entered the study room and began to write according to the rules of the songs here. He felt that those women earned a lot less money, so he should write something for them. After a full half-sikken, Li Longji and Empress Wang finished their breakfast and rested with the help of the palace maids. Li Yi came out of the study room. He took a stack of paper. He did not need anyone to tell him. He directly put the paper on Li Longji and Empress Wang's table. Then he ran to the cafeteria to look for food. Empress Wang naturally took a few pieces of paper and looked at them. If only life were as beautiful as the first time we met, why would the autumn wind mourn my painting fan? As she recited, tears began to fall. What Li Longji was reading was, a wild goose catcher once said, today I catch a wild goose, kill it. The one who escaped from the net lamented that he could not go, and threw himself into the ground and died. Then he piled up stones to form a mound, which was named Yanqiu. Poem, what is love in this world? How can we live and die together? Flying from the south to the north to the south, old wings winter and summer. As he read, he began to sing along with the music score. Tears began to fall from his eyes. If Li Yi saw this, he would definitely be shocked. This was called singing with lyrics. It was the first time he encountered a new song. His eyes looked at the music score and his mouth directly sang the lyrics. Empress Wang stopped reading the paper in her hand. She leaned over and looked at it with Li Longji. After he finished singing, the two of them looked at it again. The zither has 50 strings without end, each string a column reminds me of the past. Meeting is difficult, parting is difficult, the east wind is weak, 100 flowers wither, having crossed the blue sea, it is difficult to be water. Apart from Mount Wu, it is not clouds. The bright moon shines above the sea, we share this moment from the ends of the world. Red beans grow in the south, a few branches grow in the spring. Reciting one song after another, Li Longji put down the paper and sighed, alas! No wonder the entire Pyongkong Square rejected all the heroes because of one person. Brother Yi is indeed talented and affectionate. How many people have been killed and buried, alas! Empress Wang followed with a sigh. Then she began to giggle. Chapter 99. In Chang'an City, shopkeeper Liang and the others came back with a lot of spiced tea eggs. They wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They were all dejected and no longer had their previous pride. Have you heard? Shopkeeper Liang and the others went to Pyongkong Square last night and were driven out. I knew it a long time ago. I also know that they went there today and bought back the 100 boiled eggs that they didn't buy yesterday. They spent more money. Didn't they say yesterday that they were going to catch Li Yi and Li Dongzhu and train them carefully? They even said that they were going to play them in the palm of their hand. That's awesome. What's this called? Heaven's evil can be defied, but self-inflicted evil can't be forgiven. They look so pitiful, huh? Pitiful. A day ago they were bragging about how they humiliated Song Da, the steward of Li family Zhuangzi. They said that Li Dongzhu would definitely cry. Who knows why they bought the 100 boiled eggs? Li Dongzhu was angry and sold the eggs and soy sauce together. If you don't buy the eggs, don't even think about buying the soy sauce. Can they do that? If I were them, I wouldn't even buy the soy sauce. If you don't buy it, Li Dongzhu will give the soy sauce to others. If there's no garlic at dinner, will you eat it? Countless people in Chang and city were talking about it. They were happy yesterday and they were even happier today. Anyway, they didn't mind watching the fun. They couldn't afford the soy sauce and the 100 boiled eggs, but they were happy to see the bad luck of the rich. Shopkeeper Liang and the others spent money to buy the 100 boiled eggs, so they couldn't throw them away, let alone lower the price. Therefore, the 1,000 boiled eggs which they praised to the sky before, were degraded by them to be worthless. They said that the two kinds of eggs couldn't be compared at all. From the choice of eggs, the ingredients and the making process, the 100 boiled eggs were the authentic ones. The 1,000 boiled eggs could kill people. They also said that the 1,000 boiled eggs were suitable for the poor, and the 100 boiled eggs were only suitable for the rich and powerful. In the political affairs hall, Yao Chong and the others were stunned when they heard the news. It was solved just like that? He thought that after a fierce struggle, Li Yi would be able to save some face with the help of the officials. In the end, he had to regain his face from where he had lost it. He didn't back down in the slightest. His revenge was clean and efficient. Li Yi's actions cannot be judged by common sense. Zhang Shua commented. Yesterday I was angry for him. Today I tried to figure out what he was thinking. Who knew? Yao Chong wanted to cheer Li Yi, but he lost interest. Steady. Lu Huaishan said. Yesterday the whole city of Chang and was talking about it as if a storm was coming. Today in the blink of an eye, the clouds parted and the mist dispersed. A ray of sunlight shone down as usual, and never moved by anyone. The three of them thought at the same time, if Li Yi was their opponent, how many tricks would he have up his sleeves if he got serious? Li Yi didn't know how many people felt about him. He ate until he was about 60% full and carried the tray back to the courtyard. There were 7 small bowls on the tray, each filled with yogurt. He also used pasteurization technology to test for bacteria and lactic acid bacteria. He only gave it to everyone when it passed. He had a hospital, so he didn't lack most of the testing equipment. Cheese was also a kind of yogurt, especially the cheese made by the nomads. However, it was not clear how many bacteria there were. Anyway, no one gave data on which nomads died from the bacteria in dairy products. Perhaps they grew up in that environment and developed antibodies. Come, 1 bowl per person. Use a spoon to eat. In winter it's easy to get cold or internal heat. The gastrointestinal tract is not good. Drink some yogurt. Li introduced. Empress Wang took a bowl as soon as she heard that it could cure diseases. The palace maids and eunuchs also took it happily, but they didn't eat it. Li looked at them. It can't be kept for long. When it goes bad you will get sick after eating it. The 4 of them quickly picked up the spoons and ate it in small bites. They really wanted to stay. They even found something to put it in and brought it back to the palace during their shift. Uncle, did you write all of this? Empress Wang pointed at the stack of paper and asked. No, I copied it. Li was honest. Yes. Empress Wang nodded with an I knew it look. Brother Yi's 3 strokes of plum blossom seems to be completely different from the flute song. Li Longji said another song with the same name. The flute song he said was actually a flute song. In ancient times, the 3 strokes of plum blossom was a flute song. Li was good at bragging, but the way he bragged was different from the one now. Because the ancient notation was a subtraction method, the songs recorded by this method had notes and fingering, but there was no beat, point, or segmentation. If 100 people looked at the same subtraction score, 100 kinds of music would pop out. It was the same as the background music of his weather forecast. The tune was, The Fisherman Sings at Night. But the zither, the guqin, the pipa, the eru, the weather forecast, and the flute, none of them were the same. It was hard to say which one was wrong. They all played according to the notes, and with a little variation they were all quite good. Li thought and nodded gently. It is indeed different. He was afraid that if his 3rd brother wanted to play the flute song 3 strokes of plum blossom with him, the 2 of them would not have good chemistry. Li was now using the pentatonic notation. He had shown it to the beauties before. The 2 sides communicated. The beauties all felt that the new method was good. As for why his 3rd brother could understand it, it was not difficult at all to learn it. The pentatonic notation was very useful. Even if there were fa and shi, which were the 4 and 7 in the notation, there were clear corners and changing palaces in the pentatonic notation. Including rising fa and falling shi. As long as one wanted to, they could use the pentatonic notation. Brother E, do you have a zither? Why don't we two brothers, I use the zither and you use the flute? Li Longji naturally thought that Brother E could do it. Yes. Li Yi said and looked at Qing Song. Qing Song ate the fastest and finished eating. Qing Song ran to get the eru and the flute, which was the flute. Empress Wang shouted, "Get a guqin, I want to play too." Qing Song came back with 2 villagers and a lot of musical instruments. 2 eru, 1 pipa, 2 guqin and 1 flute. There was one person who did not have a musical instrument, and he was ready to sing. As for why the palace maids and eunuchs knew how to play musical instruments, it was because King Chu liked slim waists, and King Yu liked brave warriors. If the top was good, the bottom would be even better. If one day in the palace His Majesty suddenly wanted to play a band, he could casually point and say, You and you play a song with me." If they did not know how to play, everyone looked at the score and familiarized themselves with it. After half an hour, Li Yi's flute was used to set the tone. Other instruments could be tuned but not the flute, so the flute was used to set the tone. Following the end of the prelude, Qing Song sang, "The mortal world has its own infatuated people, don't laugh at the infatuation, too crazy." After repeating it 3 times, Li Longji finally stopped in a good mood. "Sanlang, uncle, this song is good, we can use it to fill in the lyrics," Empress Wang said with satisfaction. Li Yi's head was full of sweat, he almost played until his voice broke. He was not familiar with the flute, it was much more convenient to change it to a violin or a piano. "Brother E, in the future, you should compose more of these good songs." Li Longji decided to take it to the pear garden, and Xiao Hongqian went over. "Okay, third brother." Li Yi agreed verbally, but in his heart, what should he copy? Thinking, he put the flute to his mouth and started playing. So, mi so do la do so, duo li mi li do so, duo li mi li do li. The lyrics should be, "Outside the pavilion, beside the ancient road, fragrant grass and blue sky." This was the song of dreaming of home and mother. Later, Japan took a section and wrote the lyrics for Journey Sorrow. Later, Li Shedong wrote the lyrics for Farewell. Whether this song was good or not, it was needless to say, Li Yi chose a classic. This is good, does uncle have the lyrics?" After Li Yi finished, Empress Wang asked expectantly. Chapter 100. At noon, Empress Wang ate Li Yi's personally made snow bean paste, teppanyaki lamb, braised oxtail, and scrambled eggs with spring-dried tune sprouts. After drinking a bowl of fish soup, she took the stack of paper and Li Longji and left. She said she was going to help Li Yi deliver the food to Pyongkong Square and take away all the rice cakes. Li Yi sent her to the river and came back to touch the head of a 5-year-old girl. "Don't cry, let's make more. It's just rice cakes, we'll have them tomorrow." The little girl wiped her tears and nodded. She stretched out her little hand and gestured with 2 fingers. I want 2 pieces. I'll give you 5 pieces. Li Yi quickly increased the amount. So the little girl ran away happily and told her friends that there would be a lot of rice cakes to eat tomorrow. For a time, all the children in the village were happy. Empress Wang and Li Longji were equally happy when they returned to the palace. They hurriedly had someone copy them. The original ones were to be kept and sent to Pyongkong Square. Yao Chong, as the chief prime minister, didn't say a word. If Her Majesty wanted to go, Li Yi and Zhuangzi could go. He understood that he couldn't stop Her Majesty. If he really dared to persuade her, Her Majesty would definitely ask about politics. If his answers weren't as good as Li Yi's, what was the purpose of persuading Her Majesty not to go? Yao Chong admitted that he didn't dare to compare himself with Li Yi. How many people in this world could deal with all the questions and give good answers? The young Dongzhu could do it. No matter when or what the question was, he would answer it. He was so strong that it was unreasonable. How could he be like this? How could he ask others to live? The so-called understanding of military affairs referred to the deployment of soldiers and the analysis of the entire country's military system. But when it came to the young man, he actually trained soldiers. There was no need to talk about agriculture. Zhuangzi's crops grew better than other places. Then the young man took a look. Harvesting is difficult, right? Make something. Threshing is troublesome, right? Make something. Shelling is time-consuming, right? Make something. It was not easy to fatten up cows in the winter, and they had to produce a green crown prince. Yesterday it was said that the bronze mirror in the palace was not good to use, so they made a glass mirror that could reflect every hair on a person's body. The news had already spread throughout the palace, but they could not get their hands on one. Motherfucker. Yao Chong couldn't help but curse. No, I'll go to Zhuangzi tomorrow. I have something to ask him. Yao Chong had no choice but to make a decision against his will. He didn't want to look for Li Yi, but there was indeed something he couldn't decide on. The most important thing was that the back of his right shoulder hurt. He went over to take a look. The masseuse from the Imperial Physician Department had massaged it, but it still hurt. He raised his right arm and tried to move it to the left, but the moment he tried to move it, it got stuck. The pain was unbearable. Could it be that he had some kind of illness? I'm going too. Zhang Shua followed up and said that his vision had been blurry for the past 2 months. He had taken medicine to clear his eyes, but the effect was not good. Daoji, why don't you go the day after tomorrow? I need to have my arm checked first. Yao Chong advised. You go in the morning. At most you can have lunch. Don't stay too long. I'll go in the afternoon. Zhang Shua disagreed and changed the time difference. I still want to take an afternoon nap. There's a heater over there. It's cold. Yao Chong said. There's already a firewall in the palace. The political affairs hall isn't cold at all. Zhang Shua retorted. It's not cold. There's also a Kong in my house. It's a picture given by Li Dongzhu. At night, there's a standing furnace in the middle of the house. I'll find someone to guard it. I can't let the smoke get poisoned when the weather is bad. Lu Huaishan suddenly spoke like a ghost. Didn't Li Yi say that if you don't suppress the fire you won't get poisoned? Your house doesn't lack coal. Yao Chong said. In the past, Lu Huaishan was very afraid of Yao Chong, but it was different now. He directly retorted, if you don't suppress the fire, don't you have to add more coal? If you don't guard it, it'll burn out. It's cold. Yes. Yao Chong squeezed out a word from between his teeth. Pyongkong Square. Quick, sisters, come quickly. Li Lang has sent new songs and poems. There's a lot of them. The head of the military band, Xan Yen, received the things sent from the palace. This time she didn't have any intention of monopolizing them. Last time, when Xiao Hongqian was performed, it had to be explained that it was Li Yi who wrote it for Xan Yen and the others. Copyright issues were not to be taken lightly. This time she decided to take it out and share it with her sisters. Yesterday, everyone had a common enemy. In the entire Pyongkong Square, no one was willing to receive shopkeeper Liang and the others. Even the women who were usually looked down upon had a backbone. Now they were much more pleasing to the eye. Very quickly the Pyongkong Square began to copy. Those who didn't know the new notation immediately found someone to learn. In the end, as they copied, they cried. As they learned, tears fell. What is love? It is something that can lead to life and death. Li Lang is too evil, making people cry. A girl wiped away her tears. At the side there were people playing the flute and singing, ask what is loved in the world, teach people life and death, and look how many old stories in the world. The most ecstatic plum blossoms three plays, the group of women echoed in unison. There are lovers in the world of mortals, Bianshui River, Sisui River. When they reached Gudutu and Guazu, Mount Wu was a little worried. His thoughts wandered and his hatred wandered. Hate until it's time to return home. The moon is bright and the man is leaning against the building. What a beautiful sentence. The chrysanthemum is sorrowful, the orchid is weeping dew, the curtain is cold, the swallows fly away in pairs. The bright moon does not know the bitterness of parting, the slanting light penetrates the vermilion hut at dawn. Last night, the west wind withered the green trees, I climbed the tall building alone, looking at the end of the world. If you wish to send me colored paper, you must also send it to me. The mountains are long and the rivers are vast. Where do you know? Oh my God. Outside the relay station by the broken bridge there is no owner. It was already dusk and he was alone with the wind and the rain. Without the intention of struggling for spring, a group of flowers jealous. Scattered into mud and crushed into dust, only the fragrance is as old as before. There is not a single plum character in the poem, but it is written plum. So many, Li Lang is crazy. In the future we won't let those people enter Pyongkong Square. They dare to bully our Li Lang humph. Some of the scholars and nobles who came over were completely frightened by the poem. One of the students said in a low voice, who bullied who? Today someone saw them wiping their tears. That's because our Li Lang is capable. A woman next to them heard and immediately retorted. That's right, that's right. They even schemed against our Li Lang. Li Lang can't beat them to death. A sister echoed. If Li Lang comes, I don't want money. I want to spend a good night with Li Lang. Sister Qing, you're really shameless. If it were me, I'd be willing to pay. Li Lang doesn't lack money. Li Lang isn't even 20 yet. Yi. The entire Pyongkang square belonged to Li Yi tonight. Even the woman from Beitu had received the song and poem. Everyone had fought together. The other benefactors who came over were sullen. They couldn't do anything about it. These poems were really too powerful. There was also the song Three Plum Blossoms. There was already a dance choreographed by everyone. They were afraid. They secretly told themselves not to offend Li Dongzhu from Zhuangzi by the Ba River. Not to mention Li Dongzhu's methods and speed of revenge, just Pyongkang Square. If they offended Li Dongzhu, they wouldn't be able to come back in the future. How can he write such good poems? They must be plagiarized. A person with outstanding literary talent was unconvinced. Yes, plagiarized. As long as Li Lang takes out an article, it must be plagiarized. Then the person who was plagiarized would be killed and buried. The person next to him assisted. How many powerful literati would he have to kill? Killing one every few days, killing people like killing chickens. Brother Jingdong, why don't you say that he plagiarized one of your poems? I'll testify for you. I don't dare. I'm afraid of being killed. Spare my life. I'll treat you tonight. Heavenly World sent something. They said it's called rice flour cake. I tasted it. It's delicious. A maid shouted at the square. So Empress Wang took away so many rice flour cakes. Most of them were sent over in the name of Heavenly World. The flowing water falls and the spring leaves. Heavenly World. The food from Heavenly World is really delicious. The people in Pyongkang Square each had a small piece. There was no more. They found that they wanted to eat it even more. Chapter 101. The next day it was cloudy and windy. In the whistling wind, the whole Chang, and seemed to be telling the story of Pyongkang Square. As long as one knew a few words of a poem, he would try his best to find someone to recite it. The ordinary people were still busy. No matter how good the poem was, it had nothing to do with them. The number of woodcutters sending firewood to the city decreased. Under normal circumstances, they would harvest firewood for 2 to 3 days and then transport it to the city once. Now they would harvest firewood for 2 to 3 days. After transporting it once, they would no longer harvest firewood but help transport charcoal. Most people in the city started to burn charcoal. Charcoal was more durable than firewood. Then small mud chimneys were erected. The firewood was used to ignite the charcoal. The soft firewood was lit first and then some chopped firewood was put in. When the chopped firewood burned, the charcoal was added. There was smoke in the morning and in the afternoon. No one felt the air was polluted. Songda, prepare the porridge. Li Yi was wearing thin cotton pants and a leather coat. He stood outside and felt the biting cold wind as he spoke to the steward. Together with the temple? Songda asked. There were many temples in the city. Every 10 days they would hold activities. The women of Pyongkang Square would participate. The literati would also go. In winter they would give porridge once every 10 days as a pretense. No, ask them to help transport coal and make coal billets. Those who are disabled and sick don't need to pay. The others will work as relief. Li Yi didn't want to follow the example of the temple. The temple treated scholars better than the ordinary people. In case any scholar became successful and the temple had something to do, he had to take care of them for the sake of friendship. The ordinary people couldn't make a living in Chang'an. They could only ask for news every day. Today the temple in this square was giving porridge. They had to line up quickly and change to another place tomorrow. A bowl of porridge, even if it was thicker, could last for a day. It was cold and the body's energy consumption was greater. Got it? Songda nodded. Li Yi strolled to the side of the harvested rice fields. After harvesting the rice and crabs this year, there was no time to plant other crops. He didn't plan to plant more crops. The rice fields were soaked in water and some of them were covered with thin ice. They would be dried like this until next year, when the fertilizer would be put in and plowed together. After that, they would plant rice again. Next year's forest frogs and crabs can be fully distributed, but the yield of cabbage isn't high enough. Sinongsi. Li Yi muttered to himself. He wanted to blame the agriculture temple for not cultivating new seeds in time, but he felt that it was not the fault of the agriculture temple alone. Walking along the ridge of the fields, there was a large group of people in front of him. There they were using guillotines to chop straw, wheat straw and bean stalks. Cut them into inch by inch so that they could be used to mix with other ingredients to feed livestock. Others were weaving curtains or transporting wheat and bean stalks from other places to Zhuangzi, and then returning with some grains. While he was watching others work, Li Qingqi arrived with a group of guards. Brother Yi, you have a lot of people here. Are they all from other villages? Li Qingqi noticed the situation. There were nearly 1,000 people working there and he was puzzled. They are all hidden families. Li told the truth. Hidden family? Why did they come here? Li Qingqi's face darkened when he heard the word hidden family. Hidden families could not collect taxes. Because I asked the steward outside to tell them that there is always work to do in winter so they can build shacks. Naturally, they can't eat in the canteen. Li explained the reason. Hidden families have no birthplace. Some of them rent out their land to other people. If they collect 1 stone of rent, they will keep half a stone. Then, they don't work for the government and usually find someone from the same clan to rent out their land. Some of them suffer disasters or fall sick, so they sell their land. If they don't have land, what can they use to pay the rent? So they quit and change places. Those who look for work around Chang, and are naturally those who have lost their permanent property. They are doing odd jobs everywhere. Summer is easy, but winter is difficult. I am short of manpower, so I have cheap labor. Li Qingqi listened and recalled, is that so? I always thought they were lazy. Li did not want to talk about this problem. How would the relatives of the emperor know the lives of the lower class? Brother Yi, why don't you ask them to change their birthplace? Li Qingqi thought of a good idea. At least he thought it was a good idea. Then I will be responsible for their rent transfer? Li asked. Li Qingqi was stumped. He changed the topic. There are so many people. When it gets colder, will they still have work to do? I can find work for as many people as they want. In winter, I ask the women to sew and mend, the men to transport, and the children to sell newspapers. Those who know how to engrave or are clever will engrave for me. I have good ink. I want to print newspapers. Newspapers can also make money. There are more literate people in Chang, and then in other places. I want to build a big paper workshop. I am short of manpower, very short of manpower. Li Yi introduced the work to be done in Zhuangzi in winter. It was very busy. The newspaper is the court bulletin? I can get the details of the court bulletins in various places. Li Qingqi naturally thought of the court bulletin. Li Yi was startled. How could he casually print official documents for the people to see? No need. Brother, the newspaper is different from the court bulletin. It is an entertainment newspaper. Li Yi hurriedly refused. Collecting information about the imperial court and various places was a crime of espionage, wasn't it? When it is finished, you must let me see it first. Li Qingqi could not figure it out. He pulled Li Yi's sleeve and went to watch the hermits work. At the place where the guillotine was, the hermits put a piece of wood with a mouth on each hand. As soon as the mouth was closed, the wood would clamp a bundle of straw or wheat straw and push it forward. It was exactly 1 inch long and entered the guillotine. When the guillotine fell and the straw was cut, the person holding the straw moved his hands back and clamped it again. Brother Yi, this piece of wood is slow. There is also a slanted one on it. Why don't you take it off? Li Qingqi had seen the coachman in the residence cut straw and advised Li Yi. I am afraid that when they get the guillotine I will have to treat them. If it is someone else's place, the host family will not care. I am a doctor. How can I just stand by and watch? Or ask them to find another doctor? Or pay me to treat them? I can also make a profit. Of course, Li Yi knew that it was slow, but it was safe. If a finger was cut off, with his current ability he could reconnect it, but he could not use it after reconnecting it. Moreover, reconnecting it was also very tiring, wasting medicine and time. The person who delivered the straw to the guillotine raised his head and was about to speak. Li Yi pointed at the person who was about to cut the guillotine. Don't move. The person in charge of the guillotine stopped. Li Yi's face was gloomy. What did I say? What did the steward say to you? When the guillotine was working, the guillotine looked at the incoming worker. When the incoming worker was distracted, the guillotine immediately stopped. And you, what did the steward say? When you wanted to speak, you let go of your hand and put it to your side. Do you still want to work in Zhuangzi? If I find out again, you will leave Zhuangzi. The 2 people who were scolded were like quails and did not dare to move. The people around who were doing the same work stopped and dared to watch the show. What did you want to say? Li Yi asked the person who wanted to speak. The man almost cried and swallowed his saliva. I wanted to say that Li Dongzhu is a kind person and is afraid that we will hurt our hands. Li Yi accepted the compliment and said gently, so you have to be more obedient and remember the safety regulations. Don't cause trouble for a kind person like me. Then he said, but I thought of a way that doesn't hurt our hands and can cut them quickly. He came to the guillotine and said while gesturing, make a long groove. One end of the groove is the edge of the blade. Put the straw into the groove and push it from the back. The push from the back is a piece of wood with a pole. You can hold the pole and push it. This saves time for the guillotine to adjust and you don't have to be afraid of touching your hands. Yes, let's do it this way. Find a craftsman to make it. If it works, everyone can use it. Eunuch He Yen, who was following behind him, turned and ran off to find a craftsman to bring wooden planks and tools. Li Qingqi stood there in shock. That works? He thought of a new way while talking? If it works, give it to the coachman in the residence. This prince treats his servants too well. He deliberately thought of a way for the coachman. Chapter 102. The craftsman came over and made a groove by gesturing with his hands. Then he realized that it didn't work. Unless the straws were tied in small bundles, they would stick up when they were placed in the groove. Add a baffle in front of the groove. As long as the straws are put in, they will be blocked. When you push them from the back, they will be connected together. Li modified it on the spot. The craftsman pointed at the board behind and said, "Add an extra board, half an inch will be enough. Press it to the back. But this way, when you push it to the front, there will only be 2 inches left. It won't be able to cut it. Don't want the tail, it will be composted." Li Yi agreed with the modified method. Dongzhu. The worker said, "Can't you just put in a new bundle?" Li Yi, how embarrassing. He didn't even think of such a simple thing. "Very good, I'll give you a boiled egg for dinner." Li Yi rewarded him. He turned to his brother and said, "I just want others to say it out loud." Ha ha. Li Qingqi laughed and patted Li Yi's shoulder. "Brother Yi, I believe you. I really believe you. Ha ha. Let's go to the other side and take a look." Li Yi quickly changed the location. In another place, carts of coal slurry were slowly pulled over by ox carts and donkey carts. The men used shovels to add water and coal slurry. The women and children rolled up their sleeves and moved the coal slurry into the mold and patted it with their hands, just like what Li Yi did that day. The weather was cold and their hands would go numb after patting. When they patted the coal slurry, they would feel cold and painful. The children would put their little hands in front of their mouths after patting the coal slurry, and their faces would turn black. The 4 or 5-year-old boys and girls were all working hard. The younger ones were also helping to grab small pieces of coal slurry and give them to the older children. They were wearing patched clothes and there were also patches on the adults' shoes. However, the children's shoes were new, and they looked the same as the children in Zhuangzi. Li Qingqi clenched his fists and his breathing became faster. He pulled Li Yi to the side. "Brother Yi, why don't you ask the children to go to school?" "What?" Li Yi asked. He continued, "When I was young, I also suffered a lot. The villagers are my people, so of course I have to take care of the children. They are hired hands. I have given them a shed to live in, and they have burned the charcoal mud themselves in the winter. I'll pay for the shipping." "Burn it yourself?" Li Qingqi repeated. "Of course, the extra money will be given to Zhuangzi as well as the transportation fee. The sheds have a series of fire tunnels. More than 10 families will use one. Discuss who will provide how much charcoal base." Li Yi explained the situation. He didn't think that the children were suffering. The real suffering was that they were hungry and had no food to eat. If he stayed by Zhuangzi's side, he would take care of him if he fell sick. If he worked, there would be food and he could even save some. Don't they plan to send their children to school? Li Qingqi thought that everyone was the same as Brother Yi. In the end, he realized that the person in front of him was another matter altogether. The child was so pitiful. After the charcoal base is finished, there will be less work for the children to do. The new students will take turns teaching them how to read and write on the ground with wooden sticks. Li Yi explained the follow-up arrangements. There were 220 new students, so none of them should think about being idle. Sigh. Li Qingqi closed his eyes and sighed when he heard that they were writing on the ground with wooden sticks in winter. Last night he was also at Pyongkong Square. They sang together, "The bright moon shines above the sea, we share this moment at the end of the world. Last night, the west wind withered the green trees, I climbed the tall building alone, I looked to the end of the world." He also recited in the middle of the song, "The first plum blossom breaks people's intestines, the second plum blossom takes time to think, the third plum blossom raises waves, the depths of the clouds and mist are boundless." Last night was a charming night. The people at Pyongkong Square were about to go crazy. Indeed, the song was sung, the dance was danced, the night was long without dawn, the search for joy. Who would have thought that Brother Yi Zhuangzi, who came early in the morning, would see a different scene? Was everything last night a dream? Why did he wake up? "Brother Yi, please help them," Li Qingqi said with a bitter face. "Big brother, am I not helping them? As long as they are willing to work, I have work for them. The salary is not small. By next summer, with the money they had saved up, they would be able to build a brick house. I have work for them all the time. If they are sick, I don't need money to treat them. In the winter, I will teach some people medicine. If they are clever, they can be apprentices." Li Yi was even more helpless. This big brother was too idealistic. He wished that the whole Tang dynasty could become well off. At least make some clothes for the children. Brother Yi, I will pay. Li Qingqi decided. Yes, the adults also made some clothes. That's why the clothes they are wearing now are so thick. They were made from old clothes. Look at the children's shoes. They are new shoes. Li Yi said and took his big brother to another place. When they arrived at the Ba River, more than a dozen boats were casting nets to catch fish. After a few nets, they caught some fish and sent them to the shore. On the shore there were people processing the fish. They scraped off the fish scales and removed the internal organs. They were thrown into wooden barrels to feed the pigs, chickens, and ducks. Li Qingqi was in a good mood when he saw the adults here. A smile appeared on his face. In the winter we can count on the greenhouse to make money. When the time comes, let's see if the vegetables in my greenhouse in Jianghu or yours are better. More or less. Li Yi felt that unless he exchanged his lifespan for hormones to spray the crops, there was no difference. Alas, when winter comes there are more people coming to Chang, and from outside. The price of grain in Chang, and will rise. The wages for transporting grain to Chang, and will also increase. Li Qingqi saw a group of adults and children carrying luggage appear on the other side of the Ba River. He knew that they were looking for work. He told them the reason why grain in Chang, and was expensive in winter. It's mainly because there are fewer jobs outside in winter. If it's the south, bring the first aid kit and push the ambulance. As Li Yi was talking, he suddenly saw a woman holding a child at the end of the bridge suddenly fall to the ground. He turned around and shouted at the palace maids and eunuchs. Then he rushed over in big strides. Qing Song brought the first aid kit and ran after him. He turned around and went to the courtyard. Li Qingqi was slightly stunned and also ran. The guards took out their crossbows. Li Yi was anxious, but he did not run with all his might. He maintained the speed and stride of a 3-kilometer sprint. He ran across the bridge. There were already many people in front of him. There was also the sound of a child crying for his mother. It was heart-wrenching. Get out of the way. Li Yi shouted. The crowd looked at him. He went forward and pulled a few people away. He directly knelt on the ground and touched the woman's neck. He opened her eyes and looked at her mouth. He pressed her chest twice and listened for her breathing. What did she eat? Li Yi shouted at the child that the woman was holding. Wah, I want my mother, I want my mother. The child cried. Let me ask you, what did your mother eat? Li Yi was anxious. The child continued to cry. However, the person beside him said, Where else can she eat? She hasn't eaten for 2 days. She gave everything to the child. She only drank water. When Li Yi heard this, he grabbed the first aid kit and opened it. He took out a syringe and a glucose bottle. He inserted the syringe into the bottle and directly drew out a syringe full of liquid. Roll up her sleeves. Li Yi shouted at Qing Song. Qing Song hesitated for a moment and chose the woman's left arm. He reached up and rolled it up, revealing the arm that had not been bathed for a long time. Again. Li Yi did not care about whether the arm was clean or not. When the arm was exposed, Li Yi held the woman's arm with his left hand. After 2 breaths, the blood vessels were exposed. He inserted the needle with his right hand and quickly injected the glucose. He inserted a syringe and changed the needle. He took out another syringe and pushed it again. He pushed 3 syringes in a row. Ah! The woman let out a trembling moan. Li Yi removed the cork of the bottle and lifted the woman's neck with one hand. The mouth of the bottle was facing the woman's mouth. He slowly poured the remaining glucose into the woman's mouth. After that he smiled. She woke up so quickly. Fortunately he discovered it in time. The woman swallowed on her own and opened her eyes to look. When she saw the child, she shook her head and raised her arm. It's okay, it's a small problem. Don't be afraid, you won't die. In this situation, it's very difficult for you to die in front of me. Li Yi smiled and comforted the child and the woman. The onlookers stared at Li Yi with all their might. They saw a person rushing over, touching the neck, looking at the mouth, pressing the chest, rolling the eyelids. What did he use to inject so much water into the woman's arm? The woman was alive. She was alive. One had to know that many people did not have food to eat. They walked and fell, but they could never get up again. Chapter 103. The onlookers looked at Li Yi differently from normal people. Those who were close to him stepped back. Li Qingqi suddenly picked up Li Yi and spun him around. After a few rounds he put him down and laughed. Brother Yi, your medical skills are indeed amazing. Thank you. Li Yi did not stand on ceremony. He patted the dirt off his legs and accepted it calmly. There was nothing more fulfilling than calling him at this moment. I saved a patient who was in a coma due to hypoglycemia. I pulled him up as soon as he fell down. Oh my god. Why am I so awesome? I have the ability. I know how to push intravenous glucose. I'm so heaven-defying. Li Yi blew on himself and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was hypoglycemia. If it was a cerebral hemorrhage, I don't want to think about it. I'm scared. Hypoglycemia is good. Li Yi joked with himself to ease the tension. However, the onlookers thought the same as him. This is a miracle doctor. Sure, Wazi, your mother is lucky to have met a miracle doctor. Why don't you kowtow to him? Without the miracle doctor, you won't have a mother, someone said to the child. The child was stunned for a moment and was about to kneel down. Li Yi stretched out his hands and picked him up. When the ambulance comes, put your mother on it. Go and drink soup first. Drink thick soup and then steamed egg soup. Don't drink milk. If your gastrointestinal tract has a reaction, it will be troublesome. Are you hungry? Come, I'll take you to eat some sweets. Li Yi carried the child and waited. The ambulance arrived. 2 horses pulled the flatbed cart. It was used during the devil training. Now it was used as an ambulance. Brother E, your car is not good. The road outside Zhuangzi is not good. The wheels are too small. It can't run. Li Qingqi criticized. I don't want to go out of Zhuangzi. Li Yi gave a reason. What if I'm sick and send someone to look for you? Are you going to let me suffer? If I come, I'll probably... Li Qingqi did not finish his sentence. Li Yi suddenly understood. Yes, I have to get a good car. I want a 4-wheeled car with a steering shaft in front. It's stable and fast. That's right. Li Qingqi agreed wholeheartedly. Brother E has a car here and it can save his life at a critical moment. Why don't we just move it into the city? It's right next to the prince's mansion. Today I saw first aid. Bang. Falling to the ground, Brother E rushed over and took a look. Then he dipped into the water and woke up. The carriage drove over, and the woman was helped into the carriage by the palace maids. Li Yi also carried the child into the carriage. You're not allowed to kneel. I'm annoyed. If you really want to thank me, you can give me a silk banner. Something like, Hua Tua is reincarnated, or, Saint is benevolent, will do. Li Yi smiled as he spoke to the woman. The woman blinked, not understanding. Dare I ask? There's no need to ask. Let me tell you, this is my family's Dongzhu, the Dongzhu of the Li family Zhuangzi. Didn't you come here to find a way out? The palace maid Shui Lu said proudly. Miracle Dr. Dongzhu. The woman was stunned. Then, don't kneel. I've already said that the silk banner is enough. What's the use of kneeling? Tao Hong, let me know. When we reach the place, put a small piece of caramel candy in each person's mouth. Otherwise, another person will fall. I still have to use glucose. It's not easy for me to get glucose. Needles and needles also need to be steamed. I can't afford to use a disposable one. Li Yi suddenly wondered if there were people in the crowd who were so hungry that they were about to collapse. First, let them eat a piece of candy. Then they could drink soup. Next, they could eat noodles with minced meat. After all, they didn't eat meat. If they suddenly had diarrhea, they could just drink soup and eat rice. Tao Hong went to give the order happily. In her eyes, there were no patients who needed to be comforted. Only the miracle Dr. Dongzhu deserved to be talked about. Eat the candy. Don't keep it. Eat it. My family's Dongzhu said to eat. If you don't want to eat, then leave. Our Zhuangzi doesn't want disobedient people. Some of the villagers who were resting heard the news and rushed over. They then supervised the people who came later to eat the candy. Some people couldn't bear to eat it and wanted to keep it. The villagers then threatened them fiercely. The miracle doctor who saved the patient is Zhuangzi's Dongzhu? The person who came over was shocked. Just now, he saw the young man running over and kneeling on the ground to save the patient. He and his people came over because of the Li family's Zhuangzi who lived in the east of Chang'an City. It was said that Dongzhu supported many people. When they came, they would have work to do and wouldn't starve to death. But shouldn't a Dongzhu be high and mighty? He didn't ask others to kneel, but he knelt. What? This person naturally didn't know that it was most convenient for doctors to kneel when treating people who were lying on the ground. There wasn't a single doctor who knelt to examine and treat people. If there was a doctor, he must be a forensic doctor. As for the person on the ground, let me tell you, you're new here. Each of you will be given a set of clothes, a pair of shoes, a shed, a fire path, and tools. After that, you will bathe and take medicine to kill worms. Sweet. There are worms in your stomach. After you leave, you will have to work. The more work you do, the more money and food you will earn. You are not allowed to play with money, hit your wives, cause trouble, steal, think about other families' wives, and speak ill of Dongzhu. The villagers educated the newcomers one after another and talked about things in advance. The newcomers nodded to show that they understood and didn't dare to do anything wrong. Someone brought a 12 or 13-year-old girl and asked worriedly, "My daughter is 14 years old. If your Dongzhu takes a fancy to her, will he?" Bah. A 14-year-old looks like a 12-year-old. One look and you can tell that she is malnourished. She doesn't eat well. How can my Dongzhu take a fancy to your daughter? Are you dreaming? The villager didn't hide his disdain at all. That's right. How can your little bean sprout compare to the big families of Pyongkong Square? Those big families are beautiful. Dongzhu won't be tempted at all. Let's not talk about Pyongkong Square. Let's talk about the two palace maids. Do you see them? Aren't they beautiful? You want to crawl into our Dongzhu's bed? No way. Another villager followed. Inside the carriage, Tao Hong stuck her head out. Old Chen's second son, if you dare to talk about this palace maid, I will make trouble for you later. Who said that I can't crawl into Dongzhu's bed? I did it before. Yes, you did, but Dongzhu wasn't in the bed. Ha ha ha, the villager joked. The people around them laughed together. The person with the daughter also laughed, and the distance between the two sides was suddenly shortened. Distribute the soap. Remember to look after it well. Don't sell it outside. Li Yi had no choice but to speak up. Besides, they might not say anything about him. What if they said that he didn't like women but liked? When they arrived at the dining hall, no one else passed out. They first drank the thick soup, then measured their bodies and went to the large bathtub to bathe. The villagers gave them new clothes according to their body shape, and they put them on after bathing. At the same time, the villagers also found a few clever people to go in and see who had lumps and red spots on their bodies according to Dongzhu's instructions. If they encountered something special, they had to tell Dongzhu and Dongzhu would treat it. Li Yi went into the sterile room and packed the first aid kit. The first aid kit had been opened and the things inside had to be dealt with. The other box was given to Qing Song, who carried it on his back. Li Yi stood outside the large glass door and looked. This glass door wasn't blown out, but was exchanged with his lifespan by Li Yi to change it into an operating room. Li Qingqi really wanted to go in, but he resisted every time. This was because Li Yi had said before, "Big brother, every time you come in my lifespan will be reduced by 1 month." Li Qingqi could only look through the glass door. Fortunately, this door wasn't made of sand. He didn't recognize more than 90% of the things inside, but he knew that they were all life-saving things. Thinking that Brother Yi said that he wanted to teach disciples, he wondered if he should put a few clever people who were willing to be female doctors in the palace. Chapter 104. 2 doors opened and Li Yi came out. "Big brother, what do you want to eat for lunch? Can I make some forest frogs?" Li Yi was in a good mood after successfully rescuing a person. "Let's go to the cafeteria." Li Qingqi didn't want to tire little brother Yi out. Besides, the food in the cafeteria was always good. At least it was better than the food in his residence. The person who bought the food in the residence was too greedy. He actually reported 600 coins for a caddy of garlic sprouts. Did he think that this prince didn't know how the garlic sprouts grew? Little brother Yi's Zhuangzi has some. This prince also personally planted 2 big boxes of garlic. They will grow after being raised. They can still grow after being cut. If he reported 100 coins it would be fine. It's not easy. 600 coins? Did he think that this prince was a fool? Li Yi didn't know how his big brother would deal with people after being cheated. He was quite happy that he didn't have to cook anymore. "Little brother Yi, if the people in the Imperial Medical Department want to learn your medical skills, will you teach them?" Li Qingqi asked on the way to the cafeteria. "Big brother, the Imperial Medical Department is not part of the palace. It's under the control of Taichung Temple. The current Taichung minister of Taichung Temple is Jiang Jiao. He has a younger brother called Jianghu, who is now the deputy imperial censor. He's quite an interesting person, but later." Li Yi shook his head as he spoke. Li Qingqi held back a lot of words. If it wasn't for little brother Yi giving him the first aid animation book and asking about it, he wouldn't even know who Jiang Jiao's younger brother was. As for little brother Yi, it was impossible for the palace maids and eunuchs to tell him anything other than Zhuangzi. There were so many officials who was who. As a result, as long as little brother Yi wanted to know, he would know after thinking about it for a while. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm just saying. It doesn't matter who is in charge. Can you teach female doctors?" "Yes, the palace uses it, right? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation is mouth to mouth. If an imperial physician tries to save an imperial concubine or the empress, they probably won't be able to survive." Li Yi expressed his understanding. Not to mention the emperor, when he gave birth to a baby, he had a husband who was resistant to male obstetricians. Some people even found ways to coordinate and became female doctors. At the same time, their husbands went in to see the baby. After that, the baby was born. A few days later, the husband came to see the doctor again to treat himself. After seeing his wife give birth, he was shocked and couldn't do anything. Then wouldn't male doctors have to bear the same amount of pressure? Would he have other thoughts when he helped deliver the baby? And the best gynecologist was definitely a man. It was already like this back then, let alone now in the palace. Li Qingqi didn't know that his brother Yi was secretly criticizing his husband. He said happily, "Brother Yi, you agree?" Yes, there were female doctors in the past. However, medical skills are passed down to males and not females. I don't care if the doctors are unwilling to teach me. In the past, when others taught me, they provided me with so many resources. It was my own fault for not living up to expectations. That was why my medical skills were too low. Li told him the truth. As long as one wanted to study in the medical school, they would definitely have the resources. Li Qingqi, however, was speechless. "Brother Yi, are you joking? You didn't live up to expectations? Your medical skills?" Fortunately, she had agreed. It was safer for her to go to the imperial harem. Her own palace would also take the opportunity to send a female official to learn. The two of them chatted until they reached the cafeteria. The cafeteria was divided into sections. A large group of children sat in a separate area, and there were women taking care of them. The newcomers looked over there, especially the children in the group, with envy in their eyes. They also wanted to wear the beautiful clothes, which were the school uniforms. Needless to say, the adults were the children of other families. The girls were actually studying with them. Only officials and families with a certain level of wealth would allow their daughters to be literate. Or they would be sold to the musical house, and then they would no longer be their children. When they saw the dishes, they could only sigh in their hearts. According to the rules, the newcomers in the last few days could be arranged what food to eat to recuperate. In the last 3 days they must have meat for every meal. After that, they couldn't come to the cafeteria to eat and had to work on their own. When Li Yi arrived, no one bowed to salute him. They just nodded and said "Dongzhu." Then they immediately went back to their own business. Li Yi nodded to salute them one by one without saying a word. It was useless. He didn't need to use words to gain support and respect. Li Qingqi was even more used to it. No one paid attention to him. He took a plate made of bamboo to serve the dishes and looked at the brands. He served shredded pork with black bean sauce and shredded scallions. There was no dried tofu to roll with, nor was there spring pancakes. Then he used a bamboo tongs to pick up the dried pot intestines and made them into a gourd-shaped dish. It was said that this dish was made by Sun Simiao. However, it wasn't a simple gourd-shaped dish here. It had the words 9 turns large intestine written on it. "Brother Yi, is this 9 turns large intestine a new dish?" Li Qingqi picked up 2 and asked Li Yi. "Yes, it's hard. This should be several times more expensive than the spiced beef," Li Yi said as he picked up one. Hearing this, Li Qingqi picked up one more and planned to reduce the amount of other dishes. He abided by the cafeteria's rules. He could eat as much as he wanted, but no leftovers were allowed. "Brother, eat the fungus. The first batch has been picked and processed. Soak them in water and eat them. Fresh ones can't be eaten. They are poisonous. Wait for another 2 days. The first batch of monkey head mushrooms will be harvested and dried too." Li Yi picked up the fungus and mixed it into a cold dish. Li Qingqi picked up the fungus. "Brother Yi, you are really generous to let the farmers eat fungus. What else? Sell it for money? If I want to make money, I have a way." The imperial plantation's fungus in the north also came out. We agreed that if I provide the method and the ingredients, they would give me half of the fungus. If they don't give it to me, you can help me ask who they are stuck with. I will think of a way. I don't lack fungus. I just don't want to be stuck. Today I am stuck with fungus, tomorrow I will be stuck with monkey head mushrooms. What else can I do in the future? Li Yi said that he was worried about Wang Xing. He was afraid that there would be an accident in the palace and someone would target him. "Brother Yi, don't worry. No one will dare to touch your things," Li Qingqi guaranteed. His third brother was going to come again today, but he was delayed by something. As soon as Li Qingqi finished speaking, a voice came from outside. "I am here. The wind is too strong and my face hurts. Li Dongzhu, your face is uncomfortable because of the cold wind. You don't want to eat anymore. Can you teach me?" Yao Chong appeared with 4 attendants. He didn't even come in to wash his hands and was ready to eat. Li smiled and said, "Old sir, you don't visit a temple without a reason. A few days ago, a merchant came to buy red and green herbs. He said that he was recommended by old sir and I am very grateful." Li cupped his fist. A businessman came and said that he was recommended by someone and bought some money. Well, I was hungry when I came. I don't want to eat now. Yao Chong asked for the solution. He was indeed full of wind. Wash your face with warm water first, then drink a cup of hot soup. Li Yi told him the solution. Yao Chong went to wash his face without saying anything. When he came back, he found the two people who had already eaten. He went to get a cup of spinach and egg drop soup. This spinach was very precious when it was first planted by Li Shimin. It wasn't called spinach. Now that it was planted a lot, everyone liked to eat it. It was best used to make soup. Zhuangzi put a lot of ginger in the spinach soup. Yao Chong drank the soup and sighed. Li Dongzhu's medical skills are indeed unparalleled. I just came to Zhuangzi today and heard that Li Dongzhu pressed down on a woman's chest and saved her. Amazing. Li Yi, fuck, is there something wrong with your focus? I pressed down on her chest to listen to her voice. Injecting glucose is the main point, okay? How can you accuse me like this? Whoever spreads this nonsense again will be chased out of Zhuangzi. Li Yi said. Yi Yin, who was preparing to eat, ran out. Yao Chong was shocked because he was the one who said it. He summarized it and no one else said it. Li Qingqi stared at Yao Chong. What do you mean by this? Are you looking for trouble first and then making a request? Who else would dare to say such a thing? Yao Chong knew that he was in the wrong. He cupped his fists and said, this old man was wrong. He then said his purpose. May I ask Li Dongzhu, if it's snowing in winter and it's inconvenient to transport goods by land, what should we do? Let's use water transportation. Li Yi gave a solution that everyone knew. If there's no water, carriages and roads without snow are feasible. If there's snow, the wheels won't turn. Yao Chong explained the situation. We'll use the same transportation as before. Li Yi said perfunctorily. He guessed that this old man was very bad. He slandered him first and then talked about the matter. It was just like a certain country in his time. They obviously wanted to discuss things with you and talk about cooperation, but they first looked for trouble and then used it to negotiate for additional benefits. Unfortunately, it didn't work well for his country and they didn't fall for it.